Chapter 2039 failed. The great emperors in Three Emperors world immediately thought of a way to recover the Golden Whirlpool. The Golden Whirlpool viewed the Emperor Supreme Rock as its core. As long as the Emperor Supreme Rock wasn't destroyed, the Golden Whirlpool could be recovered. On top of that, although Jian Wushuang had tried his best to destroy the Golden Whirlpool, he hadn't hurt the foundation of the Golden Whirlpool. As the great emperors in Three Emperors world worked together, they only took a few days' time to repair the entire Golden Whirlpool. The huge Golden Whirlpool resumed its calmness entirely, and only the divine power and aura remained. They continued to fill every corner in the Golden Whirlpool. After the Golden Whirlpool was repaired, the great emperors in Three Emperors world searched through the place thoroughly once again. But it was a pity that they couldn't find any of Jian Wushuang's treasure. They were helpless about it. The Golden Whirlpool drove the Dark Millstone, and they were connected via spacetime. When the terrifying energy storm took place, it had possibly swept Jian Wushuang's treasure to the Dark Millstone via the spacetime. The great emperors couldn't do anything about it. Imperial Peak slowly calmed down. Of course, everything that happened there was reported to the three overlords in the dark void at the first instant. Lung Rushue, Demon King, the Savage Man, the Blurry Blood Man gathered together. Jian Wushuang is finally dead, the Blurry Blood Man said. Humph, this be asterisk starred made some trouble for us before he died, Demon King humphed coldly. Regardless, Jian Wushuang had died and Great Emperor Ji Luo died too. With Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiu Qiao, who were still in Three Emperors world, they wouldn't be able to do anything much. Next, we shall only concentrate on fighting against the eternal chaotic world, the Blurry Blood Man said. The People's Sanctuary Alliance have found out that the four members' experts' troop failed and couldn't be resolved from within. They will definitely gather countless forces of countless experts to fight head-on. They will try to destroy our great formation. However, as long as the Emperor Supreme Rock remains intact, the great formation will be indestructible. They are destined to fail. Demon King smiled maliciously. That's a definite. For this great formation, for this dark millstone, we prepared ourselves over so many years. How could they destroy it just like that? Eternal chaotic world must be exterminated. The Blurry Blood Man clenched his hands, and the fire in his empty eyes was burning. Demon King was equally confident. Only Lung Rushue sat there without making any comment. But if one looked closely, they would notice that her expression was complicated. Jian Wushuang, you died in the end. Hee, I thought you'd be able to survive until the end and appear before me. It seems that you are only SOO. Lung Rushue smirked coldly, and she quickly resumed calm. In the void far away from Imperial City, in Three Emperors world, there were two figures that hid there with their auras reined in. The two people were naturally Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiu Qiao, who had escaped from Imperial Peak. There is no response from the communication token of Sword Emperor and Great Emperor Ji Luo. It seems that Abysmal Saint Master looked distressed. Emperor Jiu Qiao became quiet too. After they escaped from Imperial Peak, they immediately kept in touch with Jian Wushuang and Great Emperor Ji Luo. Besides Jian Wushuang, who had sent a message in the beginning, there was no other news after. It meant that they passed away. Emperor God Jiu Qiao sighed. He felt heartache, but he also felt very helpless. He was really helpless. In the situation back then, he and Abysmal Saint Master could only escape. Then, Eternal Chaotic World would at least keep two more people with the fighting power of a great emperor. If they were to stay there, there was no doubt that they would die. There was no possibility of survival. Plus, they wouldn't be able to help Jian Wushuang and Great Emperor Ji Luo. One could say that the two of them had made the wisest and most accurate decision possible. Jian Wushuang and Great Emperor Ji Luo knew that clearly. Hence, they had no complaints. On the contrary, they were glad that they had managed to escape. At least, Not all members in the experts' troop were dead then. Sword Emperor and Ji Luo passed away. There are only you and I left. What should we do next? Do we continue to think about how to destroy the Emperor's supreme rock? Emperor Jiu Qiao looked at abysmal Saint Master. He wasn't confident at all. When the four of them were in their prime, they were well prepared, and they picked the best time. They had never thought that they would fall perfectly into the enemy's trap. Then, 2 out of 4 of them passed away. They couldn't be entering Imperial Peak. Just the 2 of them. Forget about the fact that they were in Great Emperor Realm. Even if they were to enter by sheer luck, it would be impossible for them to destroy the Emperor's supreme rock. Don't act hastily. Didn't Jian Wushuang tell the 2 of us to stay put in 3 Emperor's world before he passed away? Let's find a place to hide. Then we will report what happened to Sanctuary Alliance, Abysmal Saint Master said. Emperor Jiu Qiao nodded faintly. In the lofty palace in the void around the dark millstone in eternal chaotic world, the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance were gathered there. Then the great emperors looked to be in distress, and they kept quiet. They had heard from Emperor Jiu Qiao's doppelganger that the experts' troop that entered dark millstone fell into the enemy's trap, and they were besieged by 13 great emperors. On top of that, Jian Wushuang and Great Emperor Jiluo had passed away. There were only Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiu Qiao who had escaped. The Emperor's Supreme Rock is located right in the middle. There are too many experts there. The 4-member expert troop spent so much time and effort, but they failed. It means that it will be impossible for Sanctuary Alliance to destroy the Great Formation from inside of the Dark Millstone. Hence, we can only fight head-on. Emperor Bei's cold voice reverberated and broke the silence in the hall. The great emperors looked at Emperor Bai simultaneously. For the past 20 years, under the guidance of Sanctuary Alliance, Eternal Chaotic World has started preparation. It isn't easy to gather all peak fighting power in a short time. We have to speed up, especially in terms of the special tribes, Emperor Bai said. The great emperors nodded. Jiu Qiao, stay back in 3 Emperors' world with Abysmal. Find a place to hide. Who knows? The 2 of you might come in handy again, Emperor Bai commanded. Yes, Emperor Jiu Qiao nodded. All right, go get ready, Emperor Bai waved. From the beginning until the end, he didn't bring up the passing of Jian Wushuang and Great Emperor Jiluo, nor did he comment much. Although the surrounding great emperors were confused, they didn't ask but left. However, Emperor Jiu Qiao's doppelganger stayed back. Chapter 2040. Chapter 2040 won the Bee in the Hall. There was only Emperor Bai and Emperor Jiu Qiao's doppelganger, Mr. Emperor Bai. Emperor Jiu Qiao looked at Emperor Bai in confusion. Just as everyone left, Emperor Bai sent him a message in private for him to stay back. It was obvious that Emperor had something in mind that he wanted to see him in private. Jiu Qiao, let me ask you, did you see Sword Emperor and Great Emperor Ji Luo's passing with your own eyes? Emperor Bai fixed his gaze upon Emperor Jiu Qiao. I didn't, Emperor Jiu Qiao shook his head. However, Great Emperor Ji Luo paid a great price to open up the space-time tunnel. It was impossible for her to open it for the second time. They were fighting against 13 great emperors in Imperial Peak. Sword Emperor and Great Emperor Ji Luo stood almost no chance of survival, and there is no reply from their communications tokens. Emperor Jiu Qiao's judgment was in accordance. In such a situation, it would be unrealistic if Jian Wushuang and Great Emperor Ji Luo wanted to stay alive. Emperor Bai creased his eyebrows and said, You said that Jian Wushuang sent you another message not long after you ran out of Imperial Peak? Yes, he told me to stay in 3 Emperors' world. Don't leave in a hurry, Emperor Jiu Qiao said. Is that so? Emperor Bai nodded. All right then, that's it. Yes. Emperor Jiu Qiao didn't understand what Emperor Bai was trying to ask, but he didn't think further. He left very quickly. In the hall, only Emperor Bai was sitting there alone. There was a strange emotion shimmering in his eyes. Just as everyone was certain that Jian Wushuang and Great Emperor Jiluo died, he was in doubt. After all, he was also an inverse cultivator. He knew clearly how powerful one in the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill was. Although Jian Wushuang was only in stage 1, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. On top of that, Jian Wushuang had many powerful trump cards to hand. Besides, he also had a 7-treasure divine elixir. "Young man, I hope that you are still alive." Emperor muttered, and there was hope in his eyes. An imperial peak in 3 emperors' world. In the middle of the 3 statues, the huge golden whirlpool resumed normal operation. The entire golden whirlpool was huge, but it had recovered from the damage done during the battle. There was almost no scar left behind. If there was any remaining sign, it was still filled with divine power and aura in every corner of the golden whirlpool. The divine power and aura were powerful. From the great emperors in 3 emperors' worlds' point of view, the divine power and aura would disperse over time. However, just as everyone redirected their attention from the golden whirlpool, the remaining divine power and aura slowly started to gather at the core of the golden whirlpool. The divine power that scattered all around the golden whirlpool started substantiating as well. After a short while, there was a human figure that appeared in the golden whirlpool. He lifted his head, and there was a cold-looking young face. It was Jian Wushuang, who had passed away. He was still alive. Jian Wushuang stood in the depth of the golden whirlpool and reigned in all his aura while he looked around himself. Then there was still a divine power that was moving back to him from the surrounding aura. Just as the divine power gathered, Jian Wushuang's divine body completed the reorganization. However, there seemed to be less than 10% of divine power left. "It seems that I won the bet." Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, and his eyes beamed with joy. After countless life and death trials, he had been through countless dangers and hopeless situations. The more hopeless the situation was, the calmer he was, the more accurate his judgment would be. And he had the guts to take the risk, to gamble. Now, it was considered a great bet to him. In the previous battle, he had been besieged by 13 great emperors, and there was a great formation that isolated Imperial Peak. He had no chance of escaping. In such a situation, there was only one way for him to survive. It was for everyone to think he was dead. In short, he had played dead. However, how difficult would it be to fool all 13 great emperors? Ordinary people wouldn't have been able to pull it off. However, Jian Wushuang, who was an inverse cultivator, who possessed a perfect chaotic divine body, could. Hence, he had intentionally let his divine body grow in size and reach about 10,000 zhang tall. He did so because he would look like he was acting out of madness to damage the golden whirlpool. In actual fact, his goal was to spread his divine power wider after his divine body collapsed. It'd be best if his divine power could scatter all around the golden whirlpool under the power of the energy storm. Then he had abundant divine power, but he didn't repair his divine power to repair his divine body when he was attacked by the 13 great emperors. It was so that he could create a scene where his aura grew weaker and collapsed in the end. Then, the 13 great emperors wouldn't be suspicious. Hence, the scene that Jian Wushuang had imagined in his head was realized. His 10,000 zhangtal divine body couldn't take the mad attacks of the 13 great emperors, and it finally collapsed. The enormous amount of his divine power scattered all around. When the energy storm swept out, his divine power was scattered to every corner of the golden whirlpool. Hence, it had led to the remainder of Jian Wushuang divine power and aura all over the golden whirlpool. If it was anywhere else, such as a spacious void, the 13 great emperors absolutely would take Jian Wushuang's remaining divine power and he would vanish. However, they were in the golden whirlpool. The golden whirlpool was too important to 3 emperors' world, and the coverage of his divine power was too wide. Hence, the 13 great emperors couldn't take it entirely. Hence, They could only let his divine power lie around in the golden whirlpool and wait for it to disperse on its own. The 13 great emperors left after they had repaired the golden whirlpool. From the beginning until the end, the great emperors had never suspected that Jian Wushuang was still alive. It was impossible that they would suspect it because Jian Wushuang's divine body had collapsed in front of them. The 13 of them had seen it clearly. Under such circumstances, any ordinary cultivator would be utterly dead. However, they weren't informed about how terrifying an inverse cultivator was, nor did they know the true power that a 7th step in inverse cultivation possessed. Hence, Jian Wushuang had survived. He had won the bet. He relied on his perfect chaotic divine body and his disguise to fool the 13 great emperors. Then, after everything had stabilized and the 13 great emperors were no longer concerned about the golden whirlpool, Jian Wushuang reorganized his divine power and recovered his divine body. The great emperors in 3 emperors' world had no idea about it. Chapter 2041. One who survives a great disaster is destined to good fortune forever after. Luckily, I won the bet. Otherwise, the only choice I would have had back then would have been to stop at nothing and play all my trump cards to fight a life and death battle. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. With such actions, he might have caused some casualties among the great emperors from 3 emperors' world. However, there was no doubt that he would have died. Now, at least, had survived. In the golden whirlpool, Jian Wushuang waved. Virum! There was a ray of dark light that burst out. It was Jian Wushuang's Qian King ring that contained his treasures, including Blood Mountain Sword, River Mountain Map, and so on. The Qian Kuan ring had always been under the coverage of his divine power. Most importantly, due to the fact that he was still alive, Qian Kuan ring had an owner, and it wouldn't spread any aura. In addition to that, it was covered with his divine power. Hence, the 13 great emperor couldn't find it. Jian Wushuang put on his Qian Kuan ring and his 5-gem armor. At the same time, he took out 2 communication tokens. The 2 tokens belonged to Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiuqiao. As long as they were still within 3 emperors' world, they would be able to keep in touch with Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang simply glanced through it, and he knew that the 2 great emperors had sent him many messages after they'd left Imperial Peak. Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. He didn't reply and put the 2 tokens away. He didn't want anyone to know that he was alive, including the people in Sanctuary Alliance. Then, Jian Wushuang's body turned illusionary and appeared in the middle of the golden whirlpool, above the huge Emperor Supreme Rock. There was a faint golden light there. The golden light was much brighter than the other places in the golden whirlpool. The golden light was actually a unique prohibition. If I'm not mistaken, the prohibition is a vital element that connects the golden whirlpool with the Emperor Supreme Rock. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes while he walked before the golden prohibition. As his divine power scattered around the huge golden whirlpool, he also studied the revolving golden whirlpool. By then, he had already realized the existence of the golden prohibition. He could tell that the golden prohibition was extremely mysterious. Besides, the boundless pure energy in the Emperor Supreme Rock actually surged through the golden prohibition. In other words, without the golden prohibition, it would be impossible for the golden whirlpool to obtain energy from the Emperor Supreme Rock. Nor would it be possible for the dark millstone to operate. Previously, we didn't understand the structure of the golden whirlpool at all. We only knew to damage the golden whirlpool blindly. In the end, although the golden whirlpool was damaged, the experts in 3 Emperors' world repaired it with ease. If I could find out about the golden prohibition sooner and figure out a way to destroy the golden prohibition, I'm afraid it wouldn't be that easy if the great emperors in 3 Emperors' world wanted to repair it. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "Don't act hastily. Let's take a look." Jian Wushuang muttered and slowly reached his hand into the golden prohibition. Suddenly, rumble, a vast ocean of pure energy, flowed to Jian Wushuang directly. This is... Jian Wushuang was shocked at first. Then he was filled with excitement. He could feel that the golden prohibition contained an unbelievable amount of pure energy. The pure energy wasn't utilized by the surrounding whirlpool, but could be refined and absorbed straight away. Could it be? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes while he had an idea that popped into his head. The moment the idea rose, it couldn't be suppressed. Jian Wushuang slowly walked forward and then submerged himself within the golden prohibition. He was covered under the golden prohibition entirely. After Jian Wushuang entered the golden prohibition, he felt that he was submerged into an ocean of pure energy. There was too much pure energy, and it was immense. His divine body couldn't help but shiver. He was shivering in excitement. Jian Wushuang could feel the blood in his body boiling, and his cells were cheering with joy. He didn't intentionally guide it, but the surrounding pure energy poured into his divine body continuously. His divine body instantly refined and absorbed it. The speed of refinery and absorption was shockingly fast. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and started absorbing pure energy to his heart's content. Thanks to the speed of absorption, he who had originally only had less than 10% divine power started recovering at a shocking speed. 10%, 20%, 30%. In merely half a day's time, his divine power recovered by more than 30%. Haha! Such a recovery speed is much faster than King of Venomous Worms. Jian Wushuang was extremely excited. King of Venomous Worms had been parasitizing his body and fighting along with him. He would recover Jian Wushuang's divine power as well as a wound. However, when Jian Wushuang reached the 7th step of the perfect chaotic divine body, King of Venomous Worms' recovery speed wasn't significantly helpful to Jian Wushuang. The trip to the Dark Millstone was dangerous, and Jian Wushuang wasn't sure what he would go through. Hence, he didn't want King of Venomous Worms to take the risk. He had left King of Venomous Worms in Green Fireworld and had left a drop of inheritance blood essence. He was prepared for the worst. If he were to pass away, King of Venomous Worms could rely on the drop of inheritance blood essence to look for the next ancient god. Fortunately had done so. Otherwise, when his divine body collapsed and turned into the scattered divine power all over the golden whirlpool, the existence of King of Venomous Worms would be hard to conceal. He most likely would die at the hands of the great emperors from Three Emperors' World. Now, although Jian Wushuang didn't have King of Venomous Worms to recover his divine power for him, the constant flow of pure energy within the golden prohibition was stronger by a few folds. In 2 days' time, his divine power completely recovered. Jian Wushuang never once left the golden prohibition, but constantly absorbed the pure energy. His refinery and absorption speed became faster and faster. Like the saying, one who survives a great disaster is destined to good fortune forever after. It is true. Jian Wushuang laughed. He knew clearly that the golden prohibition was absolutely a great opportunity for him. A great opportunity. One should know that the first stage to the 3rd stage in the 6th step of inverse cultivation required an accumulation of enormous divine power. Jian Wushuang put in extravagant time and effort to accumulate his divine power to his extreme limit through Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, and also via Absorbing Star Demon Core. At the 7th step of inverse cultivation, Chaotic Supreme possessed a perfect chaotic divine body that was made of pure divine power. Hence, the divine power required to level up from stage 1 to stage 3 was an enormous amount of accumulated divine power. Now, Jian Wushuang was in the Golden Prohibition, and the Golden Prohibition obtained boundless pure energy from the Emperor Supreme Rock. He could continue to enhance his divine power endlessly through absorbing pure energy until he reached the 2nd stage. Chapter 2042, the 2nd stage of Chaotic Supreme. Jian Wushuang constantly elevated his divine power as he stayed in the Golden Prohibition. The Golden Prohibition was unique to begin with. There was no one who noticed Jian Wushuang in the Golden Prohibition. There were 3 great emperors who continued to stand guard outside the huge golden whirlpool all year round. Occasionally, the three great emperors would release their sole power to scan through the golden whirlpool. However, their souls couldn't detect the scenery within the golden prohibition. Naturally, they didn't find out about Jian Wushuang. It was even more impossible to see him with naked eyes. Hence, the entire golden whirlpool became peaceful. Jian Wushuang stayed in the golden prohibition to refine and absorb divine power aggressively in order to level up his power, but no one knew. As for the dark millstone, it wasn't affected at all. It continued to move in eternal chaotic world, and it continued to crush everything. Its size was growing bigger and bigger over time. The experts in eternal chaotic world were preparing at the fastest speed possible. In such a situation, time flew past. In the blink of an eye, 30 years passed. In the golden prohibition above the Emperor's supreme rock, Jian Wushuang, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. In the instant when he opened his eyes, his aura underwent a drastic change. Previously, he had merely been on the Sir God level. Now he had reached Emperor God realm. I have reached the second stage of Chaotic Supreme. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, and he was filled with excitement. One should know that it had not been long since he had stepped foot onto the seventh step of inverse cultivation. According to ordinary cultivation, he would at least need tens of thousands of years, or even longer, before he could get to the second stage. However, he only spent 30 years in the golden prohibition before he broke through. This was the opportunity. It could also be described as Jian Wushuang's luck. When Jian Wushuang had reached the second stage of the Chaotic Supreme, his overall power had naturally increased tremendously. First of all, his divine body had been enhanced. Then it was followed by his divine power. From the first stage to the second stage, it was a transformation in quality in terms of his divine power. Judging from the strength of his divine power, it was stronger by a few times. Most importantly, the intensity of his divine power had grown. The divine power in the second stage was much more abundant than in the first stage. Such abundant divine power represented that his defense ability had increased again. If he was the first stage, he could reorganize his divine body 4 times. Then, as his divine body enhanced again, it would be much more difficult to reorganize his power. But his divine power could support him in reorganizing his divine body by 7 or even 8 times. It was even more ridiculous. It was even more terrifying. However, my ancient tribe bloodline didn't improve along with this breakthrough, Jian Wushuang muttered. In between his eyebrows, there were only 8 ancient tribe stars. Jian Wushuang could do nothing about it. Regardless, his power continued to increase tremendously. Before this, I was only in the first stage. Relying on the pure divine power that I enhanced via the first volume of immemorial celestial body I cultivated, in addition to my ancient tribe bloodline power, my power had already far beyond any ordinary great emperor. When I fight head-on, even when I was up against the beast-like, bald man from 3 Emperor World, Lingzong, he was only just my match. Now that my divine power has increased again, in terms of power and strength, there shouldn't be any great emperor from 3 Emperors World who can compare to me favorably. Even if I met the bald man, he couldn't suppress me in terms of strength. Jian Wushuang beamed with joy. From the first stage to the second stage, his fighting power had transformed in terms of quality. He was absolutely the top among all great emperors. Besides Emperor Bai, there was no one in Sanctuary Alliance who could be his match. Not only was he strong, but his defensive ability was terrifyingly strong. He was almost invincible. If he had to state a flaw of his, it would only be that his comprehension of doctrine was slightly lower. Jian Wushuang was content to have reached such a level in a short time. Jian Wushuang let out a breath of relief and took out a token. The token was naturally Emperor Zhou Qiao's. Emperor Zhou Qiao. Jian Wushuang finally sent a message to Emperor Zhou Qiao. On a remote mountain in Imperial City far away, there was a cave dwelling that had recently been opened. Abysmal Saint Master, and Emperor Jiu Qiao had been hiding in the cave dwelling for the past 30 years. When Jian Wushuang sent a message, Emperor Jiu Qiao immediately received it. Sword Emperor. It's a message from Sword Emperor. Emperor Jiu Qiao, who was reclining leisurely, instantly stood up. His eyes were beaming with joy. What? Abysmal Saint Master was instantly shaken too. He looked at Emperor Jiu Qiao and asked, Jiu Qiao, what did you say just now? It's Sword Emperor. Emperor Jiu Qiao was excited. He sent a message. How is this possible? Abysmal Saint Master looked at him in disbelief. Didn't Jian Wushuang die 30 years ago? In such a situation, he should have been dead. There was absolutely no chance of survival. Why has he suddenly sent a message after 30 years? Hurry up and ask him, Abysmal Saint Master said. Emperor Jiu Qiao immediately took out a token and asked closely, Sword Emperor, is it really you? You didn't die? Of course, I am living well. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. How could it be? How did you escape from such a situation? Emperor Jiu Qiao asked in disbelief. I didn't escape. I am still in Imperial Peak, and I am in the Golden Whirlpool. I used a unique way to fool the great emperors from 3 emperor worlds into thinking that I am dead. As a detailed reason, I could only explain that it is related to a unique ability I have as an inverse cultivator, Jian Wushuang answered. I see. Emperor Jiu Qiao nodded. He knew that inverse cultivators were scary and they had an extra unique ability in every step. However, he didn't know what ability the 7th step in inverse cultivation had. Regardless, the unique ability that the 7th step in inverse cultivation had seemed to have rescued Jian Wushuang. That's awesome. It's great that you survived. Emperor Jiu Qiao and Abysmal Saint Master were filled with excitement. Then, Emperor Jiu Qiao asked, How about Ji Luo? How is she? Great Emperor Ji Luo passed away. I saw her die with my own eyes. She performed the secret skill of Star Palace and Soul Ignition to fight for more time for me, Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. Although Great Emperor Ji Luo wasn't a close friend per se, the 4 of them were comrades in arms that had been through life and death situations. The final decision that Great Emperor Ji Luo had made at the last moment of her life had earned Jian Wushuang's respect. There was no doubt that Great Emperor Ji Luo was a hero that had died for eternal chaotic world. Chapter 2040 3 Double Agent. Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiu Qiao became quiet when they heard Jian Wushuang's reply, but they weren't surprised. Jian Wushuang had survived because of his unique ability as an inverse cultivator. On the other hand, Great Emperor Ji Luo didn't have the ability. Regardless, it is great news that you survived. I have to report to Sanctuary Alliance about this, Emperor Jiu Qiao said. Don't be in a hurry, Jian Wushuang cut him off. Why? Emperor Jiu Qiao was confused. Don't spread the news about me being alive. Only you and Abysmal Saint Master know about this, Jian Wushuang said. Sword Emperor, you mean? Emperor Jiu Qiao was initially stunned, but he quickly responded. Abysmal Saint Master squinted his eyes and said, Jian Wushuang, you mean that there is a double agent from Holocaust Sect or Acheron Palace in Sanctuary Alliance? Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. Didn't you suspect this? Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiu Qiao looked distressed. As great emperors, they had to be intelligent. Before, Jian Wushuang had pointed it out, they had had the suspicion. One should know that they were well prepared 30 years ago. They had found the correct time to take action, and Jian Wushuang's disguise had been perfect all the time. In a normal situation, it would have been impossible for the great emperors in 3 Emperor World to know that Jian Wushuang had been into Imperial Peak, let alone the fact that they'd set up a trap for Jian Wushuang to be in. In actual fact, not only had the great emperors from 3 Emperors World known that they were in Imperial Peak long ago, but they had also been certain that they would take action during the doctrine propagation ceremony. Not long after they'd arrived in 3 Emperors World, there had been 6 great emperors that found and besieged them. They were almost certain that they had been tracked by the experts in 3 emperors' world all the time. How were they tracked? Naturally, there was people who had shared their information. Our mission isn't publicized in Sanctuary Alliance. Only the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance know. In other words, could there be a double agent among the great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance? Abysmal Saint Master creased his eyebrows. Any great emperor expert would be one of the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance. If there was a double agent among the great emperors, the person was well hidden. He was very skilled. We still can't determine if there was a double agent among the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance. But to be safe, we will not share our action plan. Emperor Jiu Qiao, if you doorport in, you can only tell Emperor by that I am alive, Jian Wushuang exhorted. I understand. Emperor Jiu Qiao nodded. Among the great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance, Emperor by definitely couldn't be a double agent. There was no doubt about it. Because if Emperor Bai was a double agent, Eternal Chaotic World didn't stand a chance to survive. As for the others, anyone was possible, including Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiu Qiao. Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiu Qiao gave their all after they entered 3 Emperors' world, and Jian Wushuang had witnessed their effort with his own eyes. Although the possibility of one of them being a double agent was extremely low, Jian Wushuang wouldn't send them any message immediately after he reorganized his divine body, just to be safe. After all, if either Emperor Jiu Qiao or Abysmal Saint Master was a double agent, they would immediately inform the great emperors in 3 Emperors' world. By then, Jian Wushuang would definitely be doomed. After his power increased tremendously and he was confident enough to deal with all possible outcomes, he would then send a message to Emperor Jiu Qiao. In the lofty palace in the void near the dark millstone in Eternal Chaotic World. As expected, he didn't die. Emperor Bai sat there when he received a message from Emperor Jiu Qiao's doppelganger. His eyes beamed with joy, but he wasn't too surprised. He had already been wondering if Jian Wushuang had really died 30 years ago. Now it seemed that he really hadn't. Mr. Emperor Bai, Sword Emperor requested me to share a message with you. He wants you to not share the news that he is alive with the others. Besides, he is preparing to take action against the Emperor Supreme Rock again, and he has already drawn up a plan. However, he would need Emperor Bai to give full cooperation. Emperor Jiu Qiao's doppelganger sent a message and shared Jian Wushuang's plan briefly. Emperor Bai heard and nodded. The plan is great. Not only could he escape, but he could also certify whether there is any double agent among the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance. However, there is a prerequisite for the plan, which is for him to walk out of Imperial Peak alive. Jiu Qiao, you tell him that I will fully collaborate with him, but he has to be extremely careful. Yes, Emperor Jiu Qiao nodded. In the huge golden whirlpool in Imperial Peak, Jian Wushuang received Emperor Bai's reply through Emperor Jiu Qiao. Then he prepared to take action. He let out a breath. Then his gaze fixed upon the golden prohibition in front of him. The golden prohibition was a great opportunity for him. In only 30 years' time, he had broken through and reached the 2nd stage via the golden prohibition. If he continued to stay in the golden prohibition, his divine body could continue to improve and he could reach the peak of the 2nd stage. He might even reach the 3rd stage, which was the ultimate stage in the 7th step of inverse cultivation. However, the time required for him to reach the 3rd stage would be too long. He had spent 30 years to get from the 1st stage to the 2nd stage. However, it would take at least 300 years to get from the 2nd stage to the 3rd stage, or even longer than that. Although a few hundred years, or even a few thousand years, didn't mean much to him. He could afford to wait, but Eternal Chaotic World couldn't. One should know that the dark millstone swept over and crushed everything over the years. Holy kingdoms vanished one after another. If the dark millstone continued to revolve for another 300 years, it would definitely reach a terrifying level. By then, when Jian Wushuang would destroy the Emperor Supreme Rock, and eternal chaotic world would be about to be destroyed then as well. Hence, he couldn't wait any longer. He had to take action immediately to stop the Dark Millstone. The Golden Prohibition was the pivotal role to obtain the pure energy from the Emperor Supreme Rock. Destroy it first, Jian Wushuang muttered, and Blood Mountain, sword appeared in his hand. There was a bolt of sword intention that soared up from Jian Wushuang's body. At the same time, his divine power, which was a few times stronger than 30 years ago, soared too. Jian Wushuang strengthened his grip and swung with his Blood Mountain sword, a move like strong wind, with the momentum of rainstorm. It was the move that focused on power the most from Sword Principal Xian Luo, Blast Rainstorm. A terrifying sword light suddenly appeared in the middle of the golden whirlpool. Then it instantly slashed at the golden whirlpool brutally. The power of the Golden Prohibition was extraordinary. The Golden Prohibition could resist any ordinary Great Emperor attack. But then, just as Jian Wushuang struck crash, the Golden Prohibition was broken into two from the middle. Chapter 2044 Demolish. The Golden Prohibition shattered. The originally organized Golden Whirlpool lost its balance and stirred up a great commotion. Rumble. The entire huge Golden Whirlpool quivered vigorously. The ocean of pure energy instantly turned into a terrifying energy storm and swept out. There was a sudden explosion of energy storm. It absolutely could tear an Emperor God into pieces at the first instance. Even an expert of Great Emperor level who had a weaker divine body would be severely injured by the sudden howl of energy storm. However, Jian Wushuang could stand strong in the middle of the energy storm. During the war 30 years ago, I attacked the Golden Whirlpool for so long, and the energy storm that I stirred up wasn't this strong. As expected, the Golden Prohibition is the pivotal element of the surrounding Great Formation. Jian Wushuang smiled. The Golden Prohibition shattered, and the entire Golden Whirlpool collapsed. However, Jian Wushuang's gaze was fixed upon the mountain-sized Emperor Supreme Rock in front of him. The Emperor Supreme Rock was at the root of everything. The Golden Prohibition, the Golden Whirlpool. Even the Dark Millstone was powered by the Emperor Supreme Rock as the source of their energy. Then, even though Jian Wushuang had destroyed the Golden Prohibition and the Golden Whirlpool, the experts in Three Emperors' world could still have a way to recover them as long as the Emperor Supreme Rock was still there. Without the guidance of the Golden Prohibition, I wonder if I could refine the Emperor Supreme Rock directly. There was an idea that popped up in Jian Wushuang's head, and he immediately gave it a try. Just as he was trying his best to refine the Emperor Supreme Rock, there was a great commotion in Imperial Peak. The three great emperors in the palace above the Golden Whirlpool stood guard at the Golden Whirlpool all year round. They were naturally the first to notice the drastic change in the Golden Whirlpool. However, when the three great emperors came back to reality, the Golden Whirlpool had already begun to collapse. Shit! What happened? How could this happen? The three great emperors were shocked. They had been in the void above the Golden Whirlpool, and they had been watching the Golden Whirlpool. A few moments ago, the Golden Whirlpool had still been at peace. Then the Golden Whirlpool had collapsed? Look, the red-head elder shouted as he pointed at the middle of the Golden Whirlpool, where the huge Emperor Supreme Rock was. They could faintly see a human figure there. D***MN. The three of their faces grew grave, and they immediately charged to the collapsing Golden Whirlpool. Besides, there were figures soaring in Imperial Cabinet located at the highest point in Imperial Peak. The figures included the beast-like bald man, Ling Zong, who Jian Wushuang was familiar with, the tall and sturdy middle-aged man that was not any weaker than Ling Zong, and also the other 8 great emperors. They noticed the drastic change in the Golden Whirlpool. How could it be? Let's go. Let's rush over. The great emperors looked distressed, and they rushed to the Golden Whirlpool at their fastest possible speed. As for the cultivators in early stage and middle stage chaotic realm in Imperial Peak, they were astonished too. In the collapsing Golden Whirlpool, it was replaced with a terrifying energy storm. In the middle of the storm, Jian Wushuang was trying to refine the Emperor's supreme rock. However, he gave up after a short while. This is too huge. The Emperor's supreme rock is too huge. The pure energy it contains is ridiculously strong. With my power, I could refine it, but it would require a very long time. I would need at least 10,000 years. On top of that, the Emperor's supreme rock is quite unique. I can't take it away if I didn't refine it. Jian Wushuang let out a sigh, but he looked like he had already made a decision. If I can't refine and absorb it, I will have to forcefully destroy it. Jian Wushuang raised his sword up high in the sky. There was a supreme sword intention of an emperor's sword that gradually swept out. Among all sword principles that Jian Wushuang mastered, the strongest in terms of power was still King's sword principle. However, King's sword principle required time for power accumulation, as his opponent hardly gave him any time during close body combat. Sword principle Shenluo would be a better one to perform, but now no one could stop him. Hence, Jian Wushuang naturally performed King sword principle. Besides, Jian Wushuang knew how sturdy the Emperor's supreme rock was long ago. Jian Wushuang had once performed Blast Rainstorm on Emperor Supreme Rock, but he hadn't left any mark on it. Although his power had improved tremendously, it would still be unrealistic if he wanted to completely destroy Emperor Supreme Rock with King's sword principle. Hence, when he performed the sword principle, there was a bolt of mysterious yet fierce power that filled the air. The power as the power of star. Jian Wushuang was performing his greatest trump card, the secret skill of Star Palace. It wasn't easy to perform the secret skill. Jian Wushuang would definitely not perform it unless it was at a crucial time. At this point, he couldn't think so much because he had to destroy the Emperor's supreme rock completely. There was a terrifying sword shadow that substantiated in the void from nowhere. The sword shadow was like the Emperor's sword. It was as though billions of heads would fall on the ground with one stroke. The power was enough to shake an ordinary great emperor. However, the terrifying sword shadow's power had increased by 1,000 times under the effect of the third volume in the secret skill of Star Palace. It was already enough to shake an ordinary great emperor to begin with. Now its power increased had by 1,000-fold. What had happened? Just how powerful was the stroke? There was no doubt that the power of the stroke exceeded a great emperor's capability. Even Emperor Bai, who was widely known as the strongest one in Eternal Chaotic World, would find it hard to achieve such a level when he performed his strongest hit. The great emperors from 3 Emperors' World who were rushing to the middle of the Golden Whirlpool were dumbfounded when they looked up at the sword shadow. Even the strongest Ling Zong and the tall and sturdy middle-aged man stood dumbfounded at the sight, because they realized that the stroke wasn't something that the great emperors could achieve. The stroke hit the 100 Zhongtao, mountain-like Emperor Supreme Rock without any hindrance, the so-called Holy Crystal. The sword light hit the Holy Crystal and a terrifying power exploded. Rumble. Even a great emperor's full hit couldn't shake the mountain-like Emperor Supreme Rock, but it was quivering vigorously under the sword light. There was a vigorous, quivered then. Crack, crack. There were soft cracking noises, and all the cultivators in 3 Emperors' World stared with eyes wide opened. The cracks on the Emperor Supreme Rock became visible, and the cracks became wider. In the end, the Emperor Supreme Rock shattered. Emperor Supreme Rock shattered. Chapter 2045 Anger. Shatter. When the top experts from 3 Emperors' World, who were rushing over, saw the scene where the Emperor Supreme Rock had shattered, their eyes were wide open. Some of the great emperors even stood there dumbfounded. Emperor Supreme Rock. That was the holy crystal that the 3 Emperors' World worshipped. Over the years, it had been towering within the Golden Whirlpool. It could be said that everything in 3 Emperors' World relied on the Emperor Supreme Rock. But then, the Emperor Supreme Rock had shattered? No. The beast-like bald man, Ling Zong, let out a hysterical roar. His eyes were filled with boundless murderous intention, and he looked at the figure located in the depths of the golden whirlpool. Coincidentally, the figure turned around to look at Ling Zong and the others who were there. Their gazes met. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "Everyone in Three Emperors' world, long time no see. How have you been?" When the great emperors from Three Emperors' world saw Jian Wushuang, they were instantly stunned. Jian Wushuang. It's him. How could it be possible? Impossible. He died. We killed him. He died right in front of us. How could he be alive? There was one hysterical bellow after another. The great emperors couldn't believe what they were seeing. They had seen Jian Wushuang's divine body collapse with their own eyes, and he was dead. But then, Jian Wushuang didn't die? Not only did he not die, but he has been hiding in the golden whirlpool. Now he has even destroyed the golden whirlpool and the holy crystal. D****. After astonishment, everyone was raging with anger. Anger. The way the great emperors from Three Emperors' world looked at Jian Wushuang showed their murderous intention. They wanted to tear Jian Wushuang apart. D****. Die. After a loud scream, the three great emperors who were guarding the golden whirlpool plunged towards Jian Wushuang under the lead of the red-headed elder. They were the closest to Jian Wushuang. Naturally, they were the first to take action. As for Ling Zong and the others, they had yet to reach the scene. Looking at the three great emperors charging at him, Jian Wushuang lifted the corners of his lips and formed a cold smirk. Blood Mountain's sword in his hand drew a unique arc in the void in front of him. The shrill, cold sword light appeared in front of the three great emperors almost instantly. The stroke that Jian Wushuang performed was the move that focused on speed the most in Xian Luo sword principle, turn monstrous at one thought. As it was a move that focused on speed the most, it was traveling forward with a terrifying power then. Clang! 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 There were three clangs, and the three great emperors who were charging at Jian Wushuang suddenly stopped. Then they even took a few steps back. Yes, with one stroke, the three great emperors were beaten off. How is this possible? The three of them looked up in astonishment. Jian Wushuang continued to smile. Then his figure went illusionary, and he wielded his sword again. Then Jian Wushuang performed the most powerful move in Xian Luo sword principle, blast rainstorm. It was a move like strong wind with the momentum of rainstorm. As Jian Wushuang performed it with divine power, the power became even more ridiculously powerful. Let's fight against him at the same time. The red-headed elder immediately roared with a flash of terror in his eyes. The three great emperors were experienced. They naturally could tell how powerful Jian Wushuang's stroke was. Hence, they immediately took action together to block. The three of them joined forces to resist Jian Wushuang's stroke. But in the end, humph! The three of them let out a muffled humph at the same time, and they flew backward from the impact. Besides the red-headed elder, the other two had blood flowing out of the corners of their lips. He is so powerful. The red-headed elder was astonished. However, when Jian Wushuang performed the sword principle to attack the three of them, his other hand, which had been left idle, casually slapped in the direction in which the three of them had retreated. The slap immediately brought about a terrifying handprint that seemed to contain boundless reincarnation. It was the reincarnation palm that Jian Wushuang comprehended. The palm covered the void where the three of them were. The three great emperors couldn't dodge at all. The universe became silent and the entire void cracked. The three great emperors that were engulfed by the reincarnation palm turned into flowing light and burst out. As they burst out, their faces grew pale and their auras were obviously much weaker than before. In merely 2 breaths of time, the three great emperors who had besieged Jian Wushuang were severely injured. Just then, Ling Zong and the others rushed over at their top speeds from Imperial Cabinet arrived. Jian Wushuang. Ling Zong stared, and his face distorted. He was just like a raging lion. He roared and charged to the front. He instantly turned into a huge beast and pounced at Jian Wushuang. Just as he approached Jian Wushuang, he clenched his battle axe with both his hands. Virum, the color of the universe, changed. There was a huge, dark, terrifying axe shadow that appeared in the void above. It was slashing at Jian Wushuang. When the axe shadow descended, it broke the universe apart and it became yin and yang. Jian Wushuang was right below the terrifying axe shadow. He lifted his head and took a look at the descending axe shadow. Then he smiled faintly. We shall see if your axe skill is great or if my sword principle is stronger by a notch. Jian Wushuang said and wielded his sword. A resplendent sword shadow suddenly lit up. Xian Luo sword principle, the one that focused on power the most. Blast rainstorm. The same sword principle performed by the same person. However, the difference was that Jian Wushuang had let his divine power and his ancient tribe bloodline power pour out to his limit. His power and strength, which were above any ordinary great emperors, exploded. Bang! There was a loud bang. Both parties collided in the void. Then, a huge space-time black hole spread open mercilessly. In an instant, it swallowed the surrounding universe. The surrounding void drowned within. In the middle of the space-time black hole, there was a figure that staggered and retreated. He took more than a dozen steps back, and every single step was 10,000 li apart. He finally stopped with great effort. This person was the beast like a bald man, Ling Zong. Ling Zong looked at his quivering battle axe after he steadied himself. He was greatly astonished. He couldn't believe everything that had happened. He went all out to compete for power against Jian Wushuang and had lost? Had retreated from one stroke of Jian Wushuang's attack. How was this possible? This be asterisk starred. Ling Zong stared at Jian Wushuang. In his head, he recalled the 2 times when Head came across Jian Wushuang. Chapter 2046 vented anger. Ever since Jian Wushuang had come to Three Emperors' world, Ling Zong had met him thrice. The first time, there were 6 great emperors that had besieged Jian Wushuang in Silver-Winged God Mansion. Then, Jian Wushuang's power was merely at ordinary great emperor level. He didn't care about Jian Wushuang. At most, Jian Wushuang was only scary in terms of his defense power. Hence, the 6 great emperors besieged him but could do nothing to him. The second time was 30 years back. During the war, Jian Wushuang had once fought against him. Jian Wushuang was his match then. Now it was the 3rd time Head fought against Jian Wushuang. They fought head-on again, and he went all out. However, he was beaten back by Jian Wushuang with 1 stroke. What's going on? If he hadn't known about Jian Wushuang's background and situation, he would have suspected Jian Wushuang had been hiding his true power since the beginning. In merely tens of years of time, one who only had ordinary great emperor power that he didn't care about had advanced by leaps and bounds to beyond his power. I thought you were amazing. But from what it seems now, you're SOSO. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly at Ling Zong. Ling Zong was triggered and spat. Let's fight against him all together. I don't believe that we can't kill him. Then Long Zong attacked again. At the same time, the great emperors around him charged at Jian Wushuang with billowing murderous intention, including the 3 great emperors, who were severely injured by Jian Wushuang. Hence, the scene where 13 great emperors joined forces to besiege one person 30 years ago reappeared. The person who was besieged was still Jian Wushuang. However, 30 years had passed. Jian Wushuang was no longer the person had been before. Naturally, the situation was different. Haha, come on. During the last fight, we didn't fight a hearty battle. This time, I shall play with all of you heartily. Jian Wushuang laughed as he was emboldened. Compared to 30 years ago, his divine body had improved tremendously, and the same applied to his divine power. If it was said that there were 13 great emperors who had joined forces to besiege him back then, and it would take them a while to possibly kill him. He might not even have been killed if the 13 great emperors joined forces to besiege him for 3 days and 3 nights straight. On top of that, Jian Wushuang's current power was on an entirely different level. Whoop! 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 Jian Wushuang continuously wielded Blood Mountain's sword on the battlefield with billowing force. The sword principle that he performed had 4 moves. It was the 4 moves in Xian Luo sword principle. However, the 4 moves were like one. It was simply perfect. The 13 great emperor performed various powerful attacks. Jian Wushuang would block it if he could. If he couldn't, he would resist it by using his divine body directly. The sword principle that he performed was shocking. Be careful! Don't fight head-on with him. He is too powerful. This be * starred. I am a great emperor, and I was severely injured by one stroke of his when I fought him head-on. He is every more powerful than Ling Zong. Hurry up and dodge! There were angry roars and shrill screams on the battlefield. The ones who made the noises were naturally the 13 great emperors from 3 emperors' world. They fought with their all. They besieged Jian Wushuang, just like they had done 30 years ago. However, they had realized that the situation was entirely different from 30 years ago. 30 years ago, Jian Wushuang was suppressed. He was only on the defensive and taking hits. He had survived for so long only because of his defensive power. But then, although he was still suppressed, Jian Wushuang had the power to counterattack. Every time he fought back, the sword principle was ridiculously powerful. Besides Ling Zong and the tall and sturdy middle-aged man who could barely block it, the other great emperors would be severely injured if they were to take the hit alone. Hence, from the beginning of the fight until then, it was less than 10 breaths' time. But there were 2 people who were severely injured among the 13 great emperors. Their fighting power was badly damaged. On the contrary, Jian Wushuang was still perfectly intact, and he was energetic. His fighting power was terrifying too. The great emperors began to panic. In the void far from the battlefield, the cultivators in early and middle stage chaotic realm on Imperial Peak were astonished by the fight. They were watching the battle in disbelief. Isn't that the person who was killed by the great emperors back then? Yeah, it's him. He intentionally disguised himself as an ordinary cultivator in early stage chaotic realm and entered Imperial Peak back then. But he died 30 years back. Now, not only is he not dead, but he has also become stronger. He is ridiculously powerful. The 13 great emperors in Peak chaotic realm joined forces, but couldn't capture him. On top of that, they were injured by him in such a short time span. His power... Many of them gasped in admiration. Among the crowd, the most astonished person was Lin Tianhao. He looked at Jian Wushuang, who was invincible like a demon, and he shivered in fear. Monster! This Shou is simply a monster, Lin Tianhao muttered. In the middle of the battlefield, bang! Jian Wushuang's sword that brought about boundless power slashed at a great emperor's divine weapon again. The great emperor's body quivered, and he spat a mouthful of blood. Then he quickly fell down. Another great emperor was severely injured by Jian Wushuang again. Haha, such a hearty fight. Jian Wushuang's hysterical laughter spread. In the 2 previous fights, I was suppressed and hit. I felt so aggrieved. Now I can finally teach you a lesson and vent my anger. Jian Wushuang felt great. It was true that he had been dogged by these great emperors, relying on his advantage of having near immortality during the last 2 fights. In other words, he was plainly being hit. He had been full of misery during the last 2 fights. He naturally felt aggrieved. However, he wasn't powerful enough. He had no choice but to be beaten up. Now it was different. During the fight, although he was still mainly taking hits, at least he could counterattack. On top of that, he had injured a few of them. If it continued, he wouldn't die, and the great emperors in front of him would be injured by him one by one. To be able to do that, Jian Wushuang considered taking revenge. I vented my anger and taught you a lesson. I shall not fool around with you any more." Jian Wushuang sneered. He suddenly plunged to the front. "Want to leave?" The surrounding great emperors instantly responded when they saw Jian Wushuang's actions. "Stop him. We absolutely can't let him escape," Ling Zong roared. The great emperors from Three Emperors' world looked glum and charged at Jian Wushuang madly. Jian Wushuang smirked in disdain at the sight. 30 years ago you could have stopped me, but now no one can stop me if I want to leave. Chapter 2047 Take Action. Personally, I want to leave and no one can stop me, Jian Wushuang said with absolute confidence. His confidence wasn't only because his current power could make him fearless under the besiegement of the 13 great emperors, but more importantly, because the Emperor Supreme Rock had shattered. Not only was the Emperor Supreme Rock the source of energy that drove the Dark Millstone, it was also the main factor of the great formations surrounding Imperial Peak and Imperial City. Once the Emperor Supreme Rock shattered, the great formation in Imperial Peak and Imperial City would simply be nothing. Without the surrounding great formation, the 13 great emperors wanted him to stay? That was simply a joke. Go away! Jian Wushuang let out an angry roar. His voice contained boundless power as though the universe was angry. There were originally 4 great emperors in front of him. However, when they saw that Jian Wushuang had filled the air with terrifying sword intention, they pounced forward. Step back! Hurry up and retreat! The 4 great emperors retreated without hesitation. Even when 4 great emperors joined forces, they wouldn't have the courage to stop Jian Wushuang. Rubbish! Ling Zong, who was following Jian Wushuang, saw it and he cursed. However, he was sure that even if the 4 great emperors were to block Jian Wushuang, they would only be beaten back by Jian Wushuang in an instant. Jian Wushuang was raging with anger. He plunged out of Imperial City directly. The 13 great emperors followed Jian Wushuang, but they were merely following him. After a short while, Jian Wushuang escaped from Imperial Peak and left Imperial City. He continued to plunge into the boundless, vast region in Three Emperors' world. The 13 great emperors could do nothing about him. Ling Zong, the tall and sturdy middle-aged man flying alongside with Ling Zong, looked distressed. Jian Wushuang is much stronger than 30 years ago. We can't stop him. Report to the higher-ups. Ling Zong's body quivered. His eyebrows were tightly knitted. Even though he was unwilling to yield, he knew that whatever the tall and sturdy middle-aged man said was true. Report then. Ling Zong sighed and took out a token to send a message. In the dark void, the 3 overlords sat there. Then, the 3 of their faces grew grave. They were in the Dark Millstone. The 3 of them were controlling the Dark Millstone. But as the Emperor Supreme Rock shattered and the Dark Millstone lost its energy source, it completely stopped. If they couldn't find another huge Emperor Supreme Rock, they wouldn't make the Dark Millstone move again. Jian Wushuang didn't die. The brawny Demon King let out an earth-shaking roar. He stared and said, "That bunch of rubbish! What did they do 30 years ago? Didn't they say that they killed Jian Wushuang? Why is he still living well right now? He even broke the Emperor Supreme Rock. He destroyed the Emperor Supreme Rock, and he left Imperial Peak and Imperial City openly? Ling Zong and the other 12 in Peak Chaotic Realm couldn't stop him, but they have to get help from us? Rubbish! A bunch of rubbish!" Demon King cursed and roared. The blurry blood man next to him gave out a chilly aura. "We put in so much time and effort in building the Dark Millstone, but Jian Wushuang ruined it. Our hard word is in vain. Jian Wushuang deserves to die." Demon King and the blurry blood man harbored great hatred against Jian Wushuang. Only Lung Ruksha's eyes were twinkling with a different emotion. She kept quiet for a while before she spoke. As it already happened, it's too late for us to complain. Let's think about what we should do next. As the Dark Millstone stopped, Sanctuary Alliance will definitely take action. We'd better get ready. Demon King nodded in agreement, and he calmed down. How about this? The two of you stay here and deal with Sanctuary Alliance. As for Jian Wushuang, I'll take care of him personally. I'd like to see how powerful is this Jian Suhuang. Why, the 13 great emperors from 3 emperors' world could do nothing about him. Then Demon King didn't care about Lung Rushue and the blurry blood man's respond, but plunged to 3 emperors' world immediately. The blurry blood man didn't bother much, but Lung Ruksha's eyes dilated in shock. She originally intended to fight against Jian Wushuang, but Demon King took the initiative and went ahead. She naturally didn't speak. Jian Wushuang, oh Jian Wushuang, you didn't 30 years ago under that kind of situation. You are impressive. It seems like I really belittled you. Lung Rushue muttered, but she smirked in a malicious smile. 3 Emperors' world was in complete chaos. In the palace in the nearby void around the dark millstone, the great emperors who were the higher-ups of Sanctuary Alliance gathered there. Emperor Bai was naturally the leader. The great emperors from Sanctuary Alliance were gathered by Emperor Bai in a sudden. Most of them attended in their consciousness incarnation. Then, all of them looked confused, as they didn't know why Emperor Bai suddenly gathered them. When everyone was there, Emperor Bai spoke and looked around. I have something to tell all of you. The Emperor Supreme rock shattered. The dark millstone stopped. What? A tossed stone raised 1,000 ripples. The surrounding great emperors looked astonished. Ever since 30 years ago, when they found out that the 4 members' troop that they sent fell into the enemy's trap, and both Jian Wushuang and Great Emperor Ji Luo died, they didn't have any hope about destroying the Emperor Supreme Rock. On the contrary, they focused all their effort on gathering experts and bringing the powerful ones in eternal chaotic world. However, they had yet to fully prepare after 30 years, but Emperor Bai told them that the Emperor Supreme Rock was shattered and the dark millstone had stopped. They were in disbelief at first when they heard the news, but they finally confirmed when they checked the dark millstone. The dark millstone isn't moving anymore. It really stopped. It really stopped. The great emperors were thrilled in happiness. Some even shed tears of joy. The dark millstone was a really big threat against eternal chaotic world. If it continued to spin, the entire eternal chaotic world would vanish into thin air, and it wouldn't take long for it to happen. Hence, they had been very anxious, and they had been thinking of ways for the dark millstone to stop. They already put in a lot of hard work to make it happen. Then, when they found out that the dark millstone finally stopped, how could they not feel surprised? Of course, they were also confused when they were surprised. Chapter 2048 Demon King Chinyu. Mr. Emperor Bai, what's going on? Yes, who destroyed the Emperor Supreme Rock? Who would be so capable as to be able to destroy the Emperor Supreme Rock in 3 Emperors' world's lair? The confused and curious gazes fixed upon Emperor Bai. The one who destroyed the Emperor Supreme Rock was Jian Wushuang. Emperor Bai replied, Jian Wushuang? How is that possible? Didn't Jian Wushuang die? How could he destroy the Emperor Supreme Rock? He didn't die. The great emperors were shocked, and they expressed their disbelief. Emperor Bai explained, Jian Wushuang didn't die. As for the reason and process, it is inconvenient for me to tell you. In short, Jian Wushuang destroyed the Emperor Supreme Rock, and the dark millstone stopped because of that. Jian Wushuang is in the 3 Emperors' world, and he is being chased after by a large bunch of experts from 3 Emperors' world. Hence, Sanctuary Alliance has to send experts and to take him on immediately. Sword Emperor destroyed the Emperor Supreme Rock. In short, he saved the entire eternal chaotic world. Now that he is being chased after, we, of course, have to go and get him. Ancestor Tianchen was the first to reply. It's an obligation we won't shirk. We have to bring Jian Wushuang back. The other great emperors stood up one after another. Although some of the great emperors had borne grudges against Jian Wushuang before, they would cast their personal resentment aside before their enemies. Jian Wushuang had performed extraordinary deeds. As he was in danger, they, of course, had to go all out to save him. I already got in touch with Jian Wushuang through Emperor Zhou Qiao's doppelganger. He will come to this region at his fastest speed. Emperor Bai waved, and a huge constellation map appeared in the void in front of them. Emperor Zhou Qiao drew the constellation map. It was the result of Emperor Zhou Qiao being in hiding in the Three Emperors world for 30 years. All god mansions and regions in Three Emperors world were recorded on the constellation map. Emperor Bai pointed at the region called Bronze Heart. The Bronze Heart region was located at the border of Three Emperors world. Then, the dark millstone stopped, and the surrounding great formation had already stopped spinning. The higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance could barge into Three Emperors world directly. They could pierce the outer layer of the pavilion and reached Bronze Heart region easily. Depart immediately. Rush there at your fastest speed, Emperor Bai commanded. Understood. The surrounding great emperors nodded simultaneously. Mr. Emperor Bai, how about you? Are you going personally? Red Dragon King suddenly looked at Emperor Bai. I have a more important task to do, Emperor Bai replied. The great emperors didn't pursue further. Then the original body of all great emperors gathered at their fastest speeds. Then they departed to Three Emperors' world. Emperor Bai watched the great emperors leave, and his eyes were glistening in a strange way. In Three Emperors' world, Jian Wushuang rushed out of Imperial City and continued to plunge forward. He had been flying for more than half a day, and he had passed many regions. Sword Emperor! Emperor Bai told me to inform you that everything is going according to plan. Emperor Zhou Qiao sent a message over. Great! Jian Wushuang smiled, and he looked behind him. The total of 13 great emperors were following Ling Zong and the tall and sturdy middle-aged man's lead, continuing to chase after him closely. These guys are so persistent. Jian Wushuang smiled. The 13 great emperors wouldn't be a threat to him. However, Jian Wushuang knew that the 13 great emperors definitely had another purpose in following behind him when they knew they could do nothing about him. As expected, just as Jian Wushuang crossed into another region, dong, 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 there were heavy footsteps from the void in front. The footsteps were obviously from someone stomping on the void and rushing over. The power of every single step was extremely powerful. Jian Wushuang immediately lifted his head and realized that there was a 2-meter-tall brawny man with bronze skin that appeared at the end of his sight. The brawny man was muscular and had a mustache and beard. His hair was all over the place, too. He looked just like a savage man. As the savage man plunged over from the void in front, every footstep shattered boundless void below his feet. There was a terrifying rage that spread from him. Even Jian Wushuang was shocked when he felt the rage approaching him. This person. Jian Wushuang stared at the savage man who was getting closer. His gut feeling told him that the person in front of him was very scary. He was far scarier than the 13 great emperors behind him combined. However, the 13 great emperors behind Jian Wushuang were thrilled when they saw him. It's Demon King. Mr. Demon King has come. Haha, Mr. Demon came personally. Jian Wushuang will be dead. Mr. Demon King, how long has it been since we've seen him descend personally? The great emperors looked at the savage man with boundless enthusiasm and worship. The same applied to Ling Zong. Are you Jian Wushuang? The savage man spoke in a loud and bright voice. He stopped right in front of Jian Wushuang and looked down at Jian Wushuang with his cold gaze. His boundless might pressed onto Jian Wushuang at the first instant. Who are you? Jian Wushuang's face was solemn as he stared at the savage man in front. I am Qinyu. You can also call me Demon King Qinyu, the savage man said coldly. Jian Wushuang, I have heard things about you. I have to admit that you are truly a top genius. I'm afraid there aren't many who have greater talent than you from the era I'm from. But it's a pity that you and I are not on the same side. So I can only let you die. Demon King Chen, yes, voice reverberated through the universe. As Demon King Chen Yu spoke, he moved. There was a great distance to get to Jian Wushuang, but Demon King took a huge stride and he appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. At the same time, he clenched his hand and a huge fist instantly broke the air. It brought about a boundless demonic cloud and broke everything in front of Jian Wushuang. Then it slashed at Jian Wushuang's face. So fast! There was a flash of shock in Jian Wushuang's eyes, but he instantly recovered. Humph! Jian Wushuang humphed coldly and wielded his sword. There was a unique sword intention that soared up. Then Jian Wushuang turned into a huge whirlpool that swallowed everything. Xian Luo sword principle, mixed elements spirit. Bang! There was a loud bang. The huge fist collided with Jian Wushuang's sword light brutally. A terrifying power suddenly exploded. Chapter 2049 Demon King's Power. At the very moment when both parties collided, Jian Wushuang could distinctly feel an unprecedented power pounding at him madly. Even if Jian Wushuang performed mixed element spirit with his all, he wouldn't be able to resist the power. There would still be parts of the power that would transmit to Jian Wushuang's divine body through his hands. Jian Wushuang's divine power was extremely fierce, but he had suffered some damage. Although his divine body had instantly recovered with the operation of divine power, Demon King Chen Yu's punch did cause damage to his divine body. On top of that, Demon King Chen Yu's fist didn't hit his body, but merely collided with his sword principle. The impact injured his divine body. Such power would absolutely be a notch stronger than when Jian Wushuang exploded his full power. It seems that I belittled Three Emperors' World. The Three Emperors' World has even scarier great emperors. Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold. His figure quivered. He stood steadily in the void. Then he suddenly turned illusionary. He was just like a spirit. Jian Wushuang appeared next to Demon King Chen Yu, and there was a sharp gleam from Blood Mountain's sword. The chilly gleam surged, and there was a drop of blood faintly condensing on the tip of the blade. Xian Luo sword principle, the move that focused on instant explosion and piercing. The name of the move was Extreme Blood. Such a joke! Demon King Chen Yu smirked in disdain. Then he waved, and a large dark cloud came over. The cold sword light that Jian Wushuang had performed was smashed by a large demonic region before it appeared before Demon King Chen Yu. The power was diminished tremendously, and in the end, the entire stroke shattered. To be able to take a punch of mine head-on, not too shabby. But in the end, you still have to die. Demon King Chen, yes, demonic power was impressive. Just as he spoke, his originally 2-meter-tall figure suddenly increased and became 10 zhang tall. His skin turned into an ancient bronze color, and he had a total of 8 arms that extended outwards. The 8 arms were holding various weapons. There was a broadsword, a huge club, a bronze mirror, a large seal, in between Demon King Chen Yu's eyebrows. The third eye suddenly opened, and it was hanging vertically. There was a crimson glow to it, and it could charm anyone. Die! Demon King Chen Yu roared, and his 8 arms moved at the same time. He instantly came before Jian Wushuang, and the various divine weapons swept down. The broadsword tainted the surrounding void with blood, and the broadsword continuously magnified and covered the sky. It formed overlapping sword shadows, and they instantly slashed. The black club was brutal. It turned into a bolt of black lightning and suddenly struck. The bronze mirror gave out a purple ray of light. The purple light contained an extermination aura, and it charged at Jian Wushuang. The seal was originally an ordinary seal. As the yellowish-brown power filled the air, the seal turned into a huge mountain and crushed down on Jian Wushuang. The 8 various divine weapons in Demon King Chen Yu's hands were performing different tricks. Their powers were all terrifying. Looking at the intense attack, Jian Wushuang was shocked but not fearful. Virum! Jian Wushuang's divine body grew tremendously too. Then he had 9 heads and 18 arms that popped up instantly. All 18 arms were holding swords. Come on! He roared. Jian Wushuang and Demon King Qin fought fiercely. Even though Jian Wushuang had 18 arms and his opponent only had 8, so he looked like he had the upper hand. But in actual fact, the 18 arms increased Jian Wushuang power to a limit. However, Demon King Qin, yes, was different. His 8 arms wielded various types of divine weapons and could perform the power of the divine weapon flawlessly and fiercely. Bang! 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 There were continuous loud bangs, and the entire universe was in a divine power storm. There was a terrifying power and aura that constantly spread, which caused the 13 great emperors who were watching near the battlefield to be fearful. There was no doubt that Jian Wushuang's power was beyond Ling Zong's or any one of the 13 great emperors. Then Demon King Qinyu, who was fighting against him, was even scarier. He was one of the 3 emperors that 3 emperors worshipped. Huh! There was another roar. On the battlefield, Jian Wushuang looked solemn. This person, he is so powerful. He is at least a dozen times stronger than Ling Zong. He is much stronger than me too. I am suppressed when I fight against him. Jian Wushuang was in disbelief. After he had broken through and gotten to the second stage, his power had increased tremendously. Even when the 13 great emperors joined forces, he could be fearless and he could even injure them. With his power, he thought that besides Emperor by Emperor 13 and those ancient old monsters who were in a deep sleep and yet to wake up, there couldn't be anyone who could be his match in an eternal chaotic world. However, Demon King Qinyu before him was stronger than him, much stronger than him. There's such a powerful expert in 3 emperors' world. Jian Wushuang muttered, and he had already thought of retreating. He knew that his power wasn't as strong as his opponent's, and there were 13 great emperors waiting at the side. Jian Wushuang wouldn't continue to fight against Demon King Qin stupidly. There was a billowing divine power with an ancient tribe bloodline power that exploded from Jian Wushuang. Behind Jian Wushuang, there were lofty ancient tribe shadows. There seemed to be more than 100 or 1,000 shadows. Ancient god, unique skill, universal laws. Die! Jian Wushuang slapped, and reincarnation palm flew forward. The ancient god shadows behind him followed his actions and slapped their palms forward. Every palm contained boundless power. The palms moved to bury Demon King Qinyu simultaneously. As for Jian Wushuang, he retreated as the universal laws performed. Go away! Demon King Qin's power increased, and the 8 arms waved continuously to shatter the palms moving toward him. At the same time, he saw Jian Wushuang retreating. You can't escape! Demon King Qinyu was soaring with murderous intention. Just as he roared, one of his 8 arms clenched a jade ruler. The jade ruler merged with the universe, and there was yellow sand that instantly swept out. The boundless sand swept out in madness. It instantly formed a huge yellow sand prison that covered the universe. It naturally covered Jian Wushuang too. Chapter 2050 Yellow Sand Realm. Demon King Qinyu is pretty impressive. Jian Wushuang's face grew glum as he looked at the surrounding yellow sand realm. He could feel how sturdy the yellow sand realm was. Within the yellow sand realm, an ordinary great emperor or even a great emperor that was on Ling Zong level might not stand a chance to escape. However, Jian Wushuang was different. You want to make me stay with that kind of trick? You're dreaming. Jian Wushuang roared. He waved his 18 arms at the same time and slashed at the yellow sand realm. It was a round of brutal hits. The fierce sword lights slashed at the yellow sand realm, and it began to quiver vigorously. However, it wasn't damaged. Jian Wushuang didn't give up, but instantly began his second round of attacks. Boy, die! Just as Jian Wushuang attacked the yellow sand realm crazily, Demon King Qinyu appeared behind him, and there was a fierce attack that instantly descended. Jian Wushuang had no choice but to block Demon King's attack while he figured out a way to break the yellow sand realm. Their fight was extremely fierce. Outside the yellow sand realm, Lingzong and the other 13 great emperors were watching. They could see the huge yellow sand realm in front of them. However, they didn't know what was happening within the yellow sand realm. They couldn't see with their naked eyes, nor could they probe with their soul power. They could only hear the terrifying roars and clanging noises from the yellow sand realm that struck fear into them. The roaring continued for dozens of breaths of time. Finally, there was another loud bang. There was a huge hole that tore open on the yellow sand realm. Jian Wushuang plunged out of the hole and leaped. Demon King Qin Yu looked angry, and he reigned back yellow sand realm as Jade ruler. He went to pursue Jian Wushuang again. As Demon King Qin Yu was chasing after him, he commanded, "Immediately arrange for people to set up in front to stop Jian Wushuang. Otherwise, we'll likely lose him." Demon King Qin Yu was offended when he gave that command. He was taking care of Jian Wushuang personally. Since he was Jian Wushuang personally, he was determined to win. However, after the vigorous fight in the yellow sand realm, Demon King Qin Yu wouldn't be able to kill Jian Wushuang by himself. "This boy's defense is too strong." Demon King Qin Yu clenched his hands, and he was still thinking of the scene that had happened in the yellow sand realm. In the yellow sand realm, Jian Wushuang was fighting with him while he was thinking of a way to break the yellow sand realm in the beginning. But not long after, Jian Wushuang seemed to see how sturdy the yellow sand realm was, and he knew that he would need a long time to break the realm if he continued to fight. Hence, he made an insane decision, which was to ignore Demon King Qin Yu's attack. He didn't bother about Demon King Qin Yu's brutal attacks and let them hit his divine body. Jian Wushuang focused on the yellow sand realm directly. After a few rounds of attack, he finally broke a hole in the yellow sand realm. As he was trying to break into the yellow sand realm, he took almost 100 of Demon King Qin Yu's attacks. Based on Demon King Qin Yu's terrifying power, if one hit of his were to land on the divine body of an ordinary great emperor, those who had weaker defense powers would have been dead. Even those who were stronger wouldn't survive after 2 to 3 hits. However, Jian Wushuang had taken almost 100 of Demon King Qin Yu's hits. Just how insane was his defense power? With Jian Wushuang's defense power, as long as he wasn't stupid enough to fight vigorously with Demon King Qin Yu, he could totally escape. Hence, Demon King Qin Yu commanded the great emperors in 3 emperors' world to stop Jian Wushuang at the front. As long as they trapped Jian Wushuang and left him no chance to escape, no matter how powerful his defensive power was, he would reach his limit. By then, it would be Jian Wushuang's death. Jian Wushuang looked like he was still at his peak, and his aura wasn't weakened at all. On top of that, his running speed was equally shocking, but he looked extremely solemn. Demon King Qin Yu's attack power is so strong, Jian Wushuang muttered. He couldn't help but steal a glance at Demon King Qin Yu behind him. After he reached the second stage, his divine power had increased tremendously again. In addition to 5 gem armor, his defense power was terrifyingly powerful. If it was an ordinary great emperor or an extremely powerful great emperor, like Lingzong, who hit him, it would just feel like a scratch. He wouldn't care much about it. Even if there were 100 attacks, he could be at ease. However, Demon King Qin Yu's 100 attacks in the yellow sand region severely injured his divine body. Although his severely injured divine body could be quickly recovered with his divine power, Jian Wushuang's divine power had expanded tremendously. During the time in the yellow sand realm, Jian Wushuang's divine power had gone by 30%. If a similar situation were to happen a few more times, he was afraid that he couldn't take it. However, luckily, he escaped from the yellow sand realm. Then Demon King Qin Yu was only following behind him. Even if he caught up with him, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Now, I only need to figure out a way to get to the border of 3 Emperors' world and meet up with the experts of Sanctuary Alliance, Jian Wushuang muttered, and there was a strange gleam twinkling in his eyes. He plunged at a high speed. Judging from his travel direction, he was obviously charging at Bronze Heart Region. Bronze Heart Region was a region closest to the border in Three Emperors World. Emperor Bai commanded the great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance to rush to Bronze Heart region to meet with Jian Wushuang. Then, in the vast void in Bronze Heart region, there was a total of 7 figures standing side by side. The 7 people's auras were fierce. They were all great emperors, and they weren't great emperors from Sanctuary Alliance, but from Three Emperors World. The 7 great emperors from Three Emperors World floated solemnly as they looked at the sky afar. They were obviously for something. They were naturally waiting for Jian Wushuang's arrival. However, Jian Wushuang was still quite far away from Bronze Heart region. Even the great emperors from Sanctuary Alliance had just departed not long ago. They probably had yet to pass through the outer layer of the dark millstone to enter Three Emperor World, let alone to get to Jian Wushuang in Bronze Heart region. However, Three Emperors World had assigned a total of 7 great emperors to wait there, the 7 of them who knew battle formations. Chapter 2051 Pick up. If I'm not mistaken, Jian Wushuang will arrive in Bronze Heart region in no time. By then, the 7 of us will apply battle formation and join forces with Mr. Demon King to hem him in. Then kill him, a lady in a white robe who stood among the 7 great emperors said coldly. The battle formation that the 7 of us will form is best at trapping people. As long as Jian Wushuang comes to Bronze Heart region, no doubt he will die. Yes, he will die, the other few great emperors said. They were obviously confident about their battle formation. They were waiting patiently too. The time continued to fly past. In the vast void in Three Emperors World, Jian Wushuang continued to plunge forward. The direction in which he was flying led to Bronze Heart region. Demon King Qinyu and the other great emperors saw, and they continued to follow closely behind him. Demon King Qinyu smirked in his heart when he saw the direction Jian Wushuang was plunging in. Jian Wushuang, even though you have impressive skills, your final outcome is death. You can't escape Three Emperors World. Demon King Qinyu knew that there were 7 great emperors waiting at Bronze Heart region. When Jian Wushuang got there, he would work together with the formation of the 7 great emperors to take down Jian Wushuang. That was the plan in his head. However, just as Jian Wushuang passed another region, there were less than 3 regions to reach the Bronze Heart region. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang suddenly plunged in another direction. He flew towards another void. What? Demon King Qinyu suddenly grew glum. From what he saw, Jian Wushuang should have continued to rush to the Bronze Heart region. He definitely has to go there. Emperor Bai in Sanctuary Alliance had already commanded the experts in Sanctuary Alliance to pick Jian Wushuang up from Bronze Heart region. Emperor Bai gave a command, and the great emperor in Sanctuary Alliance had already departed. They were really rushing to Bronze Heart region. Of course, Jian Wushuang has to go there too. Did he do that to confuse me? Demon King Qinyu creased his eyebrows and said, it was merely his suspicion, but it was a feasible suspicion. Jian Wushuang's following actions cleared up his suspicion entirely, because after Jian Wushuang passed through another region, he continued to plunge to a region further away from Bronze Heart region. D***MN. This boy didn't intend to go to the Bronze Heart region at all. Demon King Qinyu instantly roared in anger. At the same time, he sent a message to question him. What's going on? Didn't you say the great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance are going to pick him up from Bronze Heart region? Why doesn't this boy look like he is going to Bronze Heart region? However, on the other side of the communication token, the reply was simple and straightforward. He said that it was really Emperor Bai's command and the great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance were reaching Bronze Heart region. In other words, Emperor Bai's command was true, and the fact that great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance were going to pick up Jian Wushuang was true also. However, Jian Wushuang going to Bronze Heart region was fake. **T. Demon King Qin's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly understood. This boy never intended to head to Bronze Heart region. Emperor Bai sent the great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance to Bronze Heart region to confuse us. They definitely found out that our spy is among the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance. Hence, they beat us at our own game. They used our spy to give us a piece of false information. D****. We were fooled. Demon King Qin, yes, face grew grave. There was no doubt that they had been schemed against by Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai. Jian Wushuang had never thought of going to Bronze Heart region. He had been running in the direction of the Bronze Heart region because he was pretending. Now, Jian Wushuang had already stepped foot in the border region of Three Emperors' world. In this region, there were two figures waiting for Jian Wushuang. The two people were Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Zhou Qiao. The two of them who stood in the void saw Jian Wushuang appear at the end of their sights, and they looked thrilled. Haha, Jian Wushuang! Sword Emperor! The two great emperors immediately greeted Jian Wushuang. Abysmal Saint Master, Emperor Zhou Qiao, long time no see. Jian Wushuang laughed heartily, and the three of them quickly gathered. Jian Wushuang also stopped running away. As he was there, it was not necessary for him to escape anymore. Demon King Qin, yes, demonic, might spread, and he appeared not far from Jian Wushuang, and he stopped too. Then, the total of 13 great emperors who had followed the lead of Lingzong. They followed behind, since Imperial Peak. Demon King Qinyu and the 13 green emperors were staring at Jian Wushuang. It was as though they were going to eat Jian Wushuang alive. Jian Wushuang, you are really skillful. Since you escaped Imperial City, you have been running in the direction to Bronze Heart region. You intentionally made us think that you were running to Bronze Heart region, but in the end you came to this region? Demon King Qin, yes, voice was cold. Humph, I knew the movements of Sanctuary Alliance so well. Why would I run to Bronze Heart region and fall into your trap again? Jian Wushuang sneered. Demon King Qinyu, you must think I'm stupid. But I am certain that there's really a double agent among the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance because of this. Demon King Qin, yes, face grew grave, but he wasn't surprised. Jian Wushuang did it on purpose. He had obviously made use of the double agent. You are not stupid, but you are too proud of yourself. You should have left Three Emperors' world without hesitation, but you stopped. You gave me another chance to kill you. Demon King Qin, yes, gaze was cold, and the jade ruler in his hand shined with a bright light again. The jade ruler was one of his very impressive treasures. It could turn into a sturdy yellow sand realm. However, as the yellow sand realm had been broken once, it would need some time to be repaired and used again. Now, after another round of chasing, the yellow sand realm had been repaired. He could totally perform it again. Hence, he naturally had another chance to kill Jian Wushuang. However, Jian Wushuang flashed a malicious smile when he heard what Demon King Qinyu said. Demon King Qinyu, I think you misunderstood something. Now, the person who should run isn't me. It should be you. Demon King Qinyu was stunned. The next moment, at the end of the void, there was a figure in a gray robe that appeared and was slowly walking over. He had white hair and white eyes. Even his skin was terrifyingly fair. He was a man, but his beautiful face would put all the women in Eternal Chaotic World to shame. His charming appearance with his fair skin made him look aloof. However, his arrival made Demon King Qin's eyes dilate in shock. Emperor Bai. Chapter 2052 Emperor Bai came. The person who was walking over was Emperor Bai. He walked over leisurely, and his footsteps were slow. However, his footsteps in the void were ringing like a heavy drum roll in Demon King Qin's and the other great emperors' heads. 1 step, 2 steps, Demon King Qin, you looked unprecedentedly solemn. Emperor Bai was a legend in Eternal Chaotic World. He was also widely known as the strongest one. In the beginning, Demon King Qin, you had even turned his nose up at Emperor Bai, because he had never fought with Emperor Bai, had never thought he would be weaker than Emperor Bai. Not long ago, he had heard from Lung Rushue that Emperor Bai had injured Lord Fin badly. Hence, he couldn't help but have scruples. Now, Emperor Bai had appeared before him. Mr. Emperor Bai. Jian Wushuang, Abysmal Saint Master, Emperor Jiu Qiao bowed to Emperor Bai. They weren't surprised by Emperor Bai's arrival because it was originally within Jian Wushuang's plan. Jian Wushuang wanted Emperor Bai to command the great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance to pick him up from Bronze Heart region so that it would mislead the experts in Three Emperors world. At the same time, Emperor Bai had to come to this region himself. Emperor Bai was the person who was truly taking Jian Wushuang. Emperor Bai nodded, but his eyes were fixed upon Demon King Chinyu. Such demonic might. You should be the one from Acheron Palace, Demon King Chinyu. Am I right? You know me? Demon King Chinyu stared at Emperor Bai. Of course. Emperor Bai smiled faintly. I know all three experts that were left back then. Among the three of you, only Lord Fin fought with me. You will be second. I wonder how your power is compared to Lord Fin. There's only one way to find out. Demon King Chinyu was outraged. He moved and took the initiative to pounce on Emperor Bai. On the way, the divine weapons in his 8 arms suddenly swept out fiercely. His terrifying might reached its limit. Emperor Bai remained composed at the sight. However, there was a huge golden shadow that soared up behind him immediately. The golden shadow was a golden emperor. He was 99,000 zhang tall and 3,000 zhang broad. His golden eyes looked smug. He looked down as though everything living thing in the universe should yield to him. Emperor Bai fought too. His slender arms instantly raised his fists. Then there was a condensation of explosive power. Open. A word was uttered. The golden shadow that was 99 zhang tall behind Emperor Bai clenched its right hand too and condensed boundless force. As Emperor Bai punched, rumble. The void in front immediately shattered. It swept away everything. It was as though nothing, not even the universe and the space-time, could take the punch. The terrifying punch collided with the 8 divine powers that Demon King Chinyu wielded. Bang! There was suddenly a loud bang that spread. In the middle of the battlefield, the crimson broadsword that tainted the universe red fell to the side. The originally fierce club flew to the side. The huge mountain that was transformed by the seal cracked from the middle and collapsed. Every divine weapon that brought about powerful attacks dissolved under the punch. Even Demon King Chinyu himself took a few steps back. But then Emperor Bai, standing in front of the 99 zhang tall golden shadow, took a stride forward. As he took the stride, rumble. The surrounding space-time pressed at Demon King Chinyu. Demon King Chinyu was only fighting against Emperor Bai alone. However, he felt like he was fighting against the entire universe. There was a large amount of golden light that burst out and formed a golden ocean of divine power. In the golden ocean of divine power, Emperor Bai attacked continuously. Bang! 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 There were loud bangs, and every single one would strike fear in any great emperors. It constantly resounded from the core of the golden ocean of divine power. Jian Wushuang stood outside the golden ocean of divine power, but even he could feel the billowing movement. He couldn't help but feel astonished. However, the battle only took place for a short while. Swoosh! There was a figure that burst out from the golden ocean of divine power. The figure belonged to Demon King Chinyu. The difference from before was that Demon King Chinyu looked pale now. He had 8 arms, but 2 of them were broken. His aura was obviously much weaker than before too. Humph! A cold humph reverberated in the universe. The golden ocean of divine power slowly dispersed, and the scene within was slowly exposed. Emperor Bai stood there perfectly intact. The 99,000 zhang tall shadow was still there. His aura grew even more terrifying. However, he looked at Demon King Chinyu in anger and disappointment. Demon King Chinyu, at first I thought that if you were one of the 3 who survived, you should be on par with Lord Fin. Even if you are not much stronger than Lord Fin, you shouldn't be much weaker. However, the facts show otherwise. You are far behind Lord Fin. Emperor Bai's cold roar reverberated through the universe. When I fought Lord Fin, at least I had to take out all I had to defeat him or to even severely injure him. But you don't even make me go all out. Go away! Emperor Bai waved, and the wave contained boundless might. Demon King Qin, you stood there. He heard Emperor Bai's remark, and his face was red and white from embarrassment and anger. The fire in him ignited too. However, no matter how angry he felt, he knew that he wasn't Emperor Bai's match. Hence, he would merely be humiliating himself if he were to continue the fight. Emperor Bai, I lost today, but don't be too happy about it. In no time, I will take revenge. When I do, I will bury you along with eternal chaotic world. Demon King Chinyu bellowed and turned and plunged into the far-off void without turning back. Even Demon King Chinyu was suppressed, and he could only leave. Why would the 13 great emperors, who could do nothing to Jian Wushuang, stay back? They immediately left too. In the vast void, there was only Emperor Bai, Jian Wushuang, Abysmal Saint Master, and Emperor Jiu Qiao. Emperor Bai watched Demon King Chinyu as he left, but there was a strange light shimmering in his eyes. He muttered, "The 3 experts that survived, I fought with Lord Fin, and Demon King Chinyu fought with me. Both of them lost to me. There is only Kaiser Blood who is the strongest. Kaiser Blood, I wonder when he'll get a chance to fight with him. I hope that his power is stronger than Lord Fen's and Demon King Chinyas. Had better not disappoint me." Chapter 2053 left 3 Emperors' World. Demon King Chinyu and the others left. Jian Wushuang's danger naturally was resolved. Then, the 4 of them plunged out of 3 Emperors' World. In eternal chaotic world, in the vast, dark void, the dark millstone that was a few times bigger than a holy kingdom in size had already stopped spinning. In an unnoticeable corner of the dark millstone, there were few figures that pushed through layers of prohibitions and came out. Haha, we're out. We are finally out. Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiu Qiao looked at the surrounding dark void, and they looked overjoyed. Jian Wushuang was filled with excitement too. Over the years, they had been wandering in 3 Emperors' World. In 3 Emperors' World's land, they had to be cautious and alert at all times. Any careless mistake, and they would be doomed forever. They had finally returned to the eternal chaotic world. As they returned, they were the masters, and they could finally relax. The Emperor Supreme Rock was destroyed, and the dark millstone has been stopped entirely. Our mission was a complete success, Abysmal Saint Master said in surprise. Thanks to Sword Emperor. If it wasn't him, the few of us might not even have been able to destroy the Emperor Supreme Rock. Emperor Jiu Qiao smiled. Jian Wushuang shrugged and let out a breath of relief. It's a pity that Ji Luo won't be able to walk out of 3 Emperors' World with us. Otherwise, our mission could have been considered perfect. Hearing Great Emperor Ji Luo's name, Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiu Qiao became quiet. Among the 4-member expert troupe, the 3 of them had survived, but Great Emperor Ji Luo would forever stay in 3 Emperors' World. Ji Luo died for Sanctuary Alliance. Sanctuary Alliance and also the entire eternal chaotic world won't forget about her, Emperor Bai said. Jian Wushuang, Abysmal Saint Master, and Emperor Jiu Qiao nodded. This aside, Mr. Emperor Bai, how's the situation at Bronze Heart region? Jian Wushuang asked. Just as we thought, 3 Emperors' World has sent experts to wait for your arrival there. Earlier, they fought with our great emperors from Sanctuary Alliance, but I sent them a message asking them to return not long after they started fighting. I reckon they will leave 3 Emperors' World soon too, Emperor Bai smiled. The dark millstone stopped spinning and the great formation collapsed. Hence, the messages could go to and fro in the eternal chaotic world and 3 Emperors' World without any hindrance. It was unnecessary to rely on Emperor Jiu Qiao's doppelganger to send a message anymore. It's really working as such. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes with a tinge of coldness. Jian Wushuang, your plan was wonderful. Not only did you escape from Three Emperors' world, you also verified something for Sanctuary Alliance. That is that our enemy's spy is among the higher-ups of Sanctuary Alliance, Emperor Bai said. However, although we know that there's a spy, it is hard to determine who the spy is exactly. Emperor Bai asked in a deep voice, Jian Wushuang, Abysmal, Jiu Qiao, who do you think is suspicious? Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiu Qiao exchanged a glance, then both shook their heads. There's a total of 13 great emperors. There are 14, including Jian Wushuang. Putting the 4 of us aside for now, there are 10 other great emperors, and the spy is hidden among the 10 of them. As long as they didn't give themselves away, I don't think it'll be easy for us to determine, Abysmal Saint Master said. That's true. At least I won't be able to gauge who the spy is. As for a suspect, I don't have anyone in mind either, Emperor Jiu Qiao said. Needless to say, among the 14 great emperors, it was impossible for Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai to be spies. Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiu Qiao had known of the plan beforehand, while Three Emperors' world fell right into Jian Wushuang's trap. Hence, the 2 of them naturally weren't suspects. They could eliminate the 4 of them, but there were still 10 great emperors left. Among the 10 great emperors, Red Dragon, Tianqin, Zisu, Colored Glaze. I feel like none of them are. Abysmal Saint Master creased his eyebrows. He obviously couldn't think of anyone suspicious. But then, Jian Wushuang was in deep thought. Suddenly he spoke. Well, I suspect someone. Who? The 3 of them immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. Great Emperor Zisu, Jian Wushuang said. Zisu. Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiu Qiao creased their eyebrows. Great Emperor Zisu was an extremely ancient great emperor in Sanctuary Alliance. He never questioned any worldly affairs. Plus, his temperament and reputation was good too. Could he be a spy? Jian Wushuang, tell us your reason, Emperor Bai said. I am not certain that Great Emperor Zisu is a spy, but I find him suspicious. I have 2 reasons. Firstly, real god Wu Bai's death. Jian Wushuang said. Wu Bai. They looked surprised at the answer. I know about real god Wu Bai. Although he is an inverse cultivator, his talent and comprehension level are ordinary, Abysmal Saint Master said. Yes, real god Wu Bai's talent and comprehension level are SOO. However, due to the fact that he is an inverse cultivator, if he were to really step foot in the 7th step of inverse cultivation, he would also possess the fighting power of a great emperor. He would even stand a chance to become a top great emperors, equal to you, Abysmal Saint Master, Jian Wushuang said. However, he only reached the 6th step before he died. The person who killed him was Demon Heart, Kingdom Monarch, which is widely known. However, when my power reached a certain level and I went to kill Demon Heart, Kingdom Monarch, to take revenge on behalf of real god Wu Bai, Demon Heart, Kingdom Monarch, said that the reason he killed real god Wu Bai was that Great Emperor Zisu had commanded him to behind his back. Judging from the situation then, I don't think he was lying. The 3 of them were surprised to hear the story. Great Emperor Zisu had commanded Demon Heart, Kingdom Monarch, to kill real god Wu Bai. From what they knew, real god Wu Bai had never come across Great Emperor Zisu, let alone had dealings with him. On top of that, even if real god Wu Bai had really offended Great Emperor Zisu, he could totally have killed him directly. There was no need to go through the trouble of getting Demon Heart, Kingdom Monarch, to kill real god Wu Bai on his behalf. He had even told Demon Heart, Kingdom Monarch, to be tight-lipped. There must be a reason behind it. Jian Wushuang, what you mean is that Great Emperor Zisu was worried that real god Wu Bai might step foot onto the 7th step of inverse cultivation and become one of the great emperor fighting powers of Sanctuary Alliance. Hence Zisu killed him in secret? Emperor by guessed. That is the only possibility, Jian Wushuang said. That's possible, Abysmal Saint Master suddenly said. Mr. Emperor by Sword Emperor, speaking of Zisu, I do find him strange. Oh, Jian Wushuang and Emperor by looked at Abysmal Saint Master. Sword Emperor, you know this best. Back when you had yet to step foot in the 7th step of inverse cultivation, there were some great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance, including myself, that didn't wish to see you grow. I even found ways to kill you then. Abysmal Saint Master took a glance at Jian Wushuang solemnly. Chapter 2050 for the Suspect. 2050 for the Suspect. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and looked at Abysmal Saint Master strangely. He had shared resentment with Abysmal Saint Master before. Abysmal Saint Master had looked for an opportunity to kill him back then. However, after a trip to 3 Emperors' World, their resentment had naturally been resolved. Now, both parties held no grudges. They could even be considered great friends. Jian Wushuang understood Abysmal Saint Master. Although he was jealous, he wasn't one that acted hastily. Abysmal Saint Master paused and continued. I wanted to kill you, Sword Emperor. However, my intention was frank. All the great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance knew that I didn't want to see you grow and be above me. I wasn't hiding anything. However, Zisu was different. Before the danger of eternal chaotic world was revealed, before I really took action against you, Zisu once revealed his intention to kill you when he was talking to me. In our conversation, now that I think back, there was a tinge of incitement in his speech. Incitement? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Great Emperor Shizu wanted to kill him and had incited Abysmal Saint Master to come after him? However, Great Emperor Zisu behaved rather gently and humbly when Head met Jian Wushuang. He didn't reveal anything different. Besides Abysmal Saint Master, the other great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance couldn't have known that Great Emperor Zisu had wanted to kill him. From what I know, Zisu is laid back and gentle. He never questions the affairs in Sanctuary Alliance. He almost never takes the initiative to offend anyone, but he killed real God Wu Bei in secret and wanted to kill you, Jian Wushuang. Forget about the fact that both real God Wu Bei and you are only real gods and had never once offended him. On top of that, both of you are inverse cultivators. Now that's interesting, Emperor Bai muttered, and his voice was cold. Of course, with that alone, we can't be certain that Zisu is a spy. It is most likely he isn't as broad-minded as we thought he was, Abysmal Saint Master said. That's true, Jian Wushuang nodded. However, I have another reason that led me to suspect him. Abysmal Saint Master, do you remember Great Emperor Colored Glaze invited you and Great Emperor Zisu to join forces to come to Green Fire World? Of course I do. I thought we were going to win for sure. We never thought that you would be so powerful and that you would have another mysterious expert who assisted you too, Abysmal Saint Master said. The mysterious expert is Lord Spirit Sound. We go way back, Jian Wushuang smiled. Back then, Lord Spirit Sound suppressed Great Emperor Zisu. However, after the battle ended, she told me that Great Emperor Zisu had intentionally held his power back. What? Abysmal Saint Master looked in shock. Zisu has been hiding his power? Emperor Bai creased his eyebrows too. Jian Wushuang's eyes contained a chilly gleam. After Lord Spirit Sound fought with Great Emperor Zisu, she had told him to be careful of Great Emperor Zisu because she could tell that Great Emperor Zisu wasn't as simple as he looked. One should know that the power that Great Emperor Zisu had put on display had already gotten him the 5th place on Eternal Chaotic World's Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. He was already so powerful when he held back his power. Just how strong would he be if he were to put his full power on display? It seems that Great Emperor Zisu was really not as simple as we imagined him to be, Emperor Bai said in a low voice. Although he always saw Great Emperor Zisu, he had never fought with him. Hence, he couldn't tell if he was hiding his power. However, Lord Spirit Sound was an expert from ancient times, and she was powerful. Plus, she had fought with Great Emperor Su head-on. She definitely wouldn't come to that conclusion out of nowhere. With the two reasons and what Abysmal Saint Master said earlier, I believe that Great Emperor Su is the biggest suspect, Jian Wushuang said. Of course, he had only said suspect. He couldn't be sure. After all, he didn't have any evidence. As long as we have a suspect, we can slowly investigate. When we return to Sanctuary Alliance, I will investigate it personally, Emperor Bai said. Jian Wushuang and the other two great emperors nodded heavily. Oh yeah, one more thing. Jian Wushuang spoke again. Many years back, when I was still in the 6th step of inverse cultivation, I once went to Emperor Sword Sect when Lineage of Star was in a dangerous situation because of the news about Star Palace Master's passing. When I was on my way back, I came across a mysterious expert who tried to assassinate me. The mysterious expert was extremely strong. I believe he wasn't much weaker than Underworld God, who was in the 1st place among Emperor Gods. Plus, he had a move that exploded the fighting power of a great emperor. Back then, it was a great threat to me. Even now, I don't know who the mysterious expert was, nor do I know who sent him. However, one thing I am sure about is that he absolutely wasn't an expert from Akron Palace, because Akron Palace once attempted to assassinate me and I knew their methods. If they wanted to assassinate me, they absolutely wouldn't only send him alone. They would plan meticulously. Emperor Bai heard and nodded faintly. The expert who tried to assassinate you, I will investigate him personally as well. Holocaust Sect and Akron Palace have been in the dark in Eternal Chaotic World for so many years. They finally took action, and they are definitely well prepared. Over the years, they shouldn't have only placed 1 or 2 of their men in Sanctuary Alliance. As the Dark Millstone stopped, we of Sanctuary Alliance don't have to be in a hurry to fight them. During this time, as we prepare for war, let's find out everything. Emperor Bai's eyes were gleaming. He was obviously angry. Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Zhou Qiao saw and nodded faintly. Sanctuary Alliance and Eternal Chaotic World had been at peace for too long. In peace, there was definitely hidden decay. There were spies that the enemy had placed, and it was time to root them out. As the 4 of them chatted, they returned to the buildings in the surrounding dark. Not long after the 4 of them returned, the great emperors that Emperor Bai commanded to get Jian Wushuang from Bronze Heart region returned too. These great emperors had gone and taken a trip to Bronze Heart region. However, they didn't see Jian Wushuang, but had met some experts from 3 Emperors' World. Both parties had fought, but it led to neither victory nor defeat. Emperor Bai had sent them a message, and they'd left in time. On their way back, these great emperors were still confused, as they had yet to find out the cause and effect. However, there was one person who understood. The person was naturally Great Emperor Su. He looked rather at ease, but he was in distress. It seems that Emperor Bai has already realized that there is a spy among the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance. But I wonder if he will suspect me. Chapter 2055 70% winning chance. 2055 70% winning chance. After the great emperors returned to Sanctuary Alliance, they immediately received the news about Jian Wushuang's return. The great emperors were naturally surprised. Although some of them had noticed something fishy, they didn't say much. Then, Emperor Bai hosted a victory banquet at the surrounding of the Dark Millstone. The 4-member experts troupe that was sent into 3 Emperors' World had destroyed the Emperor Supreme Rock, and the Dark Millstone had stopped spinning. It could be described as destroying the sword above the head of countless cultivators in Eternal Chaotic World. With such a great contribution, they, of course, deserved a celebration. The banquet was extremely grand, and some Emperor gods participated too. During the banquet, many experts, including those great emperors, toasted Jian Wushuang. Even great Emperor Colored Glaze and Yan Zun, who had once held grudges against Jian Wushuang, were sincerely celebrating with him. As for Abysmal Saint Master and Emperor Jiu. They contributed a lot too. They were well respected. After some drinking, everyone, Emperor Bai suddenly stood up and looked at all the great emperors and emperor gods. The biggest hero who stopped the Dark Millstone is Jian Wushuang. Secondly, it was great Emperor Ji Luo who passed away. Then, Abysmal and Jiu Qiao. Come, everyone, let's raise our glasses to the four of them. Everyone at the scene raised their glasses. Jian Wushuang stood up too. Then he said in a deep voice, "To great Emperor Ji Luo, to Sanctuary Alliance, to Eternal Chaotic World. To great Emperor Ji Luo, to Sanctuary Alliance, to Eternal Chaotic World." All the experts repeated the words and drank the wine in their hands. After they drank the last glass of wine, Emperor Bai said, "Although the Dark Millstone has stopped, Eternal Chaotic World's danger has never been removed. Holocaust Sect and Akron Palace are still there, as well as the Three Emperors World with countless experts. As they have already exposed themselves, they will definitely fight Eternal Chaotic World until the very end. This war is inevitable. After today's banquet, everyone please get ready soon. The final war between Eternal Chaotic World and Three Emperors World will be here soon. Go ahead." Emperor Bai waved, and everyone at the banquet was dismissed. After the banquet ended, various sects and experts continued to prepare. However, as the Dark Millstone had stopped, the preparation wasn't as pressing as before. On the other hand, Emperor Bai started investigating the matter about the double agent in Sanctuary Alliance. The person that he focused on in his investigation was Great Emperor Zisu. Of course, his investigation was done in secret. Besides the few of them, no one else had any idea. Three Emperors World, in the boundless dark void. Lung Rushue, Demon King Chinyu, and the blurry blood man known as Kaiser Blood, the three of them gathered again. Years of hard work. To prepare this Dark Millstone, all of us paid a great price and prepared for so many years. In the end, it was all destroyed in a day. Kaiser Blood's voice was cold with boundless anger. Demon King Chin, you was naturally furious too, that was normal. The Dark Millstone was what they had intentionally prepared to wipe out all experts in Eternal Chaotic World. It was absolutely their killer move. The moment they'd sent out their killer move, they could have made Eternal Chaotic World vanish without much effort. For that, they had paid too great of a price and put in too great of an effort. They'd taken years to prepare, just for that one day. In the end, because of Jian Wushuang, their preparation had been in vain. Of course, they could only blame themselves for belittling their enemy. At first, they'd thought that the Emperor Supreme Rock was guarded by many great emperors in Imperial Peak, and it would be perfectly safe. In addition, the Emperor Supreme Rock was sturdy itself. Without a certain level of power, it couldn't be cracked. Hence, they hadn't cared much about the four members experts troop to begin with. But they'd never expected that Jian Wushuang's power as an inverse cultivator could be so outrageous. After Head performed the secret skill of Star Palace, Head exploded a power that had exceeded the power of a great emperor and destroyed the Emperor Supreme Rock. Hence, it had led to such an outcome. It's already happened. It's too late to regret it. Rather we first think about what we should do next. Lung Rushue, who had been sitting the whole time, suddenly spoke. What to do? What can we do? Demon King Chinyu roared, and his eyes were simmering with anger. Even without the Dark Millstone, with the forces of Akron Palace, Holocaust Sect, and Three Emperors World combined, we can fight head-on with Eternal Chaotic World too. On top of that, Akron Palace is already immersed in the forces in Eternal Chaotic World. Our chances of winning are at least over 70%. If so, what are we afraid of? Let's fight head-on. Lung Rushue creased her eyebrows, then she looked to Kaiser Blood. Chinyu is right. Without the Dark Millstone, with the three of our forces combined, our winning chance is still extremely high. My only concern is that there will be more accidents, and we will have to bear greater losses, Kaiser Blood said. Humph! As long as we can destroy eternal chaotic world, we will achieve our final goal. So what if we suffer greater losses? Demon King Qin Yu humphed coldly. That's true, Kaiser Blood nodded. If so, let's get ready immediately. My three emperors' world has conserved strength and built energy for so many years, and they are so loyal to the three emperors. As soon as I send a command, the experts will immediately gather. On the other hand, the experts in Acheron Palace and Holocaust Sect, are they ready? Don't worry. The experts from my Acheron Palace are well prepared, Demon King Qin said. My Holocaust Sect is ready too, Lung Rushua said. If so, tell them to rush over at their fastest possible speeds in order to form into a huge military force with the expert in Three Emperors' world. Then, let's fight Eternal Chaotic World, Kaiser Blood said. All right. Demon King Qinyu and Lung Rushua nodded heavily. Oh, yeah, Demon King Qinyu. Kaiser Blood suddenly turned to look at Demon King Qinyu. In Three Emperors' world earlier, you fought with Emperor Bai. The corner of Demon King Qinyu's lips twitched when he heard Emperor Bai's name, but he nodded. You look like Emperor Bai taught you a lesson, huh? Kaiser Blood sneered. Humph! Emperor Bai lives up to his name as the strongest man in eternal chaotic world. He is much stronger than me. No wonder Lord Fun was defeated. That's normal, Demon King Qinyu humphed. Then he lifted his head and said, Kaiser Blood, don't be too happy. Judging from Emperor Bai's power, I'm afraid he is stronger than you too. If you were to run into him, it might not end well. Oh, I'll wait and see. Kaiser Blood smiled maliciously, and there was an eerie crimson light that surged in his empty eye sockets. The void went completely silent. Chapter 2056 Origins. 2056 Origins. After the banquet ended, Jian Wushuang naturally returned to Green Fire World. There were many experts in Green Fire World, including Jian Wushuang's family and friends. When they found out that Jian Wushuang had returned, they were naturally surprised. Although Jian Wushuang had only left for 30 years, they knew that Jian Wushuang had gone to an extremely dangerous place. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang had come back alive. After a simple gathering with his family and friends, Jian Wushuang began to cultivate again. He knew clearly what he wanted to do, which was to constantly increase his power. Then he could protect his hometown, his family, and his friends. In the blink of an eye, 20 years flew past. In the past 20 years, no matter if it was Eternal Chaotic World or Three Emperors' World, they had been preparing for the upcoming war. No one from any party would start a war before full preparation was done. At least, neither party had fought for the past 20 years. In the secret room in Wushuang City, Jian Wushuang had sat quietly as he studied the sword principles. Suddenly, Virum! There was a fierce aura that suddenly soared up from within Wushuang City. The aura was accompanied by strong divine might. Jian Wushuang was immediately shaken. He plunged towards the source of the aura without hesitation. When he got there, he saw a destroyed pavilion and a figure slowly rising. The person looked at Jian Wushuang smilingly. Father! Jian Wushuang quickly greeted in excitement. The figure that soared up was his father, Jian Nantian. Then, Jian Nantian wasn't giving out an aura of a chaotic real god, but of a Sir-God level, an almighty. His father had become an almighty. Father, congratulations, Jian Wushuang laughed. Had seen Jian Nantian break through, and he felt even happier than at seeing his own breakthrough, because he clearly knew what Jian Nantian's breakthrough represented. It meant that besides himself, the first almighty in Green Fire World had been born. Jian Nantian was the first among all cultivators in Green Fire World to step foot on the almighty level. With the first person becoming almighty, would the second and third almighties be far away? In no time, various forces and experts in Green Fire World rushed over. When they saw Jian Nantian break through, the experts congratulated him on his achievement. At the same time, They grew excited in anticipation. Palace Master, congratulations! Hall Master Yuan's consciousness embodiment came to congratulate him too. Jian Wushuang smiled and then asked, Hall Master Yuan, how is Lineage of Star doing? Has universe, galaxy fully recovered? Thanks to Palace Master, the spiritual influence of heaven and earth in Green Fire World is very pure, far purer than Purple Moon Sanctuary by dozens of times. With such intense spiritual influence of heaven and earth, Universe Galaxy is almost fully recovered. It will be much more powerful than before, too, Hall Master Yuan smiled. As for Lineage of Star, everything is in order. Plus, the environment in Green Fire World has benefited the disciples of Lineage of Star too. They have improved tremendously. Now, Lineage of Star not only continuously gives birth to real gods, even almighties we have already given birth to two now. Oh, Jian Wushuang beamed with joy. Almighty, back in Purple Moon Sanctuary, there were only 4 almighties in Lineage of Star, including Jian Wushuang. It was extremely difficult to even produce one. However, Lineage of Star had been at Green Fire World for less than 2,000 years, but there were already 2 almighties. The speed was naturally far beyond Purple Moon Sanctuary. Palace Master, your lineal disciple, is cultivating in seclusion too. When he exits seclusion, I reckon he should become an almighty too, Hall Master Yuan smiled and added. Jian Wushuang was surprised. He had a total of 2 lineal disciples. He had first taken in Linlan. After all, he was from ancient worlds. He had limited talents. Although he had received many resources for nurturing due to Jian Wushuang, he would at most become a chaotic real god. It was almost impossible for him to break through and become an almighty. The other one was the extremely talented He Xiao. He has extremely gifted himself. On top of that, Jian Wushuang had mentored him. He had already shown his spurs in eternal chaotic world long ago. Then, he had already reached the peak of chaotic real god. Next, he was naturally aiming for almighty level. It was within Jian Wushuang's expectations. Oh, yeah, Hall Master Yuan. Regarding what I told you to check, how was it? Jian Wushuang suddenly asked. I got it done long ago, and I am certain that the guy, Chen Hu, who you left in the commoner's world in Qing Tian Mystery Land, had already passed away 6,000 years after you left Qing Tian Mystery Land, Hall Master Yuan said. Passed away. Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows, but he had been mentally prepared. Chen Hu. Jian Wushuang had met him when he was going through his 3rd inverse cultivation test. Then he had lost all his divine power and become a fragile old man, so he could only go for training in a commoner's world. He had gotten to know Chen Hu there, and they had been through a lot. Chen Hu could be considered as half his disciple. Later on, he had passed his 3rd inverse cultivation test, and he had regained his power. When Head left Qing Tian Mystery Land, Head left behind a test for Chen Hu. As long as he could pass the test within a time limit, he would send someone to pick him and bring him to eternal chaotic world and take him on as his disciple. After tens of thousands of years, he didn't feel anyone taking the test that Head left behind. Then he realized that Chen Hu might have passed away. Actually, Chen Hu worked hard to improve, and he was very close to passing the test that you left there. However, 6,000 years after you left, Qing Tian Mystery Land went through a drastic change and stirred up a great war. Chen Hu, as the leader of one of the parties, although he fought with his all, was defeated and he passed away during the war, Hall Master Yuan reported. Jian Wushuang sighed emotionally, but he could do nothing about it. One's fate was in one's hand. Just like himself, he had been through so many life and death dangers until Head reached where he was. Green Fire World had also been through many obstacles and challenges until it could secure a standing in eternal chaotic world and hold such a position. If it didn't pass any threshold during the process, the ending would be entirely different. Now, he was facing a similar situation. Eternal chaotic world and 3 Emperors' world were going to fight a life and death war. As one of the peak existences in eternal chaotic world, he would either lead eternal chaotic world and defeat the other party, or be vanquished alongside eternal chaotic world and green fire world. Chapter 2057 Investigation Result. 2057 Investigation Result. Green Fire World has used the painstaking efforts of the ancestors and the lives of experts to finally be where it is today. I am not going to let it ruin in my hand. Eternal Chaotic World has to win this war. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands tightly and his eyes were glaring. Just then, Jian Wushuang, hurry up and come to Thunderbolt Island. Emperor Bai sent him a message. Jian Wushuang was surprised. He handed down some tasks before he headed over to Thunderbolt Island. Thunderbolt Island was still the core cultivation place in Sanctuary Alliance. Although there was Green Fire World, only genius disciples from Eternal Chaotic World who got to be in Green Fire World. The experts above Real God level had never once entered Green Fire World. The lowest requirement to enter Thunderbolt Island was to be a void Real God. Hence, one equaled to a genius cultivation sanctuary, and the other one equaled to an opportunity land for experts to gather. Both places were different. Jian Wushuang got to on Thunderbolt Island through a space-time wormhole. Then he went directly to Sanctuary Mountain. On his way there were naturally many real gods or almighties who saw him. It's Sword Emperor. I heard that Sword Emperor performed extraordinary deeds for Sanctuary Alliance. He is now one of the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance. He is holding quite a high position. I heard that too. There is even a rumor saying Abysmal Saint Master and Great Emperor Colored Glaze's position and power are below Sword Emperor's. Seriously? How long since Sword Emperor started cultivation? This is crazy. Many experts complimented in secret. Although it had only been 20 years since the war in Three Emperors' world, Jian Wushuang had received his recognition in Sanctuary Alliance. Due to the position and power of these real gods and almighties, they didn't know much. However, among the higher-ups, the great emperors acknowledged that Jian Wushuang was only second to Emperor Bai. Sanctuary Mountain, on a huge estate, there were 3 figures waiting patiently. Very soon, Jian Wushuang arrived in the estate. Mr. Emperor Bai Abysmal, huh? Ancestor Tianqin is here too? Jian Wushuang was surprised as he looked at Ancestor Tianqin next to him. Jian Wushuang, Tianqin is absolutely trustworthy. It is impossible for him to be the enemy's spy. During this time, Tianqin and I have been investigating the spy in secret, Emperor Bai said. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly, not suspecting anything. Among the great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance, the most impossible person would be Ancestor Tianqin. Let's get into the business. Ancestor Tianqin spoke directly. Sword Emperor, Abysmal, we look to you today because there was a result from the investigation of Great Emperor Zisu. How is it? Jian Wushuang asked closely. We still can't be sure that Great Emperor Zisu is the spy. However, through some special tactics that Mr. Emperor Bai and I used to investigate him, we got some information. Both of you, take a look. Ancestor Tianqin passed a token to Jian Wushuang and Abysmal Saint Master each. Jian Wushuang and Abysmal Saint Master looked through the tokens carefully. Their eyes dilated in shock as they went through the tokens. Seriously? Great Emperor Zisu killed so many people in secret? And all of them were top geniuses. Jian Wushuang lifted his face, and his eyes were filled with shock. In the token, there was a record of various methods with which Great Emperor Zisu had killed the top geniuses in Eternal Chaotic World. There was a total of over a dozen pieces of information. In other words, Great Emperor Zisu had killed over a dozen top geniuses, and all the top geniuses had stood a chance to become peak Emperor God. 3 of them could even have turned into great emperors. But in the end, they were killed by Great Emperor Zisu in secret, and it was done very secretively. There was no sign pointed at him in the outside world. If it wasn't only because they already suspected Great Emperor Su to begin with, but also because Emperor Bai and Ancestor Tianqin used many unique ways to deal with the experts who worked for Great Emperor Su. They were afraid that there were more deaths that were related to Great Emperor Su. Lord Hatred, he was the one who killed Lord Hatred. Abysmal Saint Master creased his eyebrows. Lord Hatred was a top genius who could have swept over eternal chaotic world 2 million years ago. He was widely known as a super monster then. He was extremely gifted. After a short cultivation period of over 100,000 years, he reached Sir God level and he was powerful. It was said that when he first reached Sir God level, his comprehension of doctrine was on the 9th level of Doctrine Palace. In short, he was the standard of a great emperor. He was so powerful that he could easily defeat an emperor god at Sir God level. Back then, he had been extremely famous. It was merely a matter of time until he became a great emperor. He might even be on par with Red Dragon King and Abysmal Saint Master, or he might be stronger than them. However, such a super genius had suddenly passed away. Back then, the experts in Eternal Chaotic World said that Lord Hatred was assassinated by the experts from Akron Palace. Hence, no one suspected anything. Until then, only they had found out that Lord Hatred died in the hands of Great Emperor Su. The geniuses who were removed by Great Emperor Su in secret, the weakest could likely have become a strong emperor god, while the more impressive top geniuses, like Lord Hatred, could totally become the strongest fighting power in Sanctuary Alliance. But in the end, before they could grow up, Great Emperor Su killed them in the dark. These geniuses shared no resentment of him. Plus, he had killed the geniuses secretly. No one in the outside world knew about it. Why does he want to kill these top geniuses? If the reason of him killing super geniuses like Lord Hatred was because he was worried they might threaten his position, those who weren't as impressive as Lord Hatred wouldn't be able to pose a threat to him. It was unnecessary for him to kill them. With everything mentioned, plus the fact that he hides his true power, Emperor Bai, and I think that the possibility of him being the spy is higher than 70%. Ancestor Tianqin said solemnly. Only 70%. Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. Although it is only 70% and we are not entirely sure, it is sufficient for us to take him head-on, Emperor Bai said. Take him head-on? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Previously, Emperor Bai and Ancestor Tianqin had only been investigating Great Emperor Su secretly. On the surface, they hadn't fallen out with Great Emperor Su. To deal with him head-on, let's go. We shall make a trip to the estate Su is staying in, Emperor Bai said. Jian Wushuang, Abysmal Saint Master, and Ancestor Tianqin naturally followed. The estate that Great Emperor Su was staying in was in a unique void in Eternal Chaotic World. The estate was extremely huge, like a paradise. Jian Wushuang, Emperor Bai, Abysmal Saint Master, and Ancestor Tianqin appeared in the void above the huge estate. Chapter 2058 Anger 2058 Anger. In the void above, Emperor Bai's gaze was cold as he overlooked the huge estate. I intentionally made Su leave earlier. Hence, besides his maidservants, his follower should also be in his estate. The follower is extremely important to Su. She knows a lot about Z's affairs. The purpose of our visit is to look for her. Emperor Bai said, and he waved. There was a boundless divine power that instantly covered the entire estate and cut off the space-time between the estate and the outside world. Jian Wushuang's expression grew solemn. He also knew that it was common for a powerful expert to have a follower. For example, Great Emperor Purple Moon had a follower, Qian Mingzi. He had once lent a helping hand to Jian Wushuang. Let's head in, Emperor Bai commanded, and the four of them immediately plunged into the estate. In the huge estate that looked like a paradise, there was a boat drifting about on the river. On the boat, there was a beautiful lady in a purple robe. I wonder why Emperor Bai suddenly told Master to go over in a hurry, the beautiful lady in a purple robe muttered. Great Emperor Su was originally on the boat too. However, he had suddenly received Emperor Bai's message and left. Just then, huh? The lady in a purple robe suddenly lifted her head to look at the surrounding void. She could sense that the space-time around the estate was completely sealed off. Who is it? The lady in a purple robe shouted. Virum. The 4 figures appeared in front of the boat, and the 4 pairs of eyes looked at the beautiful lady in a purple robe. This is Emperor Bai. The beautiful lady in a purple robe's face changed. Didn't Emperor Bai ask Master to go over? Why is he suddenly here, and he has purposely sealed off the surrounding space-time? Could it be? The beautiful lady in a purple robe thought of a possibility, and she was terrified at heart. But she remained composed. Greetings, Emperor Bai. Greetings, misters. I wonder how can I help all of you? I'd like to ask you something about Su, Emperor Bai said frankly. Mr. Emperor Bai, you must be kidding. Regarding things about my master, you should ask my master directly. I believe my master would definitely answer every question of yours. The beautiful lady in a purple robe answered with a smile. You're not willing to answer? Humph, just as expected. Emperor Bai smiled coldly. Then he took out a crimson pearl. The crimson pearl gave out a mysterious aura. The mysterious aura was soul power. Go. With Emperor Bai's will, the soul power in the crimson pearl instantly burst out. *T. The beautiful lady in a purple robe's face changed, and she wanted to resist. However, her power stood no chance to struggle before Emperor Bai. She could only watch as the soul power invaded her head. Her body quivered, and there was a flash of struggle in her eyes. But she instantly calmed down again. Mr. Emperor Bai, what is this? Jian Wushuang looked over suspiciously. This is a unique treasure I got from an ancient battlefield long ago. It contains soul power that could straightaway control someone for a short time for the person to obey your instructions. Of course, the treasure is only useful to experts below Great Emperor level. Plus, this person is merely Zu's follower, and she wasn't soul-controlled by Su. Otherwise, the treasure wouldn't be effective on her. Emperor Bai smiled. Then his gaze redirected to the beautiful lady in a purple robe again. Tell me, I want to know everything about Su. Yes. The beautiful lady in a purple robe nodded blankly. Then she started telling him the ins and outs of the story. The beautiful lady in a purple robe who was controlled by Emperor Bai naturally handed over everything she knew on a silver platter. Emperor Bai, Jian Wushuang, Abysmal Saint Master, and Ancestor Tian Chen listened carefully. In the beginning, they were calm and composed. However, as the story developed, the 4 of them looked to be in distress. In the end, the 4 of their faces grew grave. Great Emperor Su was really the spy that Acheron Palace had placed within Sanctuary Alliance. It was verified by the beautiful lady in a purple robe speech. Over the years, Great Emperor Su had also killed some top geniuses, secretly using various methods in Eternal Chaotic World. Actually, most of the assassination was carried out by Acheron Palace. However, there were times when it was inconvenient for Acheron Palace to take action due to some unique reasons. Then, Great Emperor Su would take care of it on its behalf. During the years when he was a higher-up in Sanctuary Alliance, the number of assassinated top geniuses was far beyond what Ancestor Tianqin and Emperor Bai had found. However, the fact that Great Emperor Su was a spy and the issue geniuses that Great Emperor Su had assassinated over the years was not what pissed the 4 of them off. They were truly shocked and angry that the beautiful lady in a purple robe had brought up another force. Vientiane Tower, the #1 chamber of commerce that was widely acknowledged in Eternal Chaotic World. No matter if it was selling information, treasure, resources, or even offering assassination services, Vientiane Tower was known to be #1. And they were greatly related to Great Emperor Su. The reason why Great Emperor Su could kill so many top experts secretly without anyone in Eternal Chaotic World knowing, and the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance never suspecting him, was that Vientiane Tower was involved to remove all traces he left behind. There were even times when Great Emperor Su could have removed the geniuses successfully because Vientiane Tower catalyzed the process. Great Emperor Su and Vientiane Tower looked like they had no relations, but they were closely knitted. What did it mean? It meant that Vientiane Tower was also a force that Acheron Palace and Holocaust Sect had placed in Eternal Chaotic World. Vientiane Tower! Emperor Bai bellowed, and his voice reverberated through the surrounding universe. Jian Wushuang, Abysmal Saint Master, and Ancestor Tianqin were angry too. Vientiane Tower as the #1 Chamber of Commerce. Just how high was their position in Eternal Chaotic World? How powerful were they? If the widely acknowledged #1 force in Sanctuary Alliance was Lineage of Star, the strongest force that didn't belong to Sanctuary Alliance in the human region over the years was no doubt Vientiane Tower. Vientiane Tower possessed power and a foundation that was sufficient for Divine King Island, Soaring Heaven King Palace, and other top forces to look up to it. How could such a great force be on the enemy side? No wonder Vientiane Tower isn't willing to join Sanctuary Alliance. On the surface, they say that they don't want to get involved in the affairs. In actual fact, the information that they are trading stirs up great massacres and fights within Eternal Chaotic World. The Assassin Department has assassinated many experts and geniuses of Eternal Chaotic World over the years. Although they're not fighting, every single movement of theirs will stir up a bloody massacre in Eternal Chaotic World. Ancestor Tianqin's voice was cold, and it contained boundless murderous intention. Chapter 2059 Irrefutable Evidence. 2059 Irrefutable Evidence. Vientiane Tower was too great of a power in Eternal Chaotic World, and they were greatly involved. Although they didn't scramble for supremacy, every single one of their movements was enough to affect the entire Eternal Chaotic World. Just like back when Wu Bai's cave came into creation, all forces and geniuses fought over it. It was Vientiane Tower's work. For example, news about the Star Palace Master's death spread from Vientiane Tower too. Hence, it had stirred up the 3 alliances that rushed to Lineage of Star. There were many fights and massacres that seemed to be instigated by Vientiane Tower. On the surface, Vientiane Tower looked like they did it for their own benefit. Then, it seemed like Vientiane Tower purposely sowed discord among the people, and the experts in Eternal Chaotic World killed each other. It had indirectly diminished the overall power of Eternal Chaotic World. Let me ask you, the mysterious expert that I met back when I returned from Emperor Sword Sect, was he sent by Su? Jian Wushuang asked in a low voice. Yes. The beautiful lady in purple robe nodded. Then her figure turned illusory, and her appearance and temperament immediately changed. The beautiful lady in the purple robe suddenly turned into a brawny elder in black with tan skin. Jian Wushuang recognized at first glance that the scrawny elder was the boatman in black who had wanted to kill him back then. As expected, Jian Wushuang's gaze turned cold. Temperament and appearance can be changed. This secret skill is extraordinary. Emperor Bai stared at the boatman in black in front of him. Then he waved, and the boatman in black vanished into thin air without a chance to struggle. Then Emperor Bai looked at Ancestor Tianqin. There is irrefutable evidence. Let's take action. Not only Su, but also Vientiane Tower. They must be uprooted. Mr. Emperor Bai, don't worry. Although Vientiane Tower has been careful in their actions, Sanctuary Alliance found out where their old lair is long ago. We should either stay put or well destroy at the moment we attack, Ancestor Tianqin said. That's great. Immediately gather all great emperors for discussion. On top of that, keep watch of Su. Emperor Bai commanded, and the 4 of them left. Sanctuary Alliance was in Presbytery Pavilion, where they usually held the highest meeting on Thunderbolt Island. Many great emperors arrived, either personally or in their consciousness embodiments. Including Jian Wushuang, Sanctuary Alliance had 14 great emperors then, and there were 13 of them there. The only one who never came was naturally Great Emperor Zissou. The great emperors were confused as to why Emperor Bai would gather everyone to discuss. Could it be that Three Emperors World was planning anything major again? Everyone is here. Let's begin. Emperor Bai beckoned to Ancestor Tianqin. Ancestor Tianqin stood up and looked around. Then he spoke in a bright and clear voice. Everyone, I believe that many of you noticed something fishy during the mission to Three Emperors World. That's right, there is a double agent amongst the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance. The great emperor's eyes dilated in shock when they heard that, but most of them weren't surprised. Previously, when the 4 members experts troops were in Three Emperors World, there had been too many coincidences. On top of that, there was the incident at Bronze Heart region. There was no doubt that there was a spy amongst the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance. Everyone knew it, but no one spoke about it. Ancestor Tianqin paused and said, After I investigated with Mr. Emperor Bai for the past 20 years, we are sure of the spy's identity. Everyone, please take a look. Ancestor Tianqin immediately took out all the evidence that he gathered, including the mirror image of when they had questioned the beautiful lady in purple at the estate, so that everyone could go through them. The great emperors looked through them, and his face grew grave. Zissou, Great Emperor Zissou, was the spy. It's him. Great Emperor Zissou is so laid back, and he doesn't concern himself about worldly affairs. Who would have expected him to be Acheron Palace's spy and to have removed so many top geniuses in eternal chaotic world? The great emperors were angry. Although some of them were friends with Great Emperor Zissou, their friendship vanished when they found out Great Emperor Zizas' identity. It was replaced with billowing hatred. D*MN. My disciple, he was the one who killed him? There was an angry roar that reverberated in Presbytery Pavilion. Everyone looked at East Royal Emperor, who was raging with anger, but everyone was very understanding. The top genius back then, Lord Hatred, had been East Royal Disciple's lineal disciple, and he was his proudest disciple. However, he had died in the end. East Royal Disciple was in extreme grief. Now, having found out the true murderer of his disciple, he was of course furious. Besides Zissou, there is Vientiane Tower. They are the enemy's spies. There is irrefutable evidence. Emperor Bai's gaze was cold as it swept over them. I gathered everyone here so that everyone can take action together and uproot Vientiane Tower in the shortest time together. The great emperors looked solemn and raging with murderous intention. Tianqin, go ahead and make arrangements. Destroy every single branch of Vientiane Tower within eternal chaotic world. Emperor Bai commanded. Yes. Ancestor Tianqin nodded heavily. Jian Wushuang, Red Dragon, Abysmal, East Royal. Emperor Bai called out the great emperor's names and said, The few of you follow me to take a trip to the old lair of Vientiane Tower. Yes. Jian Wushuang and the other few great emperors accepted his command. All great emperors quickly took action. The huge robot in Sanctuary Alliance started running. In the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, the sanctuary masters commanded, and the sanctuaries started attacking the Vientiane Tower branch. On the other hand, Emperor Bai and the other few great emperors rushed to Vientiane Tower's old lair. Vientiane Tower's old lair was not located within the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, but in a remote, dark void that was further away from the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. When they arrived in the dark void, the Vientiane Tower's old lair was operating as usual. Then, Emperor Bai found irrefutable evidence and decided to take action against Vientiane Tower. He rushed to Vientiane Tower at the first moment, and even Vientiane Tower with the greatest intelligence agency couldn't respond in time. Plus, they had yet to find out that Sanctuary Alliance had already prepared to take action against them. Vientiane Tower, as the #1 chamber of commerce in eternal chaotic world, possesses an extraordinary foundation. In terms of almighties, they have more than 30 of them. In Vientiane Tower, there is also a great emperor. Emperor Bei's face looked cold. In Eternal Chaotic World, not including Jian Wushuang, there were 15 great emperors. 13 of them were in Sanctuary Alliance, while the other 2 weren't. But in the dark, there were many hidden experts. However, the experts hardly showed up. Hence, they were unknown. The hidden experts in Vientiane Tower should be quite numerous. Chapter 2060, Strike Like Thunder. 2060 Strike Like Thunder. The great emperor over the Vientiane Tower, I've dealt with him previously. The Red Dragon King said, his ability is considered average amongst the other great emperors, along with the fact that his self-defense mechanism isn't very strong. It won't take much to kill him. The only point to be wary of is his soul ignition. Leave this great emperor to me. Y'all take care of those almighties at the tower. Don't let a single one escape. Emperor Bai muttered. Aye. Jian Wushuang and the rest nodded. The people began their work immediately. An abrupt, ear-shattering roar could be heard. The protective array over at the tower's lair could not withstand one blow from Emperor Bai, bursting immediately. The peace and tranquility within Vientiane Tower shattered along with it. Who was that? What's happening? One by one, figures appeared. Upon witnessing the broken array, the experts within the tower were both startled and angered. Right after that, they saw several figures entering through the broken array, pouring themselves in. These people gave off the scent of absolute horror. They were obviously super experts of the great emperor level. Whoosh! An old figure suddenly appeared at the void above the tower. This gray-clothed elder had to be the only great emperor-level expect around. This is Emperor Bai. The elder gasped in horror upon seeing the white-haired, white-eyed man. Emperor Bai roared. After investigations conducted by the Sanctuary Alliance, the Vientiane Tower was placed within the eternal chaotic world by the villainous Acheron Palace. The evidence is clear. Today, Vientiane Tower falls. Death without mercy for all experts. Emperor Bei's fearsome roar rang and echoed all around the lair, leaving the experts within the tower pale with fright. They found out. The gray-clothed elder's eyes drooped. He had just thought of his next course of action, only to realize Emperor Bai was already in front of him. Die. Without further words, Emperor Bai made his move. His brutal punch swung out with a bang, destroying everything in its path before reaching the gray-clothed elder. That made the elder's hair stand on end. Having heard in the past how terrifying Emperor Bai was, he naturally gave everything he had to block him. Pong! A mellow roar. The elder's face turned white instantly as he coughed up blood. He had taken a bad hit, but to survive a punch from Emperor Bai was worth being proud of already, regardless of its strength. Arg! With a fearsome roar, the elder's boundless soul power was burning madly. With death inevitable, he would give everything he has with his soul ignition for one last battle. However, even though the soul ignition had massively improved his combat ability to a whole new level, against Emperor Bai the elder stood no chance to retaliate. It only took a couple hits for the elder to be neutralized by Emperor Bai. Before he died, the elder had only used 1/3 of his soul power. Even the strongest great emperor was annihilated by Emperor Bei's thunder-like strikes. The remaining experts left at the tower were taken aback upon witnessing it. As Jian Wushuang, Red Dragon King, Great Emperor Colored Glaze, and others barged into the tower amongst the experts. A massacre ensued, like wolves among sheep. The tower had its share of experts, but against these great emperors there was no place for resistance. Within moments, half of the experts were destroyed. Mercy! Have mercy, my fellow lords. We were not aware of the relationship between Acheron Palace and the tower, nor have we pledged allegiance to the palace. A cry for mercy surfaced. As one sounded off, the rest followed, all stating that they too were not aware of the relationship. Most of them really were not aware, and had seen themselves as members of the eternal chaotic world the entire time. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang and the others stopped the massacre and gazed upon Emperor Bai. But Emperor Bai was cold-hearted as one could ever be. Even if there were indeed innocent or ignorant people within the tower has its fair share of moles and spies from the palace. We of the Sanctuary Alliance are not able to distinguish them, nor do we have the time. Desperate times, desperate measures. I would rather kill all than let one mole escape. Die. Determination could be felt from Emperor Bai's voice. The gaze of Jian Wushuang and others turned ice cold. They agreed with Emperor Bai. The Sanctuary Alliance was busy preparing for battle against the three emperors' world. There was no way they had the time or effort to investigate and sort out who was innocent and who was not. To kill them all would be the simpler solution. Even if they had killed a few people by mistake, so be it. Die. Jian Wushuang and others started their massacre again, only this time with unseen resolve. No. The cries and screams of the experts were everywhere within the tower. Against the great emperor's death was the only way out. Soon after, the great lair within the tower had quieted down, leaving only corpses and pools of blood. So many experts within the tower, not just the Almighties but also the real gods, cleanly wiped out under Jian Wushuang's blade. After the job was done, they rendezvoused with Emperor Bai. As the lair falls, the remaining parts of the tower can easily be destroyed by the Sanctuary Alliance forces. The tower is finally gone. Abysmal Saint Master said. This is just the surface of Vientiane Tower's power. As the top Merchants Association, the top intelligence agency, and the top killer association, the tower must have sent many experts to infiltrate our Sanctuary Alliance forces. These maggots, we will dig out as many as we can and exterminate them, Emperor Bai said coldly. Jian Wushuang and the rest nodded. Now that the tower's lair is destroyed, leave the rest to Tianqin. Next, we need to handle Zissou. Emperor Bai pulled a long face. Jian Wushuang, Red Dragon, you too follow me. Abysmal, East Royal, you'll all help Tianqin with eliminating the remaining Vientiane Tower forces. Aye. The great emperors responded in unison, taking off shortly after. Under Emperor Bai's lead, Jian Wushuang was once again brought to the enormous manor Great Emperor Zissou stayed in. Great Emperor Zissou, he didn't escape? Jian Wushuang stood at the void outside the manor, puzzled. This is the eternal chaotic world. The Sanctuary Alliance calls the shots. I had Tianqin keep an eye on him way back ago. You think he could escape even if he wanted to? Emperor Bai sniggered. That makes sense. Jian Wushuang realized. In the realm of the Sanctuary Alliance, under close watch by Emperor Bai himself, even if Great Emperor Zissou wanted to run, he would not have known how. Chapter 2061, Great Emperor. 2061, Great Emperor Zissou. Jian Wushuang. Your power has improved significantly while you were in the Three Emperors world. Aside from me, you are the strongest in the Sanctuary Alliance. I shall leave Zissou to you, said Emperor Bai. Sure, I am very keen to fight Great Emperor Zissou. Jian Wushuang pursed his lips as his eyes lit up with excitement. Follow him, Red Dragon King, Emperor Bai commanded. Yes, replied the Red Dragon King, as he rushed inside the manor together with Jian Wushuang. The manor looked like a heavenly paradise. On the inside, a lone boat drifted aimlessly in the river. Great Emperor Zissou sat on the boat lazily and was fishing in a laid-back manner. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jian Wushuang and the Red Dragon King appeared in front of the lone boat. How can you, Great Emperor Zissou, still fish after all that happened? Great Emperor Zissou rolled his eyes as he looked at Jian Wushuang and smiled. What else do you want me to do? He replied. He guessed that the Sanctuary Alliance had found out that he was the spy the moment his follower had died, and would definitely kill him. Sadly, he knew that he could not escape even if he wanted to. Hence, he might as well sit there quietly and wait for the arrival of the experts from the Sanctuary Alliance. Why is it only 2 of you? Where is Emperor Bai? Great Emperor Su asked indifferently. You do not deserve the personally attention of Emperor Bai. He sent us to deal with you. He has no time, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Is that the case? Do you really think that the 2 of you can kill me? Great Emperor Su scoffed. How will we know if we don't try? Jian Wushuang replied abruptly. Boom! A wave of monstrous divine might radiated from Jian Wushuang and spread out in all directions. The surrounding river waters exploded and instantly rose to heights so great that the silt beneath the river water could be seen. The boat under the feet of Great Emperor Su exploded to pieces instantly. Jian Wushuang attacked. Phew! 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 5 beams of sparkling golden light lit up and burst forth at high speed. These 5 beams of light originated from the Hongjun golden sword that Jian Wushuang wielded. There were only 5 swords, and Jian Wushuang's understanding of the power of space-time was limited to a peak of 8 stories in Doctrine Palace. Despite this, the power generated was greatly different from before, as the Hongjun golden sword that Jian Wushuang had used employed the power of space-time. Jian Wushuang, who was on the 2nd stage, had divine power far greater than that of a normal great emperor. Each of the Hongjun golden sword would force any great emperor to go all out, much less when 5 of these swords were used together. As the great Emperor Su saw the 5 beams of light strike towards him, he smiled indifferently as he drew a purple spear that radiated death. Even though each stab of the spear looked casual, the speed of the stabs were incredible. Clang! 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 The 5 Hongjun golden sword was deflected and flew back. Just then, Jian Wushuang dashed up to Great Emperor Su and slashed out using his Blood Mountain sword. Sword slashes that radiated death burst forth. At the edge of the sword, a faded drop of blood was condensing. Sword Principal Shenluo, extreme blood style. Humph! Great Emperor Su snorted lightly. His body seemed to turn into nothing as he thrust his spear out lightly. Clang! The collision produced a strong shockwave that would push them back. A hint of ferocity flashed across his eyes as Jian Wushuang changed his sword momentum instantly. Beams of gloomy sword light formed a special arc in the void. Sword Principal Shenluo turned monstrous with one thought. Scram! The aura of Great Emperor Su skyrocketed as his purple spear radiated an aura of great power. In an instant, it turned into a bolt of purple lighting and struck out. The power was so terrifying that it forced Jian Wushuang to take a step back. Oh! Jian Wushuang balanced himself. He looked at Great Emperor Su in disbelief and said, "Looks like Lord Spirit Sound was right. You concealed your true power, and to such a great extent." Jian Wushuang was well aware that even though he had not gone all out with his swordsmanship in the last attack, he had used about 70% of his divine power. Even if it was just 70%, the power was far greater than that of most great emperors. Great Emperor Su not only deflected his attack with ease, he also had the ability to force him back. His power was far greater than even that of the abysmal Saint Master. Jian Wushuang had gauged that Great Emperor Su was not weaker than the brutish, bald man Ling Zong, whom had met in 3 Emperors' World. Humph! Do you really think that the Red Dragon King deserved to be ranked 2nd on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list? I was just too afraid that people would grow suspicious of me having power that is too strong. On Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, Great Emperor Su was ranked 5th on the list for great emperors. Higher up in the list included people like Emperor Bai, Red Dragon King, Abysmal Saint Master, and Ancestor Tianqin. In reality, only Emperor Bai posed a threat to him. The other 3 were not strong enough for him to care. I want to know how strong you really are. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up as his sword essence rose. His divine power erupted as he attacked Great Emperor Zisu. Jian Wushuang battled Great Emperor Zisu fiercely. He continued to put crazy amounts of pressure on Great Emperor Zisu by fully utilizing his swordsmanship. Furthermore, he had the aid of the 5 Hong Jun golden swords. Great Emperor Zisu had a layer of shiny purple crystals around himself and looked as though he was a ghost. His fighting power was also astonishing. He was only at a slight disadvantage, even though he was taking Jian Wushuang head-on. It's important to note that in the Three Emperors world, Jian Wushuang could take on 13 Great Emperors at once. The power of Zisu is stronger than what I imagined. He is slightly stronger than Lingzong, Jian Wushuang thought. Jian Wushuang could completely dominate Lingzong in a head-on battle. However, against Great Emperor Zisu, he only had a slight advantage. Haha, since you could destroy the Supreme Emperor Stone and walk out of Three Emperors' world alive, your fighting power is much more powerful than before. Many of the great emperors in the Sanctuary Alliance believe that your fighting power is the closest to Emperor Bai's. It seems like this is indeed true. It's a pity that even though your fighting power is strong, it is only slightly above mine. You can barely oppress me, so don't even think of killing me. Great Emperor Zisu laughed hysterically. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. However, the Red Dragon King, who was not involved in the fight, moved. An overbearing aura, which was mixed with an unbelievable amount of bloodline power, erupted. This aura was so strong that even Jian Wushuang looked over. Chapter 2062 Slain. 2062 Slain. Red Dragon. Jian Wushuang watched the Red Dragon King in astonishment. He could feel the aura around the Red Dragon King, especially that unique bloodline power. Even Jian Wushuang himself dared not underestimate it. Wasn't the Red Dragon King's power on par with the Abysmal Saint Masters? But now it was obvious to Jian Wushuang. The Red Dragon King had surpassed the Abysmal Saint Master, had gone above and beyond. Haha, from the looks of it, I'm not the only great emperor that hid their true power in the Sanctuary Alliance, huh? Great Emperor Zisu let out a hearty laugh. HNGH, I only achieved a breakthrough not too long ago, and I did not get a chance to demonstrate my power, so no one knew. But you're different. You had so much power from the very beginning, but intentionally kept it hidden from us. You thought it through. The Red Dragon King's irises constricted, with an aura of death radiating around him. Even his movements became forceful. Sword Emperor, together, let's take him down. Aye, Jian Wushuang nodded. With all the strength they had, they made their move. Jian Wushuang alone could not have fully suppressed Great Emperor Zisu, but collaborating with the Red Dragon King, the Red Dragon King demonstrated astonishing skills, especially with the ancient dragon clan bloodline he possessed, making his power extremely formidable. In terms of battle skills, he was only slightly weaker than Jian Wushuang, but more than enough to battle Great Emperor Zisu. With both of them joining forces, Great Emperor Zisu naturally could not resist further, and was eventually suppressed. Whether it was Jian Wushuang or the Red Dragon King, both their bloodline powers and divine powers were much more vigorous and copious than Great Emperor Zisus. If the battle went on any further, Great Emperor Zisu would most certainly die. Aha! To hell with the both of you! A formidable roar let out, as Great Emperor Zisu finally began his frenzy. His soul power burnt rapidly. Soul ignition. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. He knew clearly how terrifying a great emperor who used soul ignition could become. Great Emperor Ji Luo had used soul ignition and the secret skills of Star Palace to fend off the many great emperors from the Three Emperors world, gaining precious time for Jian Wushuang back then. But Great Emperor Zisu was so much more powerful than Ji Luo. Boom! Frenzied Great Emperor Zisu, having used soul ignition, appeared in front of Red Dragon King almost immediately. Red Dragon, watch out! Jian Wushuang tried to warn him. Huh, a merciless spear pierced through heaven and earth, causing the void to explode to form a space-time storm. This storm ravaged the entire manor. Once heaven on earth, the manor was now no more than rubble. Against such a powerful spear, the Red Dragon King gave everything to resist, but it was not enough. With a loud thud, the Red Dragon King was thrown back, his body trembling after such a tremor. He was left largely unhurt. Thankfully, Jian Wushuang's gaze was sharp-eyed like a razor. Power from within his body was emerging as more heads and limbs popped out from him. "Bring it on, Zisu!" Jian Wushuang let out a roar. Within a few moves, he was in front of Great Emperor Zisu, his swordsmanship mercilessly used to cut Zisu down. Under normal circumstances, Great Emperor Zizu's death was already inevitable, having used soul ignition. There was no need to go hard on Zisu, simply avoid his blows and wait for the soul ignition to end. But Jian Wushuang, he had no fear. Against the frenzied Great Emperor Zisu, he insisted on going hard as an unbridled battle pursued. Earth-shattering roars echoed through the air, as if the sky was on the brink of collapse. The battle ensued for several breaths of time. Finally, Great Emperor Zizu's aura diminished, the light from his eyes dimmed, and soon he could not be heard. The spy of the Acheron Palace, fifth in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, had fallen. Is he finally dead? Jian Wushuang was still standing in the void as he watched Great Emperor Zizu's lifeless body fall from the sky, displaying no expression of any sort. His aura remained strong. You must know, even during his encounter with Demon King Qinyu in the Three Emperors world, he managed to stay energized throughout the entire battle thanks to his strong power from within himself. Great Emperor Zisu could use soul ignition to gain that temporary burst of energy, all he wanted. But compared to Demon King Qinyu, it was barely enough. Jian Wushuang had only fought him for several breaths of time, and naturally Wushuang emerged unscathed. Whiz! Red Dragon King appeared beside Jian Wushuang. As he gazed upon Great Emperor Zizu's corpse, Red Dragon King could not help but gasp in admiration. Sword Emperor, what a marvelous feat! The ancient Dragon Clan bloodline. My strength and self-defense mechanisms have made me extremely powerful. But even I, faced against the frenzied Great Emperor Zisu, having ignited his own soul, could not do much but retreat. But you faced him head-on, and emerged without a scratch. I guess what Zisu said was right. Amongst the great emperors in the Sanctuary Alliance, your power is the closest to Emperor Bai's. Second in rank amongst the Heaven and Earth Supremes definitely goes to you. Having heard this, Jian Wushuang could not help but laugh. He was not interested in rankings, after all. Wang, a figure precipitated. Emperor Bai had arrived too. Emperor Bai. Jian Wushuang and Red Dragon King immediately turned around. Emperor Bai glanced upon Jian Wushuang, a trace of a smile playing across his lips. Not bad, Wushuang. Such fighting power at the second stage. So much stronger than me when I first began. Emperor Bai had nothing but praise for Jian Wushuang. The reason why he had sent Jian Wushuang and Red Dragon King to take down Great Emperor Zisu was also because he wanted to witness Jian Wushuang's capabilities. And Jian Wushuang had indeed proved himself. It's only a shame you're lacking in Tao realization for you to ascend to Doctrine Palace's 9th level, which is the standard for all great emperors. Otherwise, you would have been the top amongst the second stage great emperors. Emperor Bai heaved a sigh. Second stage great emperors? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. What do you mean by that, Emperor Bai? You mean there are levels and ranks even amongst great emperors? You didn't know? Emperor Bai looked at Jian Wushuang astonished, nodding soon after. Makes sense anyway. You've improved so quickly, and you've only reached Great Emperor so recently, it's only natural you lack this area of knowledge. Let me explain it to you. Jian Wushuang fixed his attention on him, listening closely. Wushuang, you've encountered many great emperors in the three emperors world. Amongst them were extremely powerful ones, power even comparable to Demon King Qin level. You can tell, even though they are all great emperors, in terms of ability, the disparity is clear, right? Emperor Bai smiled. Chapter 2063, Stage Division. 2063, Stage Division. Jian Wushuang nodded immediately. He was curious and wanted to know more. Between great emperors, there could be a great difference in power level. In the Sanctuary Alliance, except for Emperor Bai, the difference in power level between most great emperors was small. However, Jian Wushuang met Ling Zong and the massive middle-aged man in Three Emperors World. Both had power far greater than any of the great emperors. Great emperors, such as Abysmal Saint Master, who might have been the strongest in the Sanctuary Alliance, were still much weaker than people like Ling Zong. Jian Wushuang, Red Dragon King, and Great Emperor Zixu, who was just killed, were already much stronger than people like Abysmal Saint Master, much less superpowers the Demon King Qinyu and Emperor Bai. However, Demon King Qinyu and Emperor Bai were still at the level of Great Emperor no matter how strong they were. In today's eternal chaotic world, there is no division between the different levels of Great Emperor as there are too few Great Emperors in the Second Era. I estimate there to be around 20 or so in this world. I came from the First Era, which was much more powerful than the Second. Emperor Bai smiled. In the First Era, the number of people who were at the Great Emperor level ranged from the hundreds to even thousands. The difference in power was obvious due to the sheer number of Great Emperors that were around. Hence, the superpowers in the First Era split the Great Emperor level into 3 stages. The stage where most people are is Stage 1, which all the ordinary Great Emperors from back then fall under. Their understanding of Tao has reached the 9th level in the Doctrine Palace. Aside from me, Red Dragon King, and you, the rest of the Great Emperors fall into Stage 1 of Great Emperors. People such as Master of Abysmal Palace and Ancestor Tianqin are the strongest among them. The first stage of Great Emperor was the most commonly seen in the First Era. More than 90% of the Great Emperors fall into this stage. On the other hand, Great Emperors from the second stage were all exceptional. Jian Wushuang looked at Emperor Bai attentively. Great Emperors from this stage had a better understanding of Tao, and their divine power were far greater than those in the first. Most importantly, these emperors mastered secret skills of terrifying power, or possessed unique bloodline power which enabled them to have fighting power far greater than those in Stage 1. For example, the Red Dragon King has the bloodline power of an ancient dragon clan. That is the reason he is a Stage 2 Great Emperor, Emperor Bai said. I was lucky to inherit the bloodline power on the ancient battlefield. My fighting power skyrocketed once this bloodline power awakened, not too long ago. Red Dragon King smiled. Jian Wushuang finally understand the division between the stages in the Great Emperor. There were few Great Emperors who had been in that stage back in the First Era. All of them were overlords in the First Era, and every single one was a ruler of a certain empire, especially those who were the most powerful in Stage 2. Even though Great Emperors classified as Stage 2 were monsters, it was those who were classified as Stage 3 that were at the top of this food chain. The leap between Stage 2 and Stage 3 is where the true abilities of the Great Emperors are tested. From what I know, there were only so many Stage 1 Great Emperors back in the First Era. Even during the Prime Period, the number of Stage 1 Great Emperors was no more than 30. The best among them were Ancient God Emperor and Sword Emperor Dugu, who also happened to be the most famous. The reason for the huge difference in power level between Stage 2 and Stage 3 Great Emperors was not only due to the secret skills they mastered, but also because these Stage 1 Emperors managed to understand a little of the rules of order. Rules of order? Jian Wushuang widened his eyes as his heart skipped a beat. Judging by your reaction, I assume that you have heard of this? Emperor Bai said as he looked at Jian Wushuang in disbelief. Yes, I did. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. He remembered the opportunity he had received in the standalone space with an eighth layer. There he had met an ancient expert who was in slumber, as well as a dragon turtle, Long Chi. Back then, Long Chi had asked him to meditate with the seven-star picture. In ancient times, the seven-star picture had been used by disciples of the seven-star black sect to mediate in order to understand the rules of order. Jian Wushuang had learnt of the rules of order in this world. Back then, these powers had been too complex for him to comprehend, so he had not asked for any explanation. Now he was hearing of rules of order again. Rule or order is the absolute power that the Heaven Way harnesses to run itself. It represents the law of the universe. The Tao that we are meditating to now, such as Nine Heaven God Doctrine and Supreme Four Doctrine, will eventually evolve into rules of order. Once this power is mastered, there will be a leap in the quality of your power. This increase in quality will be much better compared to when the power of Heaven Way was initially mastered by the first universe God. This is exactly why the stage 3 great emperors who manage to grasp even a little of rules of order will have fighting power far greater than those great emperors from state 2. Demon King Chinyu, who you met in 3 Emperors World, is a stage 3 great emperor. Emperor by said, Jian Wushuang was shocked. Demon King Chinyu? He had fought the Demon King Chin Yu head on before. His power level was far from that of the Demon King. He could see how strong the Demon King Chin Yu was from how Jian Wushuang could barely keep the Demon King occupied, even with the aid of a self-defense mechanism and the unique constitution that inverse cultivation gave him. He simply ran for his life and did not dare to fight the Demon King head-on. Demon King Chin Yu has managed to grasp a little of the rules of order. His secret skills are not very outstanding. He has just barely made the cut as a stage 3 great emperor. Hence his fighting power is not that insane. However, Lord Fun, who rules the Holocaust sect, is even stronger. He has the true power of a stage 3 emperor. Jian Wushuang finally understood the stage division among the great emperors. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, Great emperors are divided into 3 stages. Those in the first stage are ordinary and the weakest of them all. On the other hand, those in stage 3 grasp a little of the rules of order and are very powerful. As for me, I am probably an ordinary stage 2 emperor. My power is still far from that of a stage 3. In fact, these 3 stages were only a division set back in the first era. After these stages, there should still be a stage for Emperor by set out of nowhere. Chapter 2060 for the 4th stage. 2060 for the 4th stage. A 4th stage. Jian Wushuang's were wide open. The 3rd stage great emperors were terrifying enough, having grasped even a bit of rules of order. The elite ancient god emperor and sword emperor Dugu of the first era were considered the pinnacle of 3rd stage great emperors. Now there was a 4th stage. A 4th stage did not exist during the first era. I added it at the last moment. Emperor Bai smiled. Oh, really? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Wushuang, you must understand the 2nd era we live in now. Even though there's a vast difference in cultivating environments compared to in the first, one point remains the same. The cultivators of both eras were constricted by the boundaries of this universe. This constriction targets the strongest, Emperor Bai continued. The elite ancient god emperor and sword emperor Dugu of the first era had most certainly surpassed great emperor levels into something much more. But why do I still regard them as only great emperors? The constrictions the universe places upon us forces all cultivators to utilize no more strength than a great emperor can. Jian Wushuang was startled. He knew about a legend of the first era, an expert above all great emperors. Ancient God Emperor was a 10-star ancient god. According to ancient god clan divisions, 9 stars would make you a great emperor. 10 stars therefore naturally surpass great emperors, ascending beyond the chaotic realm. But now it seemed even though he was technically stronger than great emperors, there was really not much difference. experts stronger than great emperors in the first era remained great emperors due to the constrictions. But what about the ancient past? There were so many experts stronger than great emperors during that period of time. Imagine if those supreme beings were to awaken. What would happen? Jian Wushuang was once again taken aback. Experts from the ancient past. Emperor Bai, if these experts from the ancient past were to awaken, would they face the same constrictions the universe places? Jian Wushuang assaked. Of course, our universe is special this way. Everyone in this universe faces the same constrictions, even the experts from the ancient past. Meaning to say, no matter how powerful you were in the ancient past, even if you were one of the best, as long as you're under this universe, you can only be treated as a great emperor. However, these experts from the ancient past, even though they face the same constrictions, the myriad of means and secret skills they possess, along with their realization of the rules of order, they remained with them. You can only imagine, even if they had great emperor-level powers, that explosive energy, how strong would that be? Forget the others for now. Let's talk about that ancient past expert who helped you before, Emperor 13. You can tell how powerful he was, right? Emperor Bai said solemnly. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang could not help but draw a cold breath. He understood what Emperor Bai meant. Under the constrictions of the universe, they could only use great emperor-level powers, but the ancient past experts, possessing realization of the rules of order and other secret skills. The first and second eras were not even comparable. The elite ancient god emperor and sword emperor Dugu of the first era had only just surpassed the great emperor level. In terms of fighting power, they were simply the pinnacle of the third stage. There were so many experts from the ancient past stronger than ancient god emperor and sword emperor Dugu. Even with the same level of strength constricted by the universe, the experts would certainly surpass them in their explosive fighting power. Emperor 13 belonged to the ranks of these formidable ancient past experts. Because of these ancient past experts, especially after my encounter with Emperor 13, came the thought of the fourth stage. Without a doubt, Emperor 13 is a fourth stage great emperor, Emperor Bai said. Jian Wushuang nodded solemnly, and from this gained a whole new perspective of Emperor Bai. The 3 stages of great emperors, if you consider the ancient past experts, would make it 4 stages. 4 stages, meaning 4 completely different levels of power. The disparities between each stage was ridiculously huge. The reason why there was not much difference between great emperors within the Sanctuary Alliance was because they were all first stage great emperors. Even the best of the first stage great emperors, the abysmal Saint Mster, would find it hard to take down Yenzun, currently at the bottom of the first stage. But if a second stage expert were to come in, things would be different. A third or fourth stage great emperor would take down a first stage great emperor as if he was killing a chicken. Emperor Bai, may I know, amongst the 4 stages, at which stage do you reside? Jian Wushuang suddenly asked. Red Dragon King looked over. They were all curious. As the strongest in the eternal chaotic world, which stage did Emperor Bai belong to? Of course, Emperor Bai, having easily defeated Demon King Qinyu of the 3rd stage, made him at least on par with the Demon King. Emperor Bai took a while to think it through before replying. My current fighting power places me slightly above Ancient God Emperor and Sword Emperor Dugu of the First Era, but it is limited. When I first faced Emperor 13, I had no idea how nor the necessary confidence to engage him, so I guess I'm at the top of 3rd stage Great Emperors, or somewhere between the 3rd and 4th. But even though I'll lose to Emperor 13 and the other experts in terms of fighting power, if I were to fight them face to face, with the help of my inverse cultivation and other tricks, even groups of 4th stage Great Emperors would not scare me. Emperor Bai was ever so confident of himself, yet he hid nothing in regards to his own limitations. Jian Wushuang and Red Dragon King, having heard this, glanced at each other, astonishment and delight written all over their faces. The astonishment came from the fact that Emperor Bai's power was much stronger than they expected it to be. whereas the delight naturally came from the fact that Emperor Bai was on their side of the battle and was basically a leader to them. The upcoming battle against the three emperors world with Emperor Bai made them much more confident. Jian Wushuang. Emperor Bai looked towards Jian Wushuang. I saw the battle you had against great Emperor Zisu. Your ability now should be amongst the best within second stage great emperors, but not the best. You're still lacking in terms of Tao understanding. If you achieve a breakthrough from that, reaching Doctrine Palace's 9th level, you will emerge as the second stage's best. If you want to reach the 3rd stage, that's fairly simple as well. Continuing to master the final part of inverse cultivation's 7th step will suffice, or understand some rules of order. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang shrugged his shoulders. He had just reached the 2nd stage, barely even reaching Doctrine Palace's 9th level. For him to master the final part of inverse cultivation's 7th step, or to understand even a bit of the rules of order, would take ages. Come, let's go back. Without a word, the three of them made their way back to Thunderbolt Island. Chapter 2065, Fighting at the Ancient God Clan. 2065, Fighting at the Ancient God Clan. Jian Wushuang, Emperor Bai, and the rest attacked the base of Vientiane Tower, where they had killed Great Emperor Zisu. Within the eternal chaotic world, branches of Vientiane Tower that were located in different places among the tribes and sanctuaries received devastating blows. Even though Vientiane Tower had high social standing and power, it was nothing compared to Sanctuary Alliance. Sanctuary Alliance was the true ruler of the eternal chaotic world. If she wanted a certain force to disappear, no one could stop them. Within months, Vientiane Tower ceased to exist. All that was left were spies within different sects and clans. These cultivators were not strong enough to pose a threat. Furthermore, Sanctuary Alliance had gotten a list of most of these spies when they destroyed Vientiane Tower. These cultivators would also face certain death. The large dark millstone stood tall in the dark void. However, it stopped spinning. Deep in the Three Emperors' world, in the endless void. Idiot! This Zisu is an idiot. I have already reminded him to be extra careful, as Emperor Bai knew that there was a spy in Sanctuary Alliance. What happened in the end? He exposed himself. To make matters worse, he even exposed Vientiane Tower. Acheron Palace spent so much time and effort on building a Vientiane Tower, and all our efforts went to waste because of this idiot. Demon King Qin Ye's face was dark and he roared in anger. His aura turned extremely violent. This time around, Acheron Palace had lost too much. They had lost both Great Emperor Su, and Vientiane Tower. Even though Acheron Palace had used a large amount of resources to nurture Great Emperor Zisu and to get him to be one of the higher-ups of Sanctuary Alliance, this loss was still acceptable. During the final battle against the eternal chaotic world, his powers as a great emperor had been limited. However, Vientiane Tower was different. It was the #1 information department, given that it was the #1 enterprise within the world and the influence they had was great. During the war, it could pass messages, cause internal fighting among the eternal chaotic world, or change the tide of the war. There would be enormous benefits that could be reaped. Vientiane Tower was much more important to Acheron Palace than Great Emperor Zisu. Now, however, Vientiane Tower was destroyed with nothing left to salvage. All the effort that Acheron Palace had spent over the years had gone to waste. How could the Demon King Qin you be not angry when he was the leader? Lung Rushue and Kaiser Blood, who were on the other 2 thrones in the void, were in a bad mood. Acheron Palace planned to insert different people into the eternal chaotic world so that they could be of help during the final battle. Now, this plan has been foiled by Sanctuary Alliance. Our chances of winning during the final battle has dropped from 70% to 60%. Lung Rushue said, 60%. Even though there was an advantage, this advantage was no longer distinct. This happened all because of that idiot Zisu. Demon King Qin, you roared in anger. Now that Zisu is dead, it's pointless trying to blame him. We should be doing our best to prepare for the battle by concentrating our forces properly. Furthermore, we should speed up our plans for the special tribe. Qin Yu, the responsibility of the plans belongs to Acheron Palace. You have to pay close attention. Do not make any errors. Do not worry. The special tribe is different from humans. It is easier to deal with them. Furthermore, Acheron Palace is well prepared and we will not allow for any more accidents. We can settle things there within a century. Demon King Qin Yu said confidently. Do not be overconfident. Lung Rushue glanced over at Demon King Qin Yu. The matters there are of utmost importance. If any more accidents happen, we will have no more advantage. Hence, I have sent some of my people over. Yes, with the help of Holocaust sect, we can be more assured. Kaiser Blood said as he nodded his head in approval. Demon King Qin Yu's face turned a shade darker, but he did not argue. Oh, I have some good news for you both. Lung Rushue said. Kaiser Blood and Demon King Qin Yu looked over. 3 days ago, Lord Fun transmitted a message to me. He said that not only has his injury healed fully, but he's also managed to improve his fighting power. Oh, Kaiser Blood laughed. That's great. Now with Lord Fun, our fighting power at the highest level will once again improve. Now our chances of winning are better. However, Demon King Qin Yu squinted his eyes slightly and looked like he was happy. He muttered quietly to himself. Lord Fun became stronger once again? He had an edge over me before his injury. Now that he has become stronger, won't he be able to overpower me? Kaiser Blood is also stronger than me. I am currently the weakest. Damn it. Demon King Qin Yu said nothing more, even though he was angry deep down inside. Sanctuary Alliance, Thunderbolt Island, Emperor Bai, are you looking for me? What happened? Jian Wushuang received the message from Emperor Bai and rushed over. Now that Vientiane Tower is destroyed, the powers that Acheron Palace inserted in Eternal Chaotic World are gone. Our next step is for Sanctuary Alliance to rally the various forces in Eternal Chaotic World and concentrate all the experts. Then we will have the final battle against the Three Emperors World, Holocaust sect, and Acheron Palace that resides in the Dark Millstone, he said to Jian Wushuang. It is easy to gather the experts in Eternal Chaotic World. With the possible repercussions there could be, 99% of the experts will gather here. However, we might encounter some problems with the special tribes. I need you to go down personally. Emperor Bai said, Special tribe. Jian Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. In the Eternal Chaotic World, there was segregation between human tribe and special tribe. Usually, these two tribes would not interact with each other. However, when the survival of Eternal Chaotic World was at stake, the two tribes would cooperate and work with each other. What will happen with the special tribe? Jian Wushuang said as he frowned. I do not have the exact details, but there are troubles between the four biggest tribes, especially Ancient God Clan. From what Sanctuary Alliance told me, it seems like the Ancient God Clan is having a civil war right now. Emperor Bai said, What? Jian Wushuang turned pale. Among the different special tribes, he had a deep connection with the Ancient God Clan. His bloodline of Ancient Clan, was closely related to the Ancient God Clan. But now the Ancient God Clan was having a civil war? Chapter 2060, 6 The Godly Spirits, Metamorphosis. 2060, 6 The Godly Spirits, Metamorphosis. Jian Wushuang, I know you have a special relationship with the Ancient God Clan. Even the 9-star Ancient God King Luoyu from the clan said they wanted to make you their new Ancient God as part of their clan. The brawl amongst the Ancient God Clan seems to relate you quite a bit. So, Emperor Bai looked at Jian Wushuang. Since the issue is related to you, you should step out and settle it. Understood, I'll move out now, Jian Wushuang replied. Okay, if you get yourself into any trouble within that special tribe, inform me. Of course, with your current abilities, most issues shouldn't get in your way. Emperor Bai said. Jian Wushuang gave a faint smile before taking off. After leaving Thunderbolt Island, Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry to visit the ancient god sanctuary, and instead, he went back to the green fire world. Even though this visit to the special tribe would not take long, the eternal chaotic world was under ordinary circumstances. Jian Wushuang found Hall Master Yuan and Jian Nantian, and left them a few words. Then Jian Wushuang came to an enormous sea of fog. This was Star Foggy Sea, king of venomous worms. Jian Wushuang's voice resonated across the entire Star Foggy Sea. Soon, the green-robed elder, the king of venomous worms, had morphed into appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Master. The king was ever so respectful. Since the king had leached onto Jian Wushuang's body, it was always Jian Wushuang, not Master. Today was different. The Jian Wushuang of today was without a doubt one of the strongest amongst the great emperors, the best the eternal chaotic world had, and definitely stronger than his previous Master King Luozhen. With that amount of prestige and power, even the king of venomous worms had to show Jian Wushuang some respect. Naturally, he called him Master. You're living quite comfortably from the looks of it. Jian Wushuang looked at the king curiously. Jian Wushuang had just arrived to witness the king poking fun at one of the fellows in the foggy sea. Oh, how happy he looked. This is all thanks to you, Master, the king mocked. And indeed so. As a plenilune, he had previously needed to leech off of an ancient god to survive. But the bloodline of Jian Wushuang was so much purer than the ancient gods, the king only needed to leech for a short period of time, extract some ancient god blood essence, and he would live for 10,000 years or even 100,000 years by himself. With the blood essence, he could morph into a human, moving freely amongst many cultivators, with no need to stay within Jian Wushuang's body. Of course, he was more comfortable than before. I'm here for you, because I need to visit the ancient god sanctuary. Will you follow? Jian Wushuang asked. The ancient god's sanctuary? Since you, Master, have asked, I will follow. The king agreed without hesitation. Let's go then. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. The king immediately morphed into a mini-worm and made his way into Jian Wushuang's body. After the king, Jian Wushuang went to find Jian Yi. Jian Yi, your current skills, have they been restored to what they once were? Jian Wushuang watched Jian Yi. He could feel that subtle aura of power around Jian Yi. That aura surpassed the abysmal Saint Master, probably comparable to second stage great emperors like Great Emperor Zi, Su, and Red Dragon King. Almost there, but soon. A century should be enough for me to fully restore my power, Jian Yi replied. Jian Wushuang could not help but be astonished. Jian Yi now already possessed the fighting power of a second stage great emperor, more or less. But he hadn't reached his true potential yet? When he fully restored his power, how powerful then would he be? Jian Yi, we have split the great emperors of the peak chaotic realm into 4 stages. What stage do you think you'll be once you've fully restored your power? Jian Wushuang gave a brief explanation on how the stage divisions worked. Jian Yi thought through it for a while and replied, At my peak, I should be at the top of the second stage, or at least near the top. Only the top of the second stage, Jian Wushuang sighed, not confident to compare yourself with the third stage great emperors. Master, don't tease me. I only follow what you have taught me. Third stage great emperors have all a bit of rules of order. Rules of order. What a noble power that is. Even during the ancient past, when chaotic realms were plentiful, those who could really understand a bit of rules of order were no more than a handful. If I was capable of that, I would have joined some influential organizations and become one of their elite disciples, not been some nobody who's only good in intelligence, Jian Yi sighed. Oh, that made sense to Jian Wushuang. He too knew that the rules of order were not easy to understand. Okay, you continue to build up your strength here in the green fire world. It'll be gone for a while, The responsibility of keeping this place safe now lies with you, Jian Wushuang said. Aye. Jian Yi nodded solemnly and left. After Jian Yi left, Jian Wushuang's expression changed abruptly. Is it finally working? A tinge of delight could be seen on Jian Wushuang's face, as with a flip of his hand he took out a bronze mirror that emitted a unique smell. This bronze mirror was the 5-fire Godly Spirit Mirror. The 5-fire Godly Spirit Mirror was a treasure from the ancient past, obtained after Jian Wushuang had slain Emperor Godxia Exen. Back when the green fire world was in crisis and Great Emperor Colored Glaze along with others had charged in, this mirror had provided Jian Wushuang with quite a bit of assistance. The mirror was nurtured with divine power. The stronger the divine power, the better the mirror worked. Back when Jian Wushuang had yet to master the inverse cultivation's 7th step, the mirror had been nurtured with divine power, allowing the 5 great godly spirits to all emit peak emperor god powers, joining hands to form a godly spirit array, enough to fight against a great emperor. But ever since he had mastered the 7th step, there was an evolution in his divine powers. The 5 great godly spirits had also started to metamorphosize. This period of metamorphosis was long, from then all the way to now. Finally it had ended. That was why Jian Wushuang only took the mirror out now. I wonder how strong the mirror is now. With a glimmer of hope, he summoned one godly spirit. A dark shadow appeared. There came along an eerie chill, as if it came from hell itself. This aura was terrifying enough to scare even Jian Wushuang himself. Luckily it was him. If it was a normal real god or Sir God, they would choke in the face of this horrifying aura. The strength of this aura, to a certain extent, also symbolized the power of the godly spirit. Chapter 2067, Returning to Ancient God Sanctuary. 2067, Returning to Ancient God Sanctuary. Judging from the aura, this godly spirit has the power of a great emperor, Jian Wushuang muttered. If one godly spirit alone had so much power, then the battle power of 5 of them, when used together, would be, looks like I have my hands on another life-saving item. Jian Wushuang smiled. After keeping the godly spirit in the 5-fire godly spirit mirror, Jian Wushuang set off. The territory that belonged to the special tribes was far away from human territory. Jian Wushuang had spent 10 years on getting to Ancient God Sanctuary initially. As his social status improved, he could use many hidden wormholes within Sanctuary Alliance, which shortened the time needed to travel. He passed through the wormhole and appeared at Ancient God Sanctuary. He did not sense anything different when he arrived back at Ancient God Sanctuary after so many years of absence. However, Jian Wushuang knew that the information that Sanctuary Alliance had was not from wild guesses. There had to be a civil war going on. I should go to Gu King City and ask King Gutong and get an update from him on the civil war, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Within Ancient God Clan, there were 9 great king cities. Where he was closest to Gu King City. He arrived in the void above Gu King City soon after, thanks to how quick he was. Jian Wushuang used his soul power to cover the entire Gu King City. After using his soul power to scan the city, he frowned. What is going on? King Gutong, King Guyu, and King Gu Yi are all missing. Jian Wushuang was suspicious. He came to Gu King City before. This city was controlled by the ancient clan. The master of the city was Abysmal King. However, Jian Wushuang did not sense any familiar aura within Gu King City. On the contrary, he sensed many foreign presences. These foreign experts sensed his daring use of his soul power and were alarmed. Whoosh! 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 Within seconds, 7 figures rose from the city and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. The weakest among the 7 was a 7-star ancient god, while the strongest was an 8-star ancient god. Who are you, and why are you here? The muscular 8-star ancient god said as he gazed at Jian Wushuang. He saw the 8 stars between Jian Wushuang's brows and treated him as an expert of the same power level. I am Gu Jian. I have just returned from the human territory. Jian Wushuang responded by giving the alias he had used when had first come to ancient God sanctuary. As far as I know, the masters of the city are the brothers, King Guyu and King Gutong. Why are they not here? King Guyu? King Gutong? Are you part of the ancient clan, since your surname is Gu? The 8-star ancient god and the 6 remaining 7-star ancient god faces turned cold. I am indeed part of the ancient clan. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and admitted, you have the courage to come here after ancient clan's betrayal. Shouldn't you be staying within Luo Wang City? The 8-star ancient god scoffed so loudly that his voice reverberated in the king's city. Betrayal? Jian Wushuang frowned. Everyone, he is a rebel from the ancient clan. Assist me in arresting him. If he resists, kill him. The 8-star ancient god bellowed. Immediately, he led the rest and attacked Jian Wushuang. These 7 ancient gods used their fighting power when they attacked. They used a wide array of skills. Some revealed universal laws, while some used the ancient god finger. The different ancient god secret skills and ancient god lost knowledge were executed perfectly. Upon seeing this, Jian Wushuang's face darkened. Get lost. His roar was accompanied by a mix of endless divine power and bloodline power that was far superior to most ancient gods. The ancient god bloodline power radiated out in waves within the city. The 7 ancient gods who attacked Jian Wushuang were stunned and stopped in their tracks. All of their attacks disintegrated. They gazed at Jian Wushuang in awe. They could sense how strong Jian Wushuang was from that simple roar. Additionally, they felt the aura from his bloodline power. That aura from his bloodline power made them feel like submitting and worshipping Jian Wushuang. This aura, it's the aura of an emperor? How can this be? How can someone from the ancient clan have the aura of an emperor? They are traitors. Who is he? Who is he? These ancient gods looked at Jian Wushuang in terror. The 8-star ancient god, too, stared in disbelief. Jian Wushuang looked at them coldly. He snorted and left after scanning the 7 ancient gods. He did not retaliate in return. The ancient gods heaved a sigh of relief after Jian Wushuang left the void above the city and went out of sight. When Jian Wushuang stood there, the aura made their cores tremble in fear and forced them to worship him. That man, he said his name is Gu Jian, and he returned from the human territory recently. His bloodline power felt purer than that of a royal ancient god. Is he the man that Luo Yu King and the rest support? The 8-star ancient god widened his eyes when he thought of this. He actually personally came to ancient god sanctuary. No, I must report this to Lord Chen. She immediately. The 8-star ancient god whipped out a transmission token and sent the message. After leaving Gu King City, Jian Wushuang traveled for a while before stopping in midair. He looked back in the direction of Gu King City. He squinted his eyes slightly and thought to himself, that is indeed Gu King City, where I first cultivated the ancient god skills and ancient god lost knowledge. Back then, the city was under the control of the ancient god clan. Now, Guyu King and Gutong King are no longer in the city anymore. The people in the city even think of me as a traitor when I reveal my surname. My master, fighting power, is what determines who gets to rule over the great king cities within the ancient god clan. It is normal for the masters of these cities to change every once in a while. However, even if a new ancient god defeats the previous master of the city, the previous master will just leave the city. He will not be seen as a traitor. Evidently, something big happened within the ancient god clan. King of Venomous Worms said to Jian Wushuang, Chapter 2068, Kill Him on the Spot. 2068, Kill Him on the Spot. That 8-star ancient god just mentioned that experts of the Gu clan should be hiding in Luo Wang City. That city's controlled by King Luo Yu, if I'm not mistaken. Let me ask him. Jian Wushuang took out the transmission token King Luo Yu had given him previously. King Luo Yu, Jian Wushuang here, the message was sent. Oh, Sword Emperor, you're here at the ancient god sanctuary, a reply soon followed. Yeah, I heard there's been a brawl within the ancient god clan. I immediately made my way here from the human domain, visiting Gu King City too. But Gu King City's no longer under the Gu clan? What happened? How are the brothers, King Guyu and Gu Tong? It's a long story, I'd better save it for when we meet. Regarding the brothers, they're within my city walls. Ping me your location, and I'll get them to pick you up, King Luo Yu replied. Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded and sent his location, waiting in the void near Gu King City as time passed. At the ancient god sanctuary within the vast void lay a huge floating architectural complex. Within this complex, at its center, there was a palace one could not possibly not notice. Within that palace, a 3-meter-tall middle-aged man in chrome battle armor sat on the towering throne. This man was stone-faced, but the ferocious aura visible through his eyes was enough to startle one. But his most eye-catching feature was the 9 stars between his eyebrows. A 9-star ancient god was equivalent to a great emperor-level expert amongst the humans. But he was not King Luo Yu. It was another within the ancient god clan, the much older King Qin Shing. King Qin Shing's expression had changed. He had received the notice from that 8-star ancient god within Guwang City, Gu Jian, a being just arrived from the human domain. But within lies a bloodline purer and better than the royal ancient god clan? Sword Emperor. King Qin Shing immediately lifted his head. Sword Emperor, whom Luo Yu tried so hard to push to become the new ancient god emperor, has finally arrived at my ancient god sanctuary? HNGH, so what if your bloodline is pure? The ancient god emperor of the clan will only be one. The rest can forget about it. Besides, this sword emperor is of human descent and was not born within the ancient god clan. He is so much closer to humans than to us. What right does he have to become the ancient god emperor? In the ancient god clan, bloodline preceded everything else. That was the rule. Most people agreed with this rule, but to those elite experts, all rules could be bent as long as you had enough strength. Any rule could be bent with power. The fact that King Qin Shing did not recognize Jian Wushuang's bloodline was not only due to his human descent, but also because deep in his heart he only acknowledged one ancient god emperor. Zhansong, King Qin Shing shouted. King Qin Shing, at the bottom of the palace came a stocky, tanned, gorilla-like man. The sword emperor has appeared, just beside Guwang City. Bring someone over and invite him here, King Qin Shing instructed. Invite him. The gorilla-like man was stunned. Of course we'll invite him, but the way to invite? You should know how. If you can't do it, kill him on the spot. King Qin Shing's eyes were filled with ferocity. Aye, Zhang Song nodded solemnly. Soon he took off with his finest men. The void outside Guwang City. Jian Wushuang waited quietly for a full fortnight. So, 2 figures appeared in front of Jian Wushuang's line of sight. They were the brothers King Guyu and Gu Tong. Haha, Jian Wushuang. King Gu Tong had interacted with Jian Wushuang several times, and they were on good terms. A refreshing smile greeted Wushuang. Sword Emperor. King Guyu was obviously more reserved. Hope y'all are doing fine, Jian Wushuang smiled. They made some small talk. Gents, Guwang City, what happened? Jian Wushuang asked. What else? We got attacked. King Gutong shrugged. The people in control of the city now. They were enough against the both of you too. Jian Wushuang frowned. He knew clearly. King Guyu had long ago attained the 8-star ancient god expert level, equivalent to a peak universe god in the human domain. King Gutong had also made it to the 8-star level these past couple of years. He was not as strong as the Abysmal King, but certainly not too far behind. Along with so many 7-star ancient gods within the Gu clan, their power was astonishing. Those experts in Guang City could not have possibly taken down the city by themselves. Those people, of course they couldn't do it alone. They had help. We brothers weren't enough to handle them, King Gutong said. So, I see, Jian Wushuang replied. I'll tell you the details back at Luo Wang City, Sword Emperor. King Luoyu is waiting for you, the Abysmal King replied. Let's go then. Mind if y'all lead the way? Jian Wushuang smiled. Under the brothers' lead, they headed towards Luo Wang City. Along the way, the trio started to chit-chat. Wushuang, the last time I saw you was back at your hometown Greenfire World. When you still hadn't made your breakthrough, you were already considered the top peak universe god amongst human cultivators. Now that the breakthrough has been made, you are certainly much stronger, right? King Gutong looked over. Slightly, I guess, Jian Wushuang replied humbly. Could you fight a 9-star ancient god? King Gutong continued his questions. Should be able to, Wushuang smiled. Really? King Gutong had his reservations. Jian Wushuang smiled, but did not explain much. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang halted. What's wrong? King Guyu and Gutong paused as well, looking towards Jian Wushuang. Someone is here. They're strong and they don't lack in numbers, Jian Wushuang said. King Guyu and Gutong's faces turned dark. Soon after, several figures could be seen in their line of sight. 10 people had formed a row, each with such powerful auras. The weakest among them was a top 7-star ancient god. 4 8-star ancient gods were amongst the men, but the most eye-catching was the stocky, tanned, gorilla-like man. The stars between that man's eyebrows. He had 9. Chapter 2069 Invitation. Invitation. That is King Zhansong, leader of the Zhan clan. Blood drained from King Guyu and King Gutong's face. Gutong King wanted to slap himself hard. He had just asked whether Jian Wushuang could go head-to-head with a 9-star ancient god, and one had appeared. Zhan clan. Jian Wushuang thought as he frowned. He asked, within the ancient god clan, isn't there only King Luoyu and King Qinxing, who are 9-star ancient gods? There was indeed only 2 9-star ancient gods. However, not too long ago, a new ancient battlefield appeared near your hometown. Many of the ancient gods went there to search for opportunities. They managed to gain some rewards. King Zhansong reaped the greatest benefits. He managed to use the opportunities within the ancient battlefield and became a 9-star ancient god, King Guyu said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang nodded his head. King Zhansong and the Zhan clan were always obeying King Qinxing and listening to his orders. The ancient god clan sides with King Luoyu while we support you. On the other hand, King Qinxing opposes this idea firmly. King Zhansong probably got news that Sword Emperor came to ancient god sanctuary and came especially for you. His intentions are bad. He has bad intentions? Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. What could a 9-star ancient god that was just promoted due to opportunity do even if his intentions were bad? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 ancient god experts, together with their leader King Zhansong, appeared in front of the trio. King Zhansong, who was the size of a gorilla, first scanned King Guyu and King Gutong before looking at Jian Wushuang. Are you the Sword Emperor? King Zhansong asked coldly. Yes, I am. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. I am Zhansong. If you want to inherit the place of the ancient god emperor, follow me so that we can discuss this matter. King Zhansong said. King Guyu and King Gutong panicked. King Zhansong, if King Qinxing really wanted King Zhansong to inherit the throne of the ancient god emperor, he wouldn't be fighting so fiercely against King Luoyu, nor would he send you here to invite Sword Emperor. He would have come personally. King Gutong shouted. "Keep quiet," King Zhansong scolded as he glanced at King Gutong. "You are just a mere 8-star ancient emperor. You have no place to speak." King Gutong was stunned. He had no choice but to tolerate it, even though he was upset. An 8-star ancient god should always respect a 9-star ancient god. "Sword Emperor, follow me," King Zhansong said once again. "What if I refuse?" Jian Wushuang smiled. "Refuse? Haha. Do you think you have the right to refuse when I invite you personally? Be logical, or I will take action," King Zhansong threatened. "Take action? I really want to know what you will do." Jian Wushuang grinned as he took a step. Even though his step looked casual, it closed the distance between him and King Zhansong instantly as he appeared in front of King Zhansong. A wave of strong diving power and bloodline power, which was many times purer than that of a royal ancient god, swept out in all directions at that instant. Jian Wushuang raised his right hand and pointed his index finger towards King Zhansong. Once the finger was extended, heaven and earth turned silent. Boom! Emerging in the void behind Jian Wushuang was a black, shiny mirage of an ancient god that was tens of thousands of feet tall. This gargantuan mirage also pointed out its finger. This finger was the ancient god's 9th finger. This was the last move under the ancient god's finger. The name, Ultimate Finger. You are asking for it. King Zhansong was enraged when Jian Wushuang attacked him without saying a word. His ancient god body, which was as large as an orangutan, expanded in size rapidly. Endless waves of ancient god power gushed out furiously. A humongous mirage of an ancient god appeared behind him. It also attacked with the same technique. Ancient god's 9th finger. The only difference was that his ancient god mirage was dark gold, which was a telltale sign that he was a member of royalty. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang's mirage was dark green. Bang! The two fingers collided head-on. Two waves of shocking power erupted and burst forth in all directions. King Zhansong was confident in his own power. He was a 9-star ancient god, one of only 3 within the ancient god clan. However, Jian Wushuang was just an 8-star ancient god. The difference in power level was still evident even if Jian Wushuang had bloodline power, which was purer, that could suppress his fighting power. Since the move was the same, he was absolutely confident in destroying Jian Wushuang's ultimate finger. However, his confidence shook the moment the two fingers collided. The air howled as the endless ancient god power dispersed in all directions. His dark gold ultimate finger fell apart and exploded. It couldn't even put up a fight to stop Jian Wushuang's ultimate finger. The moment it collided, it disappeared. Even though the difference in power level was evident, the ending was unexpected. How is this possible? King Zhansong widened his eyes. Jian Wushuang's ultimate finger came upon him. He had no time to react as he was still stunned. Boom! The enormous ultimate finger smashed into King Zhansong. It shoved King Zhansong towards the ground ruthlessly and effortlessly. It was as though he was a mere fly. Crash! The entire earth shook. A crater so deep that on one could see what was at the bottom formed. King Zhansong was completely buried at the bottom of the crater. There was no movement even after a while, so no one knew what his condition was. After doing all of this, Jian Wushuang patted his own sleeves as the huge mirage of the ancient god disintegrated into nothingness. However, the aura of his bloodline, which was purer than that of a royal ancient emperor, still swept out in all directions. He looked down on the crater that King Zhansong was in and smiled in disdain. He was simply a 9-star ancient god who got promoted recently. How dare he tell me that he will take action if I refuse his offer? What an idiot. A 9-star ancient emperor was just equivalent to a normal, great emperor back in the human territory. A 9-star ancient emperor who had just been promoted was equivalent to the most normal, stage 1, great emperor. He could fight 13 of such great emperors alone back when he was in Three Emperors' World. Chapter 2070 within Luo King City. So what about you guys? Are the rest of you going to invite me as well? Jian Wushuang said coldly as he scanned the remaining 10 ancient gods. The remaining 10 ancient gods who had 7 or 8 stars looked at Jian Wushuang in awe and disbelief. They lowered their heads upon hearing his question. Even someone with the power level of King Zhansong could be defeated easily by Jian Wushuang. They would not risk their lives and anger Jian Wushuang. Since no one is going to invite me, get lost, Jian Wushuang raged. The ancient gods stepped aside immediately and made a path. King Guyu and King Gutong, let us continue our journey. Jian Wushuang looked at the two of them and said. At that point in time, King Guyu and King Gutong were shocked beyond words. King Gutong doubted that Jian Wushuang could fend off a 9-star ancient god, even when Jian Wushuang himself said that he could. But now, Jian Wushuang had crushed a 9-star ancient emperor with a single technique. Even King Luoyu could not have achieved this feat besides feeling surprised. They were euphoric. This was their true emperor. He had both insane power and strong bloodline power. Let's go! The three of them made their way towards Luo King City. Within the large ditch, King Zhansong stood up after a while. By then, Jian Wushuang and the other 2 men were already far away. After half a month, Jian Wushuang reached Luo King City under the guidance of the 2 kings. Sword Emperor, this is Luo King City. The experts form Luo Clan, Gu Clan, and many other clans are gathered here. However, Luo King City is barricaded by the men under King Qinsheng. My brother, and I put in a lot of effort just to get out to welcome you, King Guyu said. Barricaded? Looks like you are at a complete disadvantage in this fight. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and said. King Guyu sighed and continued. I have messaged King Luoyu and asked for his aid to bring us into the city. We should send a message to King Luoyu to inform him that we are arriving. However, we do not need his aid. We will make our way in by ourselves, Jian Wushuang said as he rushed towards the city, entering by force. King Guyu was stunned for a moment. Then he recalled the fighting power of Jian Wushuang and understood how. Before long, violent roars and clashes could be heard. The trio had fought the experts under the command of King Qinsheng. However, under the ruthless attacks, the experts lost to Jian Wushuang. The trio broke past the barricade easily and appeared in front of the city. King Luoyu, numerous 7-star ancient gods and 8-star ancient gods stood there waiting for the arrival of Jian Wushuang. Sword Emperor, King Luoyu greeted respectfully. He walked up as soon as he saw Jian Wushuang in the distance. King Luoyu, how have you been? Jian Wushuang smiled. The remaining ancient gods that were standing behind King Luoyu looked at Jian Wushuang curiously. They knew his identity, as King Luoyu had told them earlier that Jian Wushuang possessed bloodline of emperors, and that they should support him in becoming their new master. Aside from King Gutong, King Guyu, and a few others, no one had met Jian Wushuang before, much less confirmed the bloodline power others claimed he had. They were unsure if the claims were true. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly when he saw that everyone doubted him. The aura of the bloodline power of the ancient clan burst forth. This aura. All the ancient gods were startled. The aura of an emperor. This is definitely the bloodline power of an emperor. Haha. This certainly is the bloodline power of an emperor. Looks like King Luoyu was right. There is indeed someone with the bloodline of emperors. How dare this King Qinsheng vow that we are traitors? I want to see what he has to say after the message that the bloodline of emperor exists spreads. All the ancient gods looked at Jian Wushuang in excitement. King Luoyu smiled when he saw the changes in expressions. He said, Sword Emperor, please enter the city. We can continue the conversation inside. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and said, Under the personal guidance of King Luoyu, Jian Wushuang entered Luo King City. There were many 7 and 8 stars ancient gods seated within the large, magnificent palace. At the top of the palace there were 2 thrones side by side. Jian Wushuang sat on one beside King Luoyu. King Luoyu, what's happened? Jian Wushuang asked. After I confirmed that you, Sword Emperor, have the bloodline of emperors back in Green Fire World, I came back to Ancient God Sanctuary immediately. I gathered the different clan leaders and the masters of various king cities to come together to support you as our new emperor. King Luoyu started explaining. In the history of our clan, bloodline power is supreme. Since you possess the bloodline power of emperors, you should become our new emperor. However, during the gathering, King Qinsheng questioned this. He said that your blood is mixed with that of a human, so you do not deserve to be our new emperor. He further accused that my Tua clan conspired with the humans and are traitors to the ancient god clan. Hence, during the meeting, I fell out with King Qinsheng. Out of all the different clan leaders and masters of king cities, only 30% of them sided with me. However, 40% sided with King Qinsheng. 40%? I thought that bloodline power is supreme within the ancient god clan. Why do 40% of the experts support King Qinsheng? And what happened to the other 30%? Jian Wushuang knitted his eyebrows and asked, It is indeed true that bloodline power is supreme in our clan. However, some people felt it unfair that you possess the bloodline power of emperor, while others had not seen you with their own eyes. Most importantly, the influence of King Qinsheng is too strong in the ancient god clan. King Luoyu sighed. King Qinsheng is the oldest and most senior within the clan. He is also the strongest person. There was no one born with the bloodline of emperors till this date. Hence, he is always the leader in our clan. He plays an important role in deciding the masters of different king cities in the fight against the other 3 top-tier clans, as well as resolving clashes with other special tribes. Furthermore, he is the direct royal bloodline of first ancient god emperor. Direct royal bloodline. Jian Wushuang was stunned before he continued, You mean, yes, his father is ancient god emperor. King Luo Yi said seriously. Chapter 2071 alone. No wonder. Jian Wushuang commented. As the heir to ancient god emperor, King Qinsheng had superior bloodline power compared to the rest. He was the most recognized leader of the ancient god clan and the strongest person within the clan. His influence was evident within the clan. No wonder 40% of the experts supported him. Wait, ancient god emperor was an expert in the first era. He should have died when the first era ended. Would that mean that King Qinsheng also came from the first era if he was the son? Jian Wushuang said, startled. Yes. Ancient God Emperor had 3 sons in the first era, and King Qinsheng was the youngest. During the first era, he was not powerful and was not a 9-star ancient god. He was just an 8-star ancient god. After the first era ended, ancient God Emperor and his elder 2 sons died. He survived with a minimal number of ancient gods. They started to reproduce and eventually formed the ancient god clan today. In fact, all of the 3 most powerful tribes are living legacies from the first era, King Luoyu said. Jian Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. No wonder. It seems like King Qinsheng made great contributions to the ancient god clan. Jian Wushuang smiled. King Qinsheng managed to lead a tribe which had barely survived the first era to become a dominating force in the second era. His ability and power deserved respect from the general population of ancient gods. King Qinsheng made great contributions to the ancient god clan. However, he will admit to only his father having a purer bloodline power. It is to no surprise that he acted with hostility towards me when he learned that I support you in becoming the new ancient god emperor, King Luoyu said. I am no match for King Qinsheng as he is a powerful man. Furthermore, he gained the support of one of the 9-star ancient gods from the Zhang clan. All I could do was stay within Luo Wang's city to think of ideas. Jian Wushuang nodded his head to show that he understood. King Chunxing sealed off Luo King City during this time period. It is extremely difficult for us to leave the city, let alone for us to force King Chunxing to back off. We were no match for him. Now that you are here, it should be much easier to solve the existing problems, King Luoyu said with a serious face. How so? Jian Wushuang looked at King Luoyu with interest. The ancient clan puts bloodline power above all else. No matter how big the contributions of King Chunxing, and no matter how widespread his influence is, it will not change this fact. The reason why 40% of the clan supports him is because they have yet to see you. Hence, they are not sure whether you possess the bloodline of emperors. Since you have arrived at Ancient God Sanctuary, those remaining 30% who have yet to make up their minds will definitely support you. King Luoyu said, the masters of the king cities and various clans may be willing to support me. However, King Chunxing probably will not even if he verifies that I have the bloodline of emperors, Jian Wushuang said. This. King Luoyu frowned and said, King Jianqin will only submit to his father. It is not possible for him to serve you willingly. However, there is no way he could influence the will of the masses in the ancient god clan. Even though that may be the case, it will be much better if King Xingqian decides to serve me willingly, Jian Wushuang smiled. By the way, what is the power level of King Xingqian? King Xingqian is unanimously thought of as the strongest in the ancient god clan. His power level is at the limit of a 9-star ancient god, and he is the second strongest in the special tribe. His fighting power should be similar to that of a normal stage 2 great emperor. Jian Wushuang was surprised. A normal stage 2 emperor? Jian Wushuang possessed one of the highest fighting powers out of all the stage 2 great emperor. If this was the case, he should be more powerful than King Chunxing, given that the emperor bloodline power would further suppress the fighting power of King Chunxing. Lead the way, King Luoyu. I want to meet King Chunxing, Jian Wushuang said as he stood up. King Luoyu's face turned pale. There is a great difference in power between our faction and his faction. To go and find King Chunxing now would be suicide. I think we should send a message to the other 3% of the clan and to the masters of the different cities. We will gather together before finding King Chunxing. This is a much safer way. Let us save the trouble. We shall head there now. Jian Wushuang smiled. King Luoyu frowned and stopped trying to discourage the Sword Emperor. Under the guidance of King Luoyu, Jian Wushuang left Luowang City and reached a vast void. There were large groups of buildings floating within this void. There were many faint but overbearing auras radiating out from the buildings. King Chunxing is within those buildings, Sword Emperor. I shall call him to come and meet us, King Luoyu said. There is no need. Jian Wushuang waved him off. Wait for me here. I will find him personally. You are going alone? No way. King Luoyu was shocked. Calm down and watch what happens. Jian Wushuang smiled as he moved towards the buildings. King Luoyu turned pale, and the remaining ancient gods present were puzzled. They felt that the Sword Emperor was too arrogant. It was obvious that King Chunxing was not on good terms with the Sword Emperor. They felt like the Sword Emperor was asking for it when he entered the home of King Chunxing alone. He clearly knew that he might be killed. King Guyu and King Gutong were the only two people that remained calm. King Luoyu, there is something I have yet to report. King Guyu said. What is it? King Luoyu sounded agitated, as he was clearly worried for the safety of Jian Wushuang. When King Gutong, Sword Emperor, and I were on our way back to Luowang City, we met Zhan Song. King Guyu said, Zhan Song? King Luoyu's face tightened. 9-star royal ancient god Zhan Song. He must have been listening to King Chunxing's orders and went after Sword Emperor. How did all of you escape? Escape? There was no need to run. Sword Emperor fought Song and beat him with just one move, King Guyu said as he shook his head. Chapter 2072 King Qinsheng. He only needed one move to defeat Song. King Luoyu widened his eyes. The surrounding ancient gods looked over at King Guyu in disbelief. Song was a legit 9-star ancient god. Even King Luoyu could not defeat him in one move. Even though Sword Emperor is an 8-star ancient god, his true power is much greater than that of most 9-star ancient gods. There is a reason why he decided to meet King Qinsheng alone. Everyone don't worry for his safety, King Guyu said. So this is why Jian Wushuang dared to go alone. King Luoyu heaved a sigh of relief. However, King Qinsheng is already a stage 2 ancient god. He is not easy to deal with. If anything unexpected happens, we will help him immediately. Yes, the ancient gods around nodded their heads. Jian Wushuang appeared at the foot of a state. Who is that? A stern voice shouted. Jian Wushuang did not halt. He smiled and continued walking. Right when he was about to enter the estate, an aura of bloodline power many times purer than that of a royal ancient god burst forth from Jian Wushuang. It felt like a dragon was awakening as the aura filled the entire atmosphere. Many of the ancient gods, including those from the various clans and the different masters of the various cities, felt pressured to submit and bow down to their new emperor. All of them were caught by surprise. That is the aura of an emperor. What King Luoyu said was true. Someone with the bloodline of emperors was born. A new emperor. Everyone within the estate were boiling with curiosity as many ancient gods flew out. The entire place was densely packed within moments. Everyone was looking at the young man who was walking towards the center of the estate. Jian Wushuang placed his hands behind his back as he looked around and said with dignity, "Who dares to stop me?" This simple sentence forced many ancient gods to lower their heads. Those who tried to stop Jian Wushuang stepped aside without hesitation. Within the ancient god clan, bloodline is supreme. This concept was definitely true in this clan. They had only heard from King Luoyu that there had been a human born with the bloodline of emperor, and they should support him in becoming the new emperor. They chose to support King Qinsheng because the new emperor was human. Furthermore, they could not confirm the claim as they had not met Jian Wushuang before. Once these ancient gods felt the aura of bloodline of emperors themselves, their doubts disappeared. Everyone looked at Jian Wushuang in an excited and passionate manner. The one who possessed the bloodline of emperors was their emperor. Even though the blood of a human flowed through his veins, this couldn't change the fact that he too possessed the bloodline of emperors. Every ancient god moved out of the way, and no one dared to stop Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang walked successfully to the center of the estate and stopped in front of the most majestic palace. Within the palace, a 3-meter-tall man in silver body armor stood up slowly. Behind the silver armor man was another man whose body was as big as a gorilla's. This man was King Song. He had been defeated in a battle against Jian Wushuang. "Are you King Qinsheng?" Jian Wushuang stared at the man in silver body armor and asked coldly, "Sword Emperor, you are a courageous man. You dare to venture here alone. Do you really think that your bloodline power will save you?" King Qinsheng said as he stared back coldly. Before Jian Wushuang could reply, an 8-star ancient god, who also happened to be a master of a king city, spoke. "King Qinsheng, according to the law of the ancient clan, we should support Jian Wushuang in becoming the new emperor, as he possesses the bloodline of emperors. I hope you can." Before the 8-star ancient god finished his sentence. "Keep quiet." King Qinsheng bellowed fiercely and stared at the 8-star ancient god as the ancient god was forced into silence. "Within the ancient god clan, there will only be one emperor, and that will be my father. He is of paramount importance within the clan. On the other hand, so what if Jian Wushuang possessed the bloodline power of emperor? At the end of the day, he is still a human. Who gave him the right to be the emperor of the ancient god clan? King Chunxing questioned coldly as his voice reverberated through the air. The ancient gods around kept quiet after hearing this. King Chunxing, I'm going to ask you one last time. Are you going to submit? Jian Wushuang said coldly. Submit? Haha, me. Submitting to a mere human like you? King Chunxing started laughing as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Are you not going to? If that's the case, then do not blame me for what's going to happen. Jian Wushuang focused his vision on King Chunxing and leaped forth. Boom! The void beneath Jian Wushuang's feet exploded into pieces. Surging waves of divine power and bloodline power radiated from Jian Wushuang. At that moment, Jian Wushuang pointed his finger. Heaven and earth trembled as a mirage of an ancient god, tens of thousands feet tall, appeared behind Jian Wushuang, copying his stance. At the tip of its finger, a ball of diving power started to concentrate, glowing dark green. It's this move again. King Zhansong, who was standing behind King Chunxing, widened his eyes and hints of fear could be seen in them. King Zhansong had been defeated easily using this move back when he had invited Jian Wushuang using force. Now, Jian Wushuang had used the same move and attacked King Chunxing Humph. King Chunxing grunted as he started to boil with divine power. His aura grew to a peak instantly. He was different from King Zhansong. King Zhansong had only reached the level of a 9-star ancient god recently. However, King Chunxing had been at the peak of a 9-star ancient god for a very long time. His fighting power was that of a stage 2 great emperor back in the first era. He was much stronger than King Zhansong. Jian Wushuang, you are asking for it, King Chunxing said coldly. Upon finishing his sentence, he too channeled his divine power and attacked. He too used the ancient god's 9th finger, the ultimate finger. The power was at least 10 times stronger than when King Zhansong had performed the same move. The two fingers collided head-on. Heaven and earth rumbled fiercely. The void shattered as the limitless amount of divine power gushed violently in all directions. In the end, both fingers disintegrated into nothingness after the intense collision. Chapter 2073. Get down! King Chunxing looked at Jian Wushuang coldly within the violent storm of divine power. Jian Wushuang stood up straight as numerous mirages of ancient gods appeared behind him. Ancient god, lost knowledge. Universal laws. Boom, 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 boom. Every single mirage used its palm and slapped forward fiercely. Each slap seemed to contain a complete cycle of reincarnation. King Chunxing's face turned dark. His ancient god power burst forth as numerous mirages appeared behind him. It had been a battle between the strength of Ultimate Finger during the fight against Zhansong before. Now, it was a battle between the universal law. The entire heaven and earth was overwhelmed by the endless divine power. All that one could hear was the countless number of tightly packed collisions as the sounds reverberated through the air. Amidst the raging collisions, humph! A snort could be heard as the numerous ancient god mirages belonging to King Chunxing dissipated into the air. He swiftly took a few steps back in retreat. How could this brat's divine power be so pure? King Chunxing thought, even though he was startled. His face did not show any sign of fear. Secret skill. Guided thunder. Hum! Heaven and earth shook suddenly, as a rift in heaven and earth appeared out of nowhere in the sky above. At the ends of this gigantic rift, beams of crimson red light appeared. These beams of light were countless bolts of sacred thunder of extermination packed densely together. Any single bolt of thunder could easily kill an almighty, and there were at least hundreds of thousands of bolts there. These hundreds of thousands of bolts of thunder fused together perfectly, forming a single, huge crimson thunderbolt. This bolt of thunder suddenly descended. Secret skill guided thunder? Jian Wushuang saw this and smiled. I also know this move. A similar gigantic rift in heaven and earth appeared on the other side of the sky. However, from this rift, the countless sacred thunders of extermination were dark jade in color. The power of the thunder was unbelievably strong. Under the control of Jian Wushuang, the thunder fused together to form a huge thunder dragon, which was dark jade in color. The thunder dragon roared as it rushed towards the crimson-red thunderbolt. The two collided in midair. Kaboom! It was as though it was a bolt from the blue. However, the sound and power was far greater than that of a normal bolt. The two sacred thunder of extermination collided with devastating impact. The surrounding void dissipated completely and formed a space-time storm. Originally, there had been a complex of buildings beneath their feet. After the collision, all the buildings had been destroyed and ceased to exist. The terrifying aura shocked the ancient gods who had escaped. I have used almost all the attacks and secret skills from the ancient god Lost Knowledge. Next up is... Jian Wushuang thought as he looked at King Qinsheng coldly. At the same time, the size of his body grew rapidly. Heads and arms started to grow out of his body. This occurred to King Qinsheng as well. Both had 9 heads and 18 arms. Kill! Fight! Following the war cry, both their fists collided fiercely into each other. This time, both of them fought with their bare fists. Each of the 18 arms Jian Wushuang had grown held a sword. He used his swordsmanship to the fullest. King Qinsheng used the brute force of his fist. Each punch was like a meteorite crashing. The power was unbelievable. Fighting at melee range had always been a specialty of ancient god clan. Their fighting power at close range was far superior to that of the people in other clans. During the battle, Jian Wushuang and King Qinsheng both maximized their ability to fight at close range. The ancient gods who were around watching this fight were stunned. Many cleared their throats as they shuddered in fear from the bottom of their soul. These two men were without a doubt the strongest within the ancient god clan. On one side was King Qinsheng, the man who was unanimously thought to be the strongest within the clan. On the other side was Jian Wushuang. He possessed the bloodline of emperors. Even though he was just an 8-star ancient god, his power level was still higher than that of King Qinsheng. Yes, he was stronger than King Qinsheng. Everyone witnessed it themselves. Jian Wushuang was stronger in every way, be it the power of his secret skill and lost knowledge, or his ability to fight at close range. Jian Wushuang managed to completely suppress King Qinsheng even now. Even though King Qinsheng did everything he could and was fighting back with all his might, it was still clear that he was at a disadvantage. How is this possible? This brat is just an 8-star ancient god. How can he be stronger than me? King Qinsheng thought to himself, shocked. His face was gloomy. King Qinsheng was a 9-star ancient god. Even though their ability to fight at close range was of the same level, Jian Wushuang could still suppress him head-on. This was because the power that came from Jian Wushuang's sword was stronger due to the superior divine power and inhibition from the bloodline power. On the point of quality of divine power, Jian Wushuang was at the second phase of the 7th step of inverse cultivation. He had also finished cultivating phase, one of his immemorial celestial body. Furthermore, he possessed the bloodline of emperors. Even though King Qinsheng was the heir to the first ancient god emperor, he was simply a royal ancient god. He would be weakened due to his inferior bloodline power. Hence, Jian Wushuang was definitely stronger than King Qinsheng. King Qinsheng was no match for Jian Wushuang due to the reasons above and was oppressed in battle. King Qinsheng! An angry bellow was heard. King Qinsheng looked up immediately. He saw that 4 of Jian Wushuang's arms were gripping a single sword. A wave of shocking sword essence rose and skyrocketed. Sword Principal Xian Lu, blast rainstorm. Get down! Jian Wushuang roared as his blade, with the speed of a gale and the power of a hurricane, swept out. The emphasis of this move was on the power. King Qinshing's eyes turned bloodshot. He channeled his divine power as his fist punched out with a force equivalent to a real meteorite. Bang! An earth-shaking sound was heard as waves of divine power flooded the entire heaven and earth. The result: King Qinshing fell towards the ground, trembling. A large ditch was formed. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang stood upright and unharmed. He looked down into the ditch. King Qinshing, do you submit to me? Chapter 2074. Outrageously unreasonable. King Qinshing, do you submit? The voice of Jian Wushuang was so loud that it could be heard above Cloud 9. It was as though his voice represented the will of Heavenway as it reverberated through heaven and earth. Upon witnessing this sight, the surrounding ancient gods respected Jian Wushuang even more. Within the ditch, King Qinshing stood and looked up. Two thin rays of light burst forth. Jokes! King Qinshing bellowed and tried to move. Jian Wushuang stood tall in the void, for of his hands gripped his blood mountain sword tightly. He used blast rainstorm from Sword Principal Xian Luo again. Get down! Jian Wushuang bellowed. King Qinshing, who was trying to fly out of the ditch, was once again flooded by sword lights. He dropped back into the ditch again. Do you submit? Jian Wushuang yelled once again. Bastard! King Qinshing cursed. Jian Wushuang swung his sword once again. Boom! The entire earth shook. Do you submit? Jian Wushuang yelled again. You wish. King Qinshing replied. Boom! Another wave of sword light came. Do you submit? You, boom! Do you submit? Never. Boom! Do you submit? The ancient gods watching this battle were dumbfounded. Their eyes widened as they saw the scene. They saw that Jian Wushuang kept on swinging his sword and kept on asking if King Qinshing would submit. When King Qinshing refused to submit, he would be met with another wave of sword light from Jian Wushuang. King Qinshing was obviously a punching bag and had no chance to fight back. This method Jian Wushuang was using to get King Qinshing to submit shocked the remaining ancient gods present. It was domineering and unreasonable. Yes, Jian Wushuang was like a gangster, utterly unreasonable and domineering. He did not waste any time with King Qinshing by trying to persuade him to submit. He simply asked a simple question. Do you submit? If the reply was no, he would attack. Jian Wushuang would attack until King Qinshing decided to submit, even though he was already buried in the ground. King Qinshing was one of the most powerful 9-star ancient gods. His fighting power had reached stage 2, but he still was no match for Jian Wushuang. Boom! 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 Jian Wushuang used the fuller to perform his sword skills. Each impact made a loud sound that could be heard clearly. Clearly, he was using power to suppress King Qinshing. King Qinshing had no chance to recover himself as the endless waves of sword skills collided with his back. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang attacked numerous times. Each time he attacked, he asked King Qinshing to submit. Initially, King Qinshing would struggle madly and had wanted to fight back. After a while, he stopped. Boom! Another collision occurred, and King Qinshing was completely buried underground. Do you submit? Jian Wushuang bellowed once more. At the bottom of the crater, King Qinshing kept quiet. He thought for a while before he growled, I will only submit if you can be recognized by my father. Oh! Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrow as he stopped his sword in midair. King Qinshing could finally catch his breath before he rose from the crater. King Qinshing was in a bad state. His hair was messy, there were blood stains on his lips, and his silver armor had several gashes left by a sword. He stood there with anger in his eyes. However, there was fear too. Yes, fear. During the brief battle, he had become fearful of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had given him a mental scar from his unreasonable actions and his terrifying fighting power. Since his birth in the First Era till now, he had never met a person so unreasonable. To make matters worse, this person was stronger than him. King Qin Shing, you just said that if I could be recognized by your father, you would submit to me. Your father is the first ancient god emperor. How can I get his recognition? Jian Wushuang asked. King Qin Shing took a deep breath before he spoke. My father was one of the strongest men alive back in the First Era. Even though my father died when the First Era ended, he left behind a conscience within an old grave. This grave is located within the ancient god sanctuary. All you need to do is to enter the ancient emperor grave and gain the recognition of my father's conscience. If you can do so, I will support you in becoming our new emperor. I will listen to your orders without fail. However, if you cannot, I will never listen to you, even if everyone else does. Ancient emperor grave? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Master, within the ancient god sanctuary, there is an ancient emperor grave. According to legend, the ancient god emperor did leave a consciousness within. King Qin Shing is not lying. The king of venomous worms whispered to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang nodded his head lightly before looking at King Luoyu. King Luoyu. The voice reverberated in the air. Beside the pile of ruins of what used to be the estate, King Luoyu and the other ancient gods were waiting patiently. They saw what had just happened with their own eyes. At that point in time, King Luoyu, King Guyu, King Gutong, and the remaining ancient gods were dumbfounded. They came back to their senses after Jian Wushuang shouted for King Luoyu. They started walking towards Jian Wushuang. Those who supported King Qin Shing did not stop them. Sword Emperor King Luoyu walked beside Jian Wushuang and saluted him. It was obvious that he respected the Sword Emperor even more than he had before. This was normal, as the only reason he supported Jian Wushuang in being the new emperor was because he had the bloodline of emperors. He had not considered the fighting power of the Sword Emperor. Now, King Qin Shing, who was a 9-star ancient god and had the fighting power of a stage 2 great emperor, had been crushed in a battle against the Sword Emperor. This fighting power alone surprised him, as he was fully convinced that the Sword Emperor had the ability to be the new emperor. Everyone else who had just watched the battle was convinced too. Even though bloodline power was supreme in the ancient god clan, they would still respect the people who were powerful. Jian Wushuang not only had the bloodline of emperors, he also had the strongest fighting power in the clan. To get the right to become the new emperor of the ancient god clan, one had to possess both qualities. Chapter 2075. Ancient Emperor S. Grave. King Luoyu. Do you know of this grave? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, King Luoyu said as he nodded his head. It was left behind by ancient god emperor. The conscience of ancient god emperor resides within the grave. It is our sanctuary. However, this grave opens once every 1,000,000 years. The last time the grave opened was around 300,000 years ago. If you want to enter, you will have to wait another 700,000 years. 700,000 years. Jian Wushuang looked at King Xingqian coldly as his face turned black. Are you trying to make a fool out of me? I have no intentions of making a fool out of you. It is true that it takes another 700,000 years for the ancient emperor's grave to open by itself. However, this grave is controlled by my father's conscience. If you are worthy, my father will open the grave and allow you to enter immediately. King Qin Shing grunted. Jian Wushuang hesitated before nodding his head. Okay, I will try to enter the ancient emperor's grave. Sword Emperor, King Qin Shing is trying to make your life difficult. You can afford to ignore him, as 99% of the ancient gods will support you in becoming the next ancient god emperor due to your superior bloodline power. King Luoyu said anxiously. No worries. Jian Wushuang said as he waved King Luoyu off. He already knew what he had to do. Jian Wushuang did not think of killing or exiling King Qinsheng. King Qinsheng was a stage 2 great emperor and would prove to be crucial in the final battle against 3-emperor world. Furthermore, he could not help but respect the ability of King Qinsheng, as he had single-handedly molded the ancient god clan into one of the strongest clans in the era. If he could get King Qinsheng to listen to him wholeheartedly, he could rest assured and leave the ancient god clan to King Qinsheng when he left ancient god sanctuary. He would fight for this possibility. Another important reason was the ancient emperor's grave. The first ancient god emperor was one of the strongest men back in the first era. His power and ability was much stronger than that of any great emperors. Jian Wushuang was extremely interested in the things these kind of super experts would leave behind. Now he had received the news that such a grave exists. Even if King Qinsheng did not raise entering the grave as one of his conditions, Jian Wushuang would still venture into the grave. King Qinsheng, take me to the ancient emperor's grave, Jian Wushuang said. Yes, King Qinsheng said as he led the way without hesitation. Jian Wushuang, King Luoyu, and the other top-tier ancient god followed suit. Ancient emperor's grave was located in the middle of the ancient god sanctuary. It was the holiest place in the hearts of most ancient gods. This place would be flooded with people every 1,000,000 years when it would open its doors. On a normal day like this, no one would be around. However, every ancient god who was at least 7 stars had gathered here. The leaders of them were the 3 9-star ancient gods: King Qinsheng, King Luoyu, and King Zhansong. These 3 leaders stood cautiously beside a young man. Is this the ancient emperor's grave? Jian Wushuang said with his hands behind his back. He was looking at a cave within a formation. The cave was gigantic and the formation was extremely powerful. This is the entrance. Every time the grave opens, people of this clan will enter that way. Even if the grave is not open today, that is the only way you can take to enter forcibly, King Qinsheng said as he pointed towards a certain part of the formation. Jian Wushuang nodded lightly. Sword Emperor, this grave was left behind by the first ancient god emperor using unimaginable means. Even after so long, no one had ever managed to enter forcibly. All those who tried, including King Qinsheng, were at least 8-star ancient gods. All those who tried failed and died inside except for King Qinsheng. Please reconsider carefully, King Luoyu said as his eyebrows were knitted closely together. After hearing all this, are you afraid? If you are, leave this place immediately. You can get all the support from the other ancient gods. Just don't come looking for me, King Qinsheng said coldly. Afraid? Since you, King Qinsheng, can walk out of the grave alive, why should I be afraid? I hope you remember your promise. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. Jian Wushuang took off towards the ancient emperor's grave slowly, ignoring the people who stood behind him. Even though he walked slowly, it only took him a few steps to reach the entrance of the grave. The first thing he saw at the entrance was a large flight of stairs. There were hundreds of steps, and each radiated a special aura. King Qinsheng, King Luoyu, and the other ancient gods stood far away and observed quietly. Lord Qinsheng, do you think that Jian Wushuang could gain recognition from the emperor himself? King Zhansong asked curiously. Humph, recognition? Dream on. My father was one of the strongest overlords in the first era. His standards are extremely high. It will be extremely difficult to meet those standards. King Qinsheng smiled coldly. I bet he can't even make it past the door inside the grave, much less gain recognition. The measures my father placed around the grave are profound and unpredictable. These measures cannot not differentiate ally from foe. In the past, I tried to enter forcibly as there was an extremely urgent matter. I almost died from those measures. Even though Jian Wushuang is stronger than me, it is also impossible for him to make it past the different defensive measures my father put in place. King Zhansong was stunned. King Luoyu, King Guyu, and the other ancient gods became worried upon hearing this. "Look, he is going to enter," a voice shouted out loud. Everyone turned their heads and looked toward the grave. Jian Wushuang stood at the base of the staircase in front of the entrance. He lifted his right leg and stepped onto the first step. The moment his right foot hit the first step, he felt an aura suppressing him, trying to stop him from advancing further. This aura targeted the bloodline power and had no effect on one's power level. Jian Wushuang smiled when he felt this aura. Immediately, another aura of an extremely powerful ancient god bloodline burst forth. Chapter 2076. The 9 war spirits. Jian Wushuang had inherited Wuhan's ancient god bloodline. This bloodline was pure and gave him complete bloodline power. The first bloodline of the ancient god emperor was less pure compared to that of Jian Wushuang. Under the effect of suppression of bloodline power, most royal ancient gods would have to walk slowly, one step at a time up the steps. Some of those whose wills were weaker might not even reach the top of the steps. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang had walked up quickly. It was as though there was no suppression at all, and he walked without feeling any resistance. Even thought the suppression got stronger as the number of steps climbed increased. Jian Wushuang was not affected. Within moments, he finished more than half the steps, and he was not slowing down. This brat, King Qinxing, was standing on the void. Upon seeing how easily Jian Wushuang was walking up the stairs, he squinted his eyes and muttered, "As much as I do not want him to be the next ancient god emperor, I have to admit his bloodline is extremely pure. It might even be on par with my father's bloodline." King Qinxing, "The Sword Emperor is going to finish walking all the steps," King Zhansong said. "This is normal. My father's first measure is simply suppression of bloodline power. Any royal ancient god can persist through this first measure as long as they have the will. His bloodline is even purer than most ancient gods with a royal bloodline. Hence this will barely pose any problem to him," King Qinxing said indifferently. "However, my father left behind 3 measures. This first measure is the easiest. The next 2 will not be so easy for him to pass." King Qinxing understood the measures, well, as he too had once tried to enter forcibly. Just like King Qinxing said, Jian Wushuang walked up the 100 steps easily without stopping. As soon as he set foot at open area the top, a few blurry mirages started to solidify. Hum, 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 hum. A total of 9 blue mirages solidified. Their faces were unrecognizable. Every single one of them were extremely large, and they each held a different chaos divine weapon. All 9 figures scanned the area and locked on to Jian Wushuang. Intruders, those who dare to disturb the ancient god emperor in his sleep shall die. A cold, robotic voice came out of one of the figures' mouth as the 9 of them attacked. Their aura was terrifying, and every aura was targeted and focused on Jian Wushuang. He frowned deeply as he took the situation seriously. He could tell that the 9 figures were very powerful. Boom, 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 boom. The 9 figures attacked. One of the figures held a bat that was 10 meters long and as thick as a bucket. It looked like a small hill from Jian Wushuang's perspective. However, it looked like a small plant in the hands of the figure. The figure swung the bat as it crashed towards Jian Wushuang with the momentum of heaven and earth. Another figure had 2 metal hammers for its hands. The metal hammers were gigantic. After a loud bellow, the hammers morphed into lightning and thunder as they appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Even though the aura was not felt, one could tell how strong the attack was just by seeing the electric sparks. Another figure morphed into a humongous ancient beast in golden armor and crashed towards Jian Wushuang. He looked like a flying battle fortress. As for the other blurry figures, each attack was definitely powerful. One of the figures was an ancient god, and he used the ancient god finger. What a powerful aura! What are these? Jian Wushuang thought to himself, shocked. He swung his sword at once. A special sword essence could be felt. Jian Wushuang started to devour everything around him. He looked like a huge, dark vortex. Sword Principal Xian Luo, mixed elements spirit. Pong, 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 pong. 9 loud clashes were heard as the 9 different attacks were deflected one at a time. However, the attacks were so strong that Jian Wushuang backed off a few steps. Oh my! Everyone here at least has the fighting power of a top-tier stage 1 great emperor. 2 of them have fighting powers equivalent to a stage 2 great emperor. Jian Wushuang was surprised. People like Abysmal Saint Master were at the level of a top-tier great emperor. There were very few people at this level in the entire eternal chaotic world. However, the weakest of the 9 figures possessed fighting power at this level. 2 of them even had the fighting power of a stage 2 great emperor. The battling power of this group was too powerful. King Chunxing, King Luoyu, and the other ancient gods were observing Jian Wushuang using their soul power. Their faces turned pale when they saw the 9 figures appear. These 9 figures are the 9 top-tier experts who fought with my father. They are the strongest under my father's command. Back in the first era, every single one of them had the fighting power of a top-tier stage 2 great emperor. 2 of them were even top-tier stage 2 great emperors. King Qinxing scoffed. As the first era ended, these 9 great warriors died along with my father. However, they were absolutely loyal to him. Hence, they still guard him till this day in the form of a war spirit. Even though the 9 war spirits now are weaker than they were in their prime, their fighting power is still very powerful. Furthermore, all 9 are fighting Jian Wushuang together. Not any ordinary man can enter his grave. Due to this, the second measure my father put in place outside the ancient emperor grave. Back when King Qinxing tried to enter the ancient emperor grave forcibly, he fought the 9 war spirits. He almost died on that day. Luckily, he had a powerful self-defense mechanism which allowed him to pass this test and move on. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang, even though the Sword Emperor has high fighting power, his self-defense mechanism might not be as strong as mine. Without it, he definitely cannot survive for 30 seconds. Chapter 2077. Last line of defense. 7 of the 9 war spirits had fighting powers equivalent to that of a top-tier stage 1 great emperor, while the remaining 2 had power equivalent to that of a stage 2 great emperor. It would be difficult for anyone to remain alive after 30 seconds of frenzy when they worked together to try to kill someone. King Chunxing exploited his powerful self-defense mechanism and barely survived. He was skeptical that Jian Wushuang would have a stronger self-defense mechanism than him. At the entrance of the ancient emperor grave, Jian Wushuang was surrounded by the 9 war spirits. The various ancient gods were shocked when he launched the attack. Instead of experiencing fear, Jian Wushuang was excited to fight these 9 war spirits. He is courageous. Even though he knows that the 9 war spirits are powerful, he still dares to fight them head-on. King Qinxing smirked coldly and pitted Jian Wushuang. As expected, even though Jian Wushuang showcased extraordinary fighting power, he was instantly at a disadvantage when the 9 war spirits attacked. Not too long after, a war spirit landed a hit on him. Even though the war spirit was only at the power level of a stage 1 great emperor, that blow was enough to injure any great emperor. However, Jian Wushuang just grunted and continued fighting. It was as though that attack had had no effect on him. What? King Qinxing was stunned. The following scene made his irises constrict as he was shocked again. When fighting the 9 war spirits, Jian Wushuang did not even try to dodge the attacks. He simply attacked the war spirits in a frenzy. He fought the 9 war spirits alone without fear. The attacks from the 9 spirits, including those from the 2 war spirits who had the same power level as a stage 2 great emperor, would land on Jian Wushuang occasionally. However, there was no effect on Jian Wushuang as he continued with the onslaught. His fighting power was at his peak, and there was no sign of any injury. Instead of weakening, his aura grew and became even stronger. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. In the blink of an eye, 30 seconds had passed. The 9 war spirits who were attacking Jian Wushuang disintegrated into nothingness, and a path was revealed. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly and walked down this path. The ancient gods outside the ancient emperor's grave, especially King Qinsheng. How is this possible? My self-defense mechanism is my most powerful ability, but even I could barely survive for 30 seconds when attacked by the 9 war spirits. How could a sword emperor be unharmed after that ordeal? He fought the 9 war spirits, alone, head-on for 30 seconds and came out unharmed? Even after he suffered direct hits from the war spirits? How can a self-defense mechanism be so powerful? King Qinsheng widened his eyes as surprise was written all over his face. Jian Wushuang's performance had exceeded his wildest imagination. However, what he did not know was that Jian Wushuang had fought 13 stage 2 great emperors back in 3 emperors' world for an extended period of time. What was the result? He was unharmed. On the other hand, those weaker great emperors among the 13 were severely wounded. On the other hand, the pressure that the 9 war spirits gave Jian Wushuang was similar to that of the pressure the 13 great emperors put on Jian Wushuang. Hence, he could handle the war spirits easily. As for the self-defense mechanism that King Qinsheng was so proud of, Jian Wushuang had perfect chaotic holy body which was many times stronger. Within the ancient emperor's grave, Jian Wushuang followed the tunnel and walked forward and ran into a large old door. On the door, there was a sculpture of an odd, exotic beast. It was infused with secret restrictions. These secret restrictions were flowing as though they were alive. This door was the entrance to the inside of the ancient emperor's grave. Every million years, this door would open when the ancient emperor's grave opened itself to the rest of the world. Just then, the door was closed as the time was not right. A general in black armor stood in front of the door. The general was completely covered in black armor. Only his facial features could be seen. He was at least 5 meters tall and held a black spear. He stood like a statue, motionless in front of the door. It was as though he had been there since the beginning of time. Jian Wushuang couldn't sense any aura from this man. Jian Wushuang looked towards the general in black armor. Even though he couldn't sense any aura from the general, he felt pressured the moment he laid eyes on him. This pressure was on another level compared to King Qinsheng and Great Emperor Zhu, who were all stage 2 great emperors. Outside the ancient emperor's grave, King Qinsheng and the audience, too, saw the general in black armor. This is the third and last line of defense my father set, King Qinsheng thought as he clenched his fists. Back then, he had entered the grave and managed to pass the first 2 levels. Suppression using bloodline power and the 9 war spirits. In the end, he had met the general in front of the door. Here, he had stopped and could not advance any further. In front of the door, the moment Jian Wushuang appeared, the general in black armor, who seemed to have stood motionless for all eternity, opened his eyes. A flash of dim light, which was as fast as lightning, burst forth towards Jian Wushuang. The time for the grave to open has not come. None shall enter. You there, leave this place immediately. The general in black armor said coldly. All he did was ask Jian Wushuang to leave, contrary to the war spirits in the second line of defense who had tried to kill Jian Wushuang. When the 9 spirits appeared, they had attacked Jian Wushuang immediately and tried to kill him, though they failed. If I were to wait for this grave to open by itself, I would have to wait another 700,000 years. I cannot afford to wait for such a long time. Sorry, but I'll have to enter forcibly. Jian Wushuang smiled with absolute confidence. Jian Wushuang stopped talking and attacked the general in black armor. A terrifying aura burst forth, and the general gripped his spear tightly when Jian Wushuang attacked. Chapter 2078. The Black Armored General Xiao. A merciless spear pierced through. That speed, words could not express. By the time Jian Wushuang heard that ear-piercing blast from the void, the spear was already in front of him. Jian Wushuang had moved first. Logically, he should be the one to make the first strike. But before he could even start on his sword skills, the spear had reached him. HNGH. With a snigger, Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword swiftly took it down. This was the strongest skill within Sword Principal Xian Luo, the Blast Rainstorm. With a gong, the sound of the strike resonated. Jian Wushuang could feel an immense power traveling across his Blood Mountain sword. This power, without a doubt, had surpassed second stage Great Emperor's powers. It was a third stage power. And from the looks of it, this one move was slightly stronger than all of Demon King Qinya's powers had been back in Three Emperors' world. This strength traveled up towards his body. The strong body he had after cultivating the immortal, celestial body at this moment was roughed up pretty badly too. Jian Wushuang quickly retreated. As he regained his balance, the divine power within him started doing its work, and soon his injuries were all recovered. Stage 3. Stronger than Demon King Qinyu? Jian Wushuang licked his lips and stared at the black-armored general. Junior, you're not stronger than me. With me guarding here, you won't make it through. Leave. The general opened his mouth again. Won't make it through? Well, see about that. Jian Wushuang sniggered and attempted to strike again. Blockhead. The general's eyes radiated death as the spear in his hand was once again put into action. Spear strikes came one after the other. The general's fighting power, once ignited, was indeed of a third-level Great Emperor. Faced with such an expert, Jian Wushuang could not possibly win. Suppressed at first contact, Jian Wushuang could only now resist with his almost invincible self-defense mechanism. Outside the ancient emperor's residence stood many ancient gods, all astonished by the ongoing battle. So powerful. That black-armored general, he's too strong. The Sword Emperor himself is already an extraordinary being, having suppressed King Qinsheng. But against the general, it feels like a whole new level. The disparity is quite big. The Sword Emperor has been completely suppressed. The ancient gods could not help giving praise. HNGH, I knew it. This Sword Emperor may be strong after passing those two obstacles, but passing the last challenge, that's impossible. Demon King Qinsheng sniggered, a grin on his face in front of the residence's huge gates. Jian Wushuang was still being suppressed by the general in an almost pathetic manner, relying purely on his self-defense mechanism to keep up. Junior, my patience has its limits. You can't defeat me. Leave now, or don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. The black-armored general's voice was cold and harsh. Teaching me a lesson? Well, see about that. Jian Wushuang smiled back without hesitation. That instantly infuriated the general. He stopped holding back. An ear-piercing roar resonated through the entire void, and even Jian Wushuang couldn't help but look up. What he saw was a deep, subtle flash. It was pitch black, with not a single mark of impurity, glaring as it shone. Not only Jian Wushuang, but even the ancient gods outside the ancient emperor's grave were mesmerized by it. This eye-catching flash was actually the eerie shadow of the general's spear. The spear had left the general's hand with such explosive speed, it was already reaching Jian Wushuang. Too fast, a speed beyond Jian Wushuang's comprehension. Gosh, I'm not going to be able to block it. Jian Wushuang was astonished. He had intended to use his swordsmanship to block it, but found himself unable to catch up with the spear. He could do nothing but watch as the spear approached. Ultimately, without obstruction, the spear pierced through his body. A power so strong it could have pierced heaven and earth went through him. Jian Wushuang shook. That power was weakened by half passing through his 5 gem amour, but whatever remained was still powerful enough to pierce a bull-sized hole through his body. Jian Wushuang, still in shock, was taken aback by the blast. Is he dead? The general, with death in his eyes, gazed upon Jian Wushuang. But suddenly, Jian Wushuang, still being thrown aback from the blast, stopped abruptly within the void. Jian Wushuang had his eyes fixated upon the general once again, the hole in his body now long gone. What? The black-armored general was obviously surprised. He had just put a hole through Jian Wushuang. Normal cultivators would have either been dead or greatly wounded by now, but the man before him, he showed no sign of weakness. His injury had already recovered. His recovery speed, how could it be so fast? Impressive. That was quite the spear. If I'm not wrong, there were some rules of order within it, right? Jian Wushuang said with a tinge of excitement. You know about that. The general was surprised, restraining himself. He stood statue-like once again, speaking coldly. Your self-defense mechanisms and restorative powers are impressive. I am unable to kill you, but you are still unable to pass me. So please leave. Unable? I don't think so. Jian Wushuang gave a cold laugh. Ancient God Emperor, you thought I wouldn't be able to tell someone was controlling this body I'm fighting with. The general's pupils constricted upon the words, Ancient God Emperor. A sharp glare could be seen in his eyes. The method of planting some consciousness within this Dao soldier, therefore controlling it? I've done it before. These kinds of tricks are no mystery to me. Jian Wushuang sniggered. The Dao soldier you control is very powerful himself, but a Dao soldier remains a Dao soldier. I can tell with a glance. Controlling a Dao soldier, demonstrating third stage great emperor powers with rules of order with the power of consciousness alone. Within these grounds, who else could it be but you, Ancient God Emperor? Chapter 2079, Ancient God Emperor. Under the huge gates, the black-armored general's eyes shimmered in astonishment, fixated on Jian Wushuang. After a moment of silence, the general finally spoke. You are smart, but even if you know this Dao soldier is being controlled by the Ancient God Emperor, what else can you do? Haha, if you were alive, defending your gates with your consciousness-controlled Dao soldier alone would suffice. But what's left of you is that very strand of consciousness and a brittle one. It's already extremely difficult for you to remain within these gates. Don't even bother mentioning engaging in battle, which means to say the longer your soldier fights with me, the more damage it brings to your strand of consciousness. That's why you didn't want to fight me from the very beginning, convincing me to leave. Am I right? Jian Wushuang grinned as he watched the general. The general was fully covered in his black armor, so Jian Wushuang could not see if he had had a change in facial expression. But he did sense something change through the general's eyes. Under these circumstances, the only way to block me is to kill me swiftly, which you had just attempted. You couldn't do it, even if I can't defeat you, as long as I force you to engage in battle with me. Let's see how long your consciousness will last. Jian Wushuang sniggered. The general's glance shifted, facing Jian Wushuang again. You're right, with simply my consciousness I can't block you. Since it has to be this way, come on in. After being said, the ancient residence gates, scribbled with weird marks and drawings of ancient beasts, rumbled and slowly opened behind the general. A broad pathway appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. As for that black-armored general, he was now stationed beside the residence's gates, eyes shut, reverting to his original statue form. Seeing the gates now being opened for him, Jian Wushuang showed a faint smile and made his way in. Outside the ancient emperor's residence, countless ancient gods had their eyes fixated on that entrance. When they saw the gates open, each and every one of them was astonished. How is that even possible? King Qinxing was even more bewildered. He knew how terrifying the general was. When he had first fought the general, a strike of the spear had been enough to badly wound him. He had almost lost his life then. Without a choice, he had had to leave. But now, Jian Wushuang had even defeated the general? He actually made it through the 3 obstacles my father left behind? King Qinsheng appeared extremely gloomy before snorting. Even if he made it in, my father may not approve him. My father was one of the strongest in the First Era. You think it's easy receiving his approval? That thought remained lingering in King Qinsheng's heart. The huge, ancient place was a place of wonders. Even challenges could be found within it. But these challenges were reserved for the weaker ancient god clan people when they entered once every 1,000,000 years. It meant nothing to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had made his way through without any more obstacles. Before long, he reached the deepest part of the residence. There, a hazy figure was seen, sitting cross-legged. It was a strong man in gold robes, his height beyond 3 meters. There he sat. The first impression he gave people was the word Lionheart, and within it an undeniable authority and dignity. This air of authority was as if he had the entire world under his foot. Countless experts were simply ants to him. In a glance, Jian Wushuang knew who the other person was. "Greetings to you, ancient God Emperor." Jian Wushuang gave a small bow as a form of respect. "Jian Wushuang?" The ancient God Emperor gave him a glance. "You're good. Only an 8-star ancient god. That's simply an emperor god amongst human cultivators. But your fighting power is obviously on par with 2nd stage great emperors. Even my 9 great war spirits couldn't stop you. Such impressive leapfrogging skills. You remind me of someone by the name of Emperor Bai. Have you heard of this person?" Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Emperor Bai was from the First Era. Of course, the ancient God Emperor knew about him. Emperor Bai is not the leader of the Sanctuary Alliance. Both he and I practice inverse cultivation, Jian Wushuang replied. Indeed, the ancient God Emperor smiled indifferently, unsurprised. In the beginning, that kiddo Emperor Bai was the same as you, nothing more than an emperor god. But his fighting power kept the weaker, 2nd stage great emperors real busy. People then started to infer that it had to do with his unique method of cultivation, leading to the discovery of inverse cultivation. There were a few 3rd stage great emperors back then who were interested in his method and wanted to snatch it away from him. In the end, the 3rd stage great emperors were powerless even though they had joined hands, even though Kiddo had peak 2nd stage fighting powers. When he surpassed great emperor levels, no one could touch him. The Kiddo's defense mechanisms were the same as yours. Hearing that, Jian Wushuang gasped silently. He had heard things regarding Emperor Bai, like how he was one of the strongest during the First Era. But he could not be compared to elites like Ancient God Emperor and Sword Emperor Dugu. Furthermore, Ancient God Emperor was way more ancient than Emperor Bai. It only made sense that he called Emperor Bai Kiddo. But the Emperor Bai of today couldn't be compared to how he was back in the First Era. According to Emperor Bai, he was now at the peak of the 3rd stage, almost between that and the 4th stage. That kind of fighting power would be slightly stronger than Ancient God Emperor's prime. I didn't like that kiddo, nor do I like you. Ancient God Emperor gazed upon Jian Wushuang with that same air of authority surrounding him, and said, "You know, it's hard to keep my strand of consciousness around. The reason why the gates open once every 1,000,000 years is because it takes a lot of energy to control whatever I need once it opens, and this energy only fully regenerates after 1,000,000 years. You barging in this time has forced my consciousness to awaken. Having offended me this way, if I had more than simply that strand of consciousness, I would have killed you." As he spoke, a murderous aura covered Jian Wushuang. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2080 Soul Memory. Confirmed. Hong, that murderous aura covered Jian Wushuang. The ancient God Emperor may have had nothing left but his strand of consciousness, but that was more than enough to shake the heavens. The awesome, murderous aura of the ancient God Emperor would have brought others to heal by now, but not him. Jian Wushuang remained standing, emotionless. The aura was nothing more than a gentle wind to his face. Composed, the ancient god emperor's face broadened to a grin. That murderous aura of his now long gone. What do you seek, kiddo? I want to be a new emperor of the ancient god clan, and I need your approval, Jian Wushuang replied. Haha, the ancient god clan has always prioritized bloodline over everything. You possess the perfect bloodline, which is something I myself dare not claim. That along with your skill set, the entire clan should have embraced you by now. Why seek my approval? The ancient god emperor smiled. The other clansmen are naturally fine with it, but King Qin Shing insists. Jian Wushuang replied. Qin Shing? That kid. The ancient god emperor's expression changed. He had 3 sons, of which Chun Xing was the youngest and his dearest. When the first era collapsed, it had cost him an arm and a leg to keep Chun Xing alive, along with others. King Chen Xing's abilities are decent. I'm hoping to win him over. With him by my side, I'll be better equipped to take charge of the ancient god clan, Jian Wushuang said. I see, the ancient god emperor replied in realization and laughed. Kiddo, I have high standards, you should know that by now. You want my approval. You'll have to let me get a good look at you. Don't resist. As he spoke, a mysterious power rose from his body and charged towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang frowned, but he could feel that the power was of no threat to him, so he did not resist. The power entered into his body and blanketed his substantive soul. HM? Jian Wushuang realized. Checking my soul memory. Impressive move. Soul memory refers to the memory one possesses the moment he gains his soul power, recording everything the person experiences. Knowing the ancient god emperor's intentions, Jian Wushuang did not hide much, except for some hidden memories about his past, which he locked instantly. Even the ancient god emperor could not access it, only viewing what Wushuang wanted him to see. That did not frustrate the ancient god emperor as he started to view these memories. From these memories, he saw 2 important things. The first memory was when he kept the pillar intact with the lineage of stars, leading to the demise of the Star Palace Master. Jian Wushuang, with thunder-like strikes, had used the lineage of stars and managed to survive against the punitive expeditions of other forces, allowing the lineage of stars to be recognized as the top powers by the Sanctuary Alliance. The second memory was outside the Green Fire world. Jian Wushuang was alone, against the experts in the eternal chaotic world. Against so many enemies from so many clans and tribes, he stood firm. This Green Fire world is my hometown. Whoever dares lay a finger on it will die. Asking the cultivators to leave the Green Fire world? They'll be the first to say never. So will the countless cultivators on this land, and our forefathers who came before us. Even if it means burning to ashes, we will fight for this land, till the very last man is down, till the last drop of blood is shed. We will never give in. Every word Jian Wushuang said, including the aura of defiance, to look death calmly in the face, was all captured by the ancient god emperor. Yet the ancient god emperor's eyes showed nostalgia. That had been a long time ago, when the First Era was about to collapse. Countless experts from the First Era, himself included, had all looked death straight in the eye during their battle. That unyielding defiance was to protect what they had. Exactly the same as Jian Wushuang with his Green Fire world. Seeing this, the ancient god emperor could not help but display excitement. "Haha, I kinda like you now, kiddo," the emperor burst into laughter. For someone to look death straight in the eye for your friends and family. I like people like you. Do I have your approval? Jian Wushuang asked the emperor. I approve, of course I do. If an able leader like yourself is willing to carry this responsibility of leading the ancient god clan, I believe we will survive through all challenges. Furthermore, not only will I make you the new emperor for our ancient god clan, I'll present you with the greatest gift you can find over here. The ancient god emperor's laughter resonated, and with a flip of his hand, 3 drops of gilded blood essence appeared. This Jian Wushuang was mesmerized by it. He could feel the billowing power within those 3 drops. The ancient god power, purer and stronger than any other blood essences he had seen. The ancient god emperor said solemnly, great pains were made to form the blood essence, every drip containing immense ancient god power. I've only collected 5 in my life, of which 1 I transferred to Qinxing in my era. The remaining 4 followed me to this grave. Many years ago, a lad named Luo Yu came and passed my test, so I passed him one, leaving 3. These 3 drops I had intended to slowly pass down to future generations. But now I've decided to give you everything. Cultivate and absorb it, it'll help you too. As he finished talking, the 3 drops of blood were already floating towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was alerted, but did not reject it. The 3 drops immediately integrated themselves into his body, the ancient god power billowing from within. Jian Wushuang started to cultivate the blood essence to the best of his ability. It goes without saying that 3 drops of blood were too much. 1 drop was beyond Jian Wushuang's imagination, and now 3? Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2081, A Big Coincidence. Hua la la, the boundless ancient god power was bursting within Jian Wushuang, and with that came unprecedented pain. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. It was fortunate that he could resist the power of the 3 drops of blood essence bursting within him. If it were another person, he would have long exploded. Absorb as much as you want, kiddo. The ancient god emperor was laughing, his eyes sparkling. Besides these 3 drops, it'll teach you 1 secret skill. This is my favorite one I learned years ago at the ruins of the ancient era. Took me ages to understand it. Lucky you. With that, the ancient god emperor extended his palm and smacked Jian Wushuang's forehead. Information billowed towards Jian Wushuang. It contained many memories of how to use that skill. Jian Wushuang himself recognized it immediately. Moon picking skill. It's the moon picking skill. Jian Wushuang flinched. The moon picking skill was known as the strongest secret skill amongst the 3 big skills in the ancient god clan. This skill, although formidable, had its limitations compared to the other 2 skills in Jian Wushuang's opinion. It felt controversial to call it the top skill, because the star destruction skill felt more useful. But now, with this trove of information, Jian Wushuang finally understood why the moon-picking skill was the top skill in the clan. The moon-picking skill he had practiced in the past was incomplete. Yes, incomplete. He had only grasped a bit of the moon-picking skill. What he could use was naturally only a small portion of the skill's true power. The true power of the moon-picking skill was how the ancient god emperor emerged from the crowd as the best during the First Era. Although the ancient god emperor was one of the strongest during the First Era, it was nothing to the experts and demons of the ancient era. He only thought of the moon-picking skill while amongst the ruins of the ancient era, a pure coincidence. Still, proudly perfecting the skill was the ancient god emperor's proudest moment. The skill may not have come from the ancient era, but it was certainly much more powerful than many that did. The skill was the real deal, and now the ancient god emperor was giving it to him. The boundless information was streaming through Jian Wushuang's mind, along with that specific scene. That scene showed usage of the skill, and the key was the usage of the power of space-time. Jian Wushuang was completely stunned. Specifically speaking, he was completely fascinated. The moon-plucking skill is a space-time-related skill. What it involved was deep and profound. When Jian Wushuang first arrived at the ancient god sanctuary and learned the skill, as the ship went down, he gained much understanding of space-time. Now, as he received the entire skill, he felt the same. His understanding of space-time was always stuck at the pinnacle of the 8th level of Doctrine Palace, stuck at a plateau. But now he felt as though a brand new door had gradually opened in front of him. If he took the time to understand more, the door would open completely, and he will be able to cross it. Coincidence? What an opportunity of a lifetime! Jian Wushuang immediately understood that, and naturally started to focus as he was absorbing the entire moon plucking skill. He was also understanding the unique ways of space-time powers, all while his body was cultivating the 3 drops of ancient god power. All 3 actions were happening concurrently. Weaker cultivators would find this impossible to accomplish, but not almighty-level experts. They could do 4 if they wanted to. As time passed, Jian Wushuang's bloodline power of the ancient clan was increasing, his aura now increasingly stronger. His understanding of space-time was also improving exponentially. This happened for 3 days. After 3 days, the ancient emperor's residence finally went quiet. At the residence's core, Jian Wushuang stood quietly, his divine power and aura finally calming down. His eyes were opened, and within it existed a concentrated, powerful light. Those 2 streaks of light in his eyes were like lightning, sparkling. Previously, there were only 8 ancient god stars between his eyes, but now there were 9. The 9 stars meant he had finally reached 9-star ancient god levels. A 9-star ancient god, specifically a 9-star of the ancient clan. This level meant he had reached great emperor levels amongst human cultivators. Reading these levels, it meant that Jian Wushuang's ancient clan bloodline power would undergo unprecedented changes. Its explosive power would definitely be an improvement. This also meant that when Jian Wushuang performed the ancient god clan's secret skills and unique skills, had been more powerful than ever before. His divine body had now also improved, not as ridiculously as when he jumped from the first stage of the 7th step of inverse cultivation to the 2nd stage, but equally significant. This was all thanks to the complete absorption of the 3 drops of ancient god blood essence, along with learning the complete moon picking skill. During the skill imparting process, Jian Wushuang had also interacted with greater knowledge of space-time. Now that the moon picking skill had truly been imparted to him, he had also made improvements regarding his space-time understanding and reached 9th level Doctrine Palace standards. The 9th level seemed close to the pinnacle of the 8th level, but were in fact miles apart. Previously, Jian Wushuang had only had an advantage against other great emperors in terms of pure power, but not his understanding. Every great emperor had a minimal 9th level Doctrine Palace understanding, and now Jian Wushuang had finally caught up. This step had caused a qualitative change in his overall power. Before I stepped into the ancient emperor's grave, I was one of the top few 2nd stage great emperors with the help of my inverse cultivation, immemorial celestial body, and more, but now. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2082 Submission. The pinnacle of 2nd stage, the best around. Even if I got caught up with a 3rd stage great emperor like that demon King Chinyu, I won't be able to defeat him per se, but at least I'll be able to put up a fight. Jian Wushuang clutched his hands as he felt the greatly improved bloodline power flowing within him along with the power to controlling surrounding time-space. He was ecstatic. He had analyzed previously, and as long as he improved in understanding in time-space doctrine or reincarnation doctrine, he would reach the pinnacle 2nd stage great emperor levels. Now, not only had he made that step forward in the time-space doctrine, he was now a 9-star ancient god too. Naturally, he was now stronger than previously expected. Thank you, O ancient emperor. Jian Wushuang bowed in front of him, but this time it was sincere. After all, the ancient god emperor was the reason behind this newfound strength. Haha, no need to thank me. If you are able to lead the ancient god clan out of that calamity, simply keeping the clan alive will be good enough for me. The ancient god emperor laughed heartily. Oh, ancient emperor, what calamity are you referring to? Jian Wushuang frowned. No need to rush. You'll encounter it soon. Or maybe you've already have. Time will tell. The ancient god emperor smiled faintly. The reason I left my strand of consciousness here was to find a new leader for the ancient god clan. Now that I have this residence and my consciousness, he has no reason to be around. As he spoke, Jian Wushuang could feel the surrounding residents shaking crazily. This form of vibration was violent in unprecedented degrees as major boulders collapsed. At the same time, the already hazy, translucent figure that was the ancient god emperor's consciousness was beginning to fade away. Jian Wushuang naturally understood what was happening. With a deep breath, he took another bow. "Farewell, O great emperor." The ancient god emperor kept that smile the entire way, eyes fixated on Jian Wushuang as he eventually became nothing. Ancient god emperor, the super expert of the first era, had now vanished. Outside the residence, King Qinxing, King Luoyu, and other experts from the ancient god clan were waiting quietly. What Jian Wushuang did outside the gates was within their line of sight. But as the gates opened, what happened after Jian Wushuang entered? No one knew. They waited for 3 days and nothing. It's already been 3 days. What is the Sword Emperor doing inside? King Qinxing was stone-faced. He still did not believe Jian Wushuang would receive his father's approval. But at that moment, Hong Long Long, such an enormous place, began to shake crazily. The shaking became more and more intense, even shaking the heavens. What's going on? What's happening? The ancient gods were all confused and looked towards the grave in astonishment. Suddenly, an aura of unyielding authority and magnanimity rose up from the grave to the heavens. Slowly, it formed a hazy figure of a man in gold robes. The experts all seemed like ants, being so high above the heavens. This aura, King Qinxing stared daggers at that figure that rose from the grave. "Father!" Qinxing called out immediately. "King! Oh, my king!" The ancient gods below all looked up in awe and fervor. Ancient God Emperor, the first leader of the ancient god clan, was an irreplaceable figure for many ancient gods. And now the ancient god emperor spoke slowly as the rest watched. That unyielding authority could be felt in his voice as it resonated around the entire area. From today onwards, Jian Wushuang will be the new leader of the ancient god clan. All clansmen who dare disobey or disrespect him will have their actions seen as open defiance. There will be no mercy for those who do as such. As he ended his speech, the ancient god emperor's figure gradually dissipated into thin air. The enormous grave at this moment collapsed entirely. The entire place was now gone, along with the ancient god emperor's presence and aura. Everyone stared blankly at the ruins, yet to comprehend what had just happened. Suddenly, from the ruins a figure appeared. He was not as tall as the ancient god emperor, but his aura of authority was no weaker than the god emperor's. As he walked over step by step, as if some sort of magic, his presence and authority grew in the hearts and minds of many ancient gods. Without hesitation, King Luoyu was the first to get on his knees and greet Jian Wushuang. "Greetings, ancient emperor." "Greetings, ancient emperor." The many 7- and 8-starred ancient gods did the same. Even the 9-starred ancient god King Zhansong, after being slightly shaken up, got down on his knees as well. Only one remained standing. King Qinxing Jian Wushuang, with his gaze of unyielding authority, gazed upon King Qinxing. A strong bloodline power was applied to King Qinxing immediately. "King Qinxing, do you insist on being this way?" Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. King Qinxing trembled and finally showed a bitter smile. He took a deep breath. In front of others, he bent the knee and greeted Jian Wushuang with a strong, resounding voice. "Qinxing, here to greet, O ancient emperor. From this day forward, your wish is my command, and if I disobey, may the heavens punish me." Finally, a smile could be seen on Jian Wushuang. Luoyang City, inside a great hall. The strongest experts from the ancient god were all there. King Qinxing, King Luoyu, King Zhansong, along with the lords King Guyu and King Tong and the other clan leaders, were all present. There was almost 100 people packed inside the hall. They represented almost all of the ancient god clan, and on the top of the hall, on that unique, mighty throne, sat Jian Wushuang. The ancient gods below all looked up to Jian Wushuang in awe and fervor. "O ancient emperor, I have asked the clansmen to start the coronation ceremony preparations. It can proceed 1 month from now," King Luoyu said respectfully. "The ceremony can wait. No rush." Jian Wushuang waved his hand. A new champion and a new leader had emerged. Naturally, a grand ceremony was necessary. But circumstances were dire, and Jian Wushuang had no time for anything else. "King Qinxing," Jian Wushuang said, "please go to read the latest chapters for free." Chapter 2080, 3 Invitation. "Ancient Emperor," King Qinxing immediately looked over. "Before I arrived here, you were the person in charge of the ancient god sanctuary. You should have received a message from the Sanctuary Alliance, right?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Indeed," King Qinxing nodded. "The message came from Ancestor Tian Qin, personally from the Alliance, stating the calamity the eternal chaotic world was facing. I told him I'd prepare everything that's needed, but the brawl within the ancient god clan hindered that process." Jian Wushuang looked at King Qinxing. He understood what had really happened. He knew King Qinxing was going to get rid of King Luoyu and others, then get the ancient god clan to step up once everything had settled down. Unfortunately, everything had spiraled beyond his control. The Three Emperors World, Holocaust Sect, Acheron Palace, they're all public enemies of the eternal chaotic world. What they do not only threatens the Sanctuary Alliance and the human domain, but the entire eternal chaotic world. "We cannot avoid this battle. We must prepare for it," Jian Wushuang instructed. "Aye," King Qinxing nodded. Now that everything had settled down within the ancient god clan, and Jian Wushuang had given the order, all they needed to do was gather the experts for battle. That was not hard. Besides our clan, other tribes and clans should have received the same message, but no response has been heard from them since. We need to think of a way to speed them up. Jian Wushuang's voice was clear. The ancient gods below the throne looked up towards Jian Wushuang. "King Luoyu, didn't you want to organize the coronation ceremony? If it's a ceremony, a lot of experts from different clans will be invited, right?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Aye," King Luoyu nodded. "If that's the case, use this ceremony to get all the experts over. Not just the other top 3 tribes, but every clan that has the ability. As long as they have one almighty within the clan, send an invitation to them and get the person in charge to attend. At least someone with a voice in decision-making. As the ancient god clan, this shouldn't be tough to do, right?" Jian Wushuang said solemnly. "Rest assured, ancient emperor. We'll make the arrangements right away, guaranteeing every important person will be there," King Luoyu replied. "Good, make the arrangements now." "Remember, be quick about it," Jian Wushuang replied. "Yes." King Luoyu and the others quickly made their way out for the preparations. Jian Wushuang was left alone on the throne and let out a slight sigh. He was weirded out. Ancient God Emperor? The leader of such an awesome clan. I could get used to this. Jian Wushuang smiled. At this moment, a transmission token from his Qian Kuan ring was activated. Jian Wushuang. It was Emperor Bai. "Oh, Emperor Bai," Jian Wushuang replied immediately. "What's your situation now?" "I have taken the entire ancient god clan under my wing as an ancient god emperor, the real deal. The coronation ceremony will begin in a month." Jian Wushuang laughed. "Wow, ancient god emperor. Congrats," Emperor Bai laughed. "The other clans? Those I do not know about. I have made the arrangements for their leaders or decision-making elders to attend my coronation ceremony. I'll discuss it with them during the ceremony," Jian Wushuang replied. "No need to rush. The dark millstone has stopped. The next battle will not be a simple one. Troops from the Three Emperors world won't be able to make their moves for now," Emperor Bai replied. "Understood," Jian Wushuang nodded. Also, I need to talk to you about something else. Emperor Bai's voice sounded serious. Our Sanctuary Alliance scout at the Sky-Devouring Sanctuary has news. Spotting experts from either the Archilon Palace or Holocaust sect interacting with the Sky-Devouring clan. The Sky-Devouring clan's actions are getting suspicious too. Take note. Sky-Devouring clan. Jian Wushuang's facial expression changed. There were 4 top clans amongst the special tribes. The Sky-Devouring clan was one of the 4, like the Ancient God clan. Both had their own sanctuaries, and their strength and influence were not to be messed with. But now, suspected experts from the Archilon Palace or Holocaust sect were seen on Sky-Devouring grounds. Suspicious actions from the Sky-Devouring clan themselves? Emperor Bai, what you're saying is that the Sky-Devouring clan is now siding with the 3 Emperors' world. Jian Wushuang asked. I can't be sure about that, but it's possible. After all, that clan's the most eccentric of the 4 top clans. The other 3 would never switch sides. But them? Maybe, Emperor Bai replied. Understood. I'll do my best to figure out what's happening, Jian Wushuang replied. Be careful if you get into trouble and can't settle it with your Ancient God clan alone. Let me know. I'll send people from the Sanctuary Alliance. With that being said, Emperor Bai disconnected the transmission. Jian Wushuang remained there in his throne, but his face was now darkened. The Sky-Devouring clan, as one of the top 4 clans, has so much influence on the other clans. If the Sky-Devouring clan really swapped sides, that would be a big blow for those clans that follow it. I hope the leader of the Sky Devourers are not that foolish. If not, Jian Wushuang had a cold gaze. With a new Ancient God Emperor emerging from the Ancient God clan, a coronation ceremony was planned for a month from now, with many tribes and clans coming over to attend. This news took the entire special tribe domain by storm. Many experts from tribes and clans all over were shocked when they heard the news. After all, after the Ancient God Emperor collapsed from the First Era, there was not another Ancient God Emperor. The affairs within the Ancient God clan were always handled by King Qinsheng, and for a long period now. But now a new emperor? And not King Qinsheng, but an Ancient God expert with true bloodline of emperors? And this new emperor was from the human domain. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2080 for the succession ceremony. The news took the entire special tribe domain by storm since it was released. Countless experts were curious. This new emperor of the Ancient God clan, who is he? How much did he have within him to be affirmed by King Qinsheng and take the throne? The invitation that was sent out was accepted by all the clans. No one would refuse it, nor did anyone dare to. After so many years, the Ancient God clan was finally having their coronation ceremony. Furthermore, there was a personal invitation from them. Who would dare disrespect them by not attending? Even the God Eater clan and Black Dragon clan of the elite clans agreed immediately, with their leaders making their way over on time. All that was left was that Sky Swallowing clan. The Sky Swallowing Sanctuary was as boundless as the Ancient God Sanctuary. And who owned the Sky Swallowing Sanctuary? Of course, it was the Sky Swallowing clan. The sanctuary may have held many special tribes, but they had all surrendered to the Sky Swallowers. A dark void. This void was in the deepest depths of the Sky Swallowers' lair, blanketed with several ceiling formations. No one could enter undetected. Just then within the void, a relatively arrogant young man with an eagle-like nose stood. That arrogant man may have looked young, but he was in fact an old monster. How old? No one knew. This man was the verified leader of the Sky Swallowing clan by the name of Ba Su. Coronation ceremony of the Ancient God Emperor? A new Ancient God Emperor at this juncture? The arrogant man Ba Su had an abnormal smile on his face. According to what we received, this new emperor comes from the human tribe and a member of the Sanctuary Alliance as well, by the name of Jian Wushuang. He's known as the Sword Emperor. A black-robed, mysterious man stood beside Ba Su. Sword Emperor? Human? Haha. Maybe old age has muddled with King Qinshing's mind for him to get a human to become ancient god clan's emperor. Ba Su could not help but snigger. Mr. Ba Su, we better not underestimate this sword emperor. He did real damage to my Acheron palace. If he didn't destroy the dark millstone, my palace wouldn't be in such a mess, the black-robed man replied coldly. If he had not destroyed the millstone, you wouldn't need to collaborate with the sky-swallowing clan, I suppose. Ba Su glared at the black-robed man. The black-robed man kept his silence. He did not deny it. If the dark millstone was still operational, the three-emperor world and its allies would crush the eternal chaotic world with a snap of the finger. All that resisted would be slaughtered effortlessly. Experts would not need to come down to the sky-swallowing sanctuary either. Mr. Ba Su, you must believe that we of the Archilon Palace are sincere, the black-robed man replied. Relax. If I didn't believe it, you would be dead by now. Ba Su laughed coldly. Now that the ancient god clan has personally delivered to me their invitation, it's a must that I attend the ceremony. I'm afraid our plans will need to halt for the time being. If my predictions are correct, that sword emperor is using the ceremony to get more clans to follow the sanctuary alliance against us three emperors' world, the black-robed man said. Perhaps, but with me around? That won't be easy. If we're lucky, their effort may work in our favor instead. Ba Su laughed coldly, his eyes visibly ruthless. A month passed by. The coronation ceremony was finally about to begin. It was to happen in the main hall, packed with leaders and experts from all tribes and clans. These people had finally gotten to meet this new ancient god emperor. But the emperor was completely different from what they had predicted. He looked more human than ancient god, but the aura of unyielding authority over other ancient gods remained, and was the real deal. The ceremony happened sequentially. Everything was settled within 2 hours. After the ceremony was over, the ancient god clan hosted a grand feast. During this feast, there were more experts from other tribes than there were from the ancient god clan themselves. With a glance, one could see that there were more than 1,000 men. These 1,000 men, each of them at least an almighty, behind them each was an impressive tribe. Of course, only the people who had attained almighty levels and above could attend the feast. Those weaker tribes without almighties were not even invited. After all, they would be useless in the battle against the three emperors' world. At the center of the feast sat the star of the feast, Jian Wushuang. He looked down. Everyone. As Jian Wushuang spoke, the noise and ruckus below immediately stopped. The reason I have invited you all today is for everyone here to bear witness to this succession ceremony. But also, there is something I need to discuss with everyone here. It regards the lives and deaths of everyone here. The crowd started to murmur. Many experts frowned upon hearing what Jian Wushuang said, but more of them showed no change in expression. They had long guessed the true intention of this feast. Ancient Emperor, may I ask, this issue you mention, is it the same issue the Sanctuary Alliance messaged all of us about? One man below asked. That is correct, Jian Wushuang nodded. Most of you should have received the message before and should understand the situation the eternal chaotic world is undergoing right now. From the Holocaust sect to the Acheron Palace and now the Three Emperors world. They have formed an alliance with the Three Emperors world leading it. This is too big a threat against our eternal chaotic world. They obviously intend to destroy this entire world. At this juncture, the experts amongst us must gather together to resist and put up a fight together if need be. If we still treat this lightly by the time the enemy strikes, it will be too late for us to even form an alliance by then. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2085, The Tribes Unite. Oh, Ancient Emperor. Someone stood up as Jian Wushuang ended his speech. It was a black-robed old man who let off an eerie aura. King Qinshing, standing beside Jian Wushuang, whispered, "That man is the leader of the Blackbone clan, He Qi. Although their clan cannot be compared to the top 4 clans, Their abilities are not to be underestimated. Furthermore, they follow the sky-swallowing clan. Jian Wushuang understood. Clan Elder He Qi, may I know your thoughts? Jian Wushuang smiled back. Oh, ancient emperor, I myself have received the message from the Sanctuary Alliance. But in my humble opinion, this fight is only between the three emperors' world and the humans, and has nothing to do with us special tribes. Even if it's the Holocaust sect or the Archilon Palace, they're only active in human domains. Very rarely do they step on our grounds. If it is a battle amongst humans, we special tribes have no need to interfere, He Qi replied. This caused a slight commotion within the crowd. Jian Wushuang watched the crowd from above and saw how they responded. He replied, Looks like you have not fully grasped the severity of this issue, Clan Elder He Qi. Indeed, we have never interfered in human matters, and vice versa. Of course, we would not interfere if it was a simple war between the humans. But this issue, do you really think it only involves humans? Everyone, let me show you all a projected image. As he spoke, Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Instantly, a large projected image appeared above the void. In that projection was the great dark millstone. As the millstone moved, it crushed everything. Everywhere it went, every inch of grass, every domain and countless cultivators were all crushed into ash. Nothing remained, and as it turned, the millstone expanded exponentially. Seeing this, all the experts were shocked. Oh, ancient emperor, what is this thing in the projection? A clan elder inquired. This is the dark millstone. As you can see, it devours everything in its path, and within the millstone lies the three emperors' world. This is the source of the crisis the Sanctuary Alliance has warned us of. But rest assured, a team of experts from the Sanctuary Alliance had barged into the three emperors' world and destroyed the energy source within it, stopping the millstone, but at a great cost, Jian Wushuang said. As they heard that the millstone had stopped, the experts all heaved a sigh of relief. Even as a projection, they all saw how terrifying the millstone was. Without a doubt, if the millstone continued to expand, the entire eternal chaotic world would go down in flames. Oh, ancient emperor! He Qi from the Blackbone clan spoke once again. The millstone is indeed terrifying, but has not appeared in our special tribe's domain, and as you've said, it had stopped. It poses no more threat. In this case, the only enemies of the three emperor world are the humans. He Qi could not finish a sentence. Foolish! Jian Wushuang interrupted him in a fit of rage. Oh, ancient emperor, what do you mean? He Qi's face darkened, a tinge of anger visible through his eyes. I called you foolish, unbelievably foolish. Jian Wushuang pointed at He Qi and scolded. I really have my doubts on how you became clan leader. What stupid words you've said. You say since the millstone has stopped and has not affected our special tribe domain, it's not our enemy. That's like saying the enemy was about to strike you with his sword, but was blocked by another. You being the stupid one, then begin to say the enemy was not going for you? The enemy was just playing around? Haha, must you really wait for the sword to pierce your heart before you admit the enemy was going for you? Clan Elder He Qi. The logic is clear even to a 3-year-old. An emperor god expert like you, the leader of a clan, can't even understand it? You dare say you're not foolish? Jian Wushuang showed no restraint. It was a clear insult, and in front of so many tribe leaders. The Blackbone clan leader He Qi was trembling in anger and shame. His teeth clenched tightly, unconsciously looking towards Ba Su seating in front of the hall. The sky-swallowing clan leader Ba Su had to give him a stern glance before He Qi could suppress his anger. He sat down once again. HNGH! Seeing this, Jian Wushuang snorted in contempt, his glance now on Ba Su. He realized that the sky-swallowing clan leader was very calm about what had happened, sitting there without muttering a word. This sky-swallower got the Blackbone clan to stand up for him. What exactly does he want? Jian Wushuang muttered. In the main hall, All the experts and leaders witnessed the scolding of Heichi. The scolding was coarse, but it made sense. Another figure stood up. It was another clan leader whose abilities were not any lesser than the Blackbone clan's. But what was different was that this clan resided within the ancient god sanctuary and followed the ancient god clan faithfully. "Oh, ancient emperor, I think we all understand what you mean. The Black Millstone was obviously made to destroy the entire eternal chaotic world, not just the human domains. Thankfully, the experts from the Sanctuary Alliance were able to stop it. Consequences would be dire if it had not happened. Therefore, if we special tribes don't form an alliance with the Human Sanctuary Alliance, once the Three Emperors' word destroys the Sanctuary Alliance, we special tribes will certainly be their next target." Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2086. Special Tribes Alliance, you're right. One of the leaders from a special tribe stood up and said, "This tribe had no prior connection with either the ancient god clan or the sky-swallowing clan." He continued solemnly, "We had our suspicions that the Three Emperor world was up to no good when the Sanctuary Alliance sent us the message. I have already held my own meeting with a few clans before today. Furthermore, the experts in my clan are prepared and ready for what is to come. All we need is a leader to lead us into battle. If the ancient God Emperor is willing to lead us, we will fight alongside you in this battle." The various clan leaders spoke the truth. When the Sanctuary Alliance sent out the warning, most of the clans started their preparation for war. However, the special tribes were different from the Sanctuary Alliance. They did not have an organization. Even if the clans were willing to fight, there was no one to round them up and organize a fighting force. It would be difficult for the individual clans to make any moves, as it was too dangerous. During these times of crisis, the 4 top-tier clans would usually step up and gather the different clans to fight together. However, the actions of the 4 top-tier clans this time were mysterious. Furthermore, there were differences in power even though all 4 clans were categorized as top-tier clans. Among the special tribes, all that a clan needed to have to be classified as top-tier was for them to have a certain number of almighty and at least one great emperor around. Clans like the God Eater clan and the Blackwater Dragon barely made the cut to be categorized as a top-tier clan. Even though they wanted to organize a fighting force, their influence was limited compared to the other 2 top-tier clans, the Ancient God clan and the Sky-Swallowing clan. The Ancient God clan and the Sky-Swallowing clan were the legitimate rulers among the special tribes. They were far more powerful and had a stronger foundation compared to the initial 2 clans. Furthermore, there was more than one great emperor within each clan. For example, within the Ancient God clan, there had been 2 great emperors since the earliest days. King Zhanpsang and Jian Wushuang eventually joined their ranks to make the clan even stronger. Even though there were not many people from the Sky-Swallowing clan, they were definitely powerful. According to myths, they had as many as 3 great emperors. Under normal circumstances, as long as any of these top-tier clans would step up and take the lead, it would be enough to gather the special tribes. However, the 2 top-tier clans did not take the lead. Ancient God clan had just had a civil war, and no one knew what the mysterious Sky-Swallowing clan was doing. It was not until after the end of their civil war when the new Ancient God Emperor, Jian Wushuang, gathered the various leaders of the special tribes. Most of these leaders were already willing to participate in the fight. The remaining leaders made up their minds when they saw the dark millstone. "Ancient God Emperor, my clan is willing to fight. My clan will fight too." Voices of different leaders echoed out as they stood up to show their willingness to fight. Even the leaders of the 2 remaining top-tier clans, the Blackwater Dragon clan and the God Eater clan, declared that they would fight. All who had yet to declare their stance among the crowd was Sky-Swallowing clan and the Blackbone clan. At the banquet, the various leaders and experts looked at the quiet Basu. Jian Wushuang shifted his view and looked at Basu as well. "Mr. Basu, what is the stance of the Sky-Swallowing clan?" Jian Wushuang asked politely, Ba Su looked up slightly and smiled devilishly. He spoke. The Three Emperors world is the common enemy of the eternal chaotic world. Since everyone here is willing to fight, the Sky Swallowing clan will definitely fight together with everyone. When the battle starts, we will be at the forefront. Oh! Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly. Be at the forefront of the battlefront? What an empty promise. Jian Wushuang thought to himself silently. Ancient God Emperor, even though everyone here has agreed to fight, how are we going to do it? We can't possibly do our own things when the battle starts, right? Ba Su looked at Jian Wushuang devilishly and asked, Yes, Mr. Ba Su is right. Since we are going to ally with the Sanctuary Alliance to fight, we need to find a way to properly unite. I suggest that we emulate the humans and form a special tribes alliance. What do all of you think of this idea? Jian Wushuang smiled. Special tribes alliance. The various leaders and top-tier experts looked at each other and started discussing. Within moments, they managed to come to a consensus. Ancient God Emperor, we agree that we should form the Special Tribes Alliance, Blackwater Dragon Emperor said. He was the leader of one of the 4 top-tier clans, the Blackwater Dragoner clan. The Blackwater Dragon clan was a clan which had a long and rich history. Their leader, the Blackwater Dragon Emperor, was a beautiful woman in black clothes. Even though she was beautiful, no one dared to look at her twice, as she was a famous viper. Furthermore, she was a powerful great emperor, and no one dared to disrespect her. The special tribes should have formed an alliance long ago. The Blackwater Dragon Emperor laughed charmingly. Every other leader nodded their head in agreement. The leader of Blackbone clan Heiqi, who was reprimanded by Jian Wushuang, stood up and asked, The Blackbone clan has no objection in forming the Special Tribes Alliance. My concern is, who will be the leader of this alliance? Leader of this alliance. Everyone was stunned. The beauty in black clothing, the Blackwater Dragon Emperor said, This alliance is made up of all the special tribes. There isn't a need for there to have one single leader. We can have 4 or 5 leaders who manage the Special Tribes Alliance together. Is this not better? Yes. All the experts present nodded their heads in agreement. If the alliance only had one leader, the leader would be far too powerful. If he was a selfish person or had a strong will, he would have complete control of the special tribes. This was not what all the special tribes wanted to see. Heiqi smirked coldly upon hearing this. It may be better if we have more leaders within the alliance, but do not forget that we are going to ally with Sanctuary Alliance. Chapter 2087 Leader of the Alliance. Everyone looked at Heiqi. He smiled lightly and continued, Let's not go into the character traits of the humans. From what I know, the Sanctuary Alliance has 10 great emperors. They also have the unanimous strongest expert, Emperor Bai. Has everyone here heard of Emperor Bai? Most of the leaders frowned when they heard this. They had definitely heard of Emperor Bai. Everyone within the eternal chaotic world regarded him as the strongest man, even those among the special tribes. If we ally with Sanctuary Alliance, our influence within this alliance won't be as strong as theirs, as we are slightly weaker. Emperor Bai can just overpower us if we discuss some matters within alliance. Who can stand against his might? What if they simply make their own decisions in the face of an emergency in the future without discussing it with us? What should we do? Hence, our special alliance needs a figurehead. This man needs to stand up to the pressure Emperor Bai and the Sanctuary Alliance to fight for our own rights. This man can come from one of the leaders in the Special Tribes Alliance. He doesn't need to have absolute power, but he must possess the ability to make on-the-spot decisions. We could have one main leader and a few co-leaders to supervise and aid in the running of the alliance. What does everyone feel about this? Heiqi said confidently. It sounded as though he had rehearsed it many times. The experts remained silent after they heard what Heiqi had said. After giving it some thought, they felt that what Heiqi said was right. Making decisions would take too long if there were too many leaders who had equal power, each giving their own opinions on the matter. Another factor to consider was whether the leader would give in to the pressure when facing Emperor, Bai, and the Sanctuary Alliance. Who do you think should take up the role of this leader if we were to adopt this style of leadership within the Alliance? The beautiful black water dragon emperor in black clothing looked over at He-Chi and asked, Haha, like I said previously, the most important factor in becoming the leader of the Special Tribes Alliance is power and the ability to stand up to Emperor Bai. This has always been the practice of our tribes since ancient times, the strongest man becoming the leader. In my opinion, the most suitable person for this job is the leader of the Sky-Swallowing clan, Ba Su. He is the strongest man among the special tribes. He is the only person qualified to become the leader of the Special Tribes Alliance. Many of the experts nodded their heads in agreement after hearing what He-Chi had said. In the eternal chaotic world, your power determined your social status no matter where you were, even within the special tribes. Just like what He-Chi had said, the leader of the Sky-Swallowing clan, Basu, was the strongest man among the special tribes. He was even stronger than King Qinsheng. He met the conditions of being the leader of the alliance perfectly. He was the strongest man and was the leader of a top-tier clan. My clan is willing to support Ba Su as the leader of the alliance. My clan is willing as well. Many of the leaders started to give their opinions. Many faces of many others, however, turned dark. People like the leader of the God-Eater clan and the Black Water Dragon clan were gloomy. At the bottom of their hearts, they were extremely against the idea of Ba Su becoming the leader of the alliance. This was because the Sky-Swallowing clan was a fierce clan that was ruled by force. The people of this clan could absorb the blood essence of the members of the other special tribes in order to become stronger. They would hunt the experts from the other clans frequently. More than half of the clans had had their members killed and devoured by the Sky-Swallowing clan. Many of those clans hated the Sky-Swallowing clan to the core. However, they were too weak to do anything. They were extremely unwilling for the leader of the Sky-Swallowing clan to be nominated to become the leader of the Special Tribes Alliance. Even though they were unwilling for this to happen, they did not dare to stand up and go against the Sky-Swallowing clan. That would be equal to shaming them. Most of the leaders present were in this predicament. They shifted their gazes to the three top-tier clans. They first scanned the leader of the God-Eater clan and the Black Water Dragon clan before they shook their heads. They knew that even though those two were all top-tier clans, it would not be possible for them to stand up against the Sky-Swallowing clan. Hence, they all looked at their last hope, the Ancient God clan. It was the only clan that could stand against the Sky-Swallowing clan. Everyone set their sights on Jian Wushuang in anticipation. This included the leaders of the God-Eater clan and the Black Water Dragon clan. As compared to the Sky-Swallowing clan, they were more willing for the Ancient God clan to be the leader of the Special Tribes Alliance. Jian Wushuang knew that everyone was looking at him hopefully. He smirked coldly and looked at the leader of the Blackbone clan, He-Chi, in the eyes. Clan leader He-Chi, you just said that within the special tribes, everyone will look up to the strong. Hence, am I right to say only the strongest among us can become the leader of the alliance? Yes. The Ancient God clan has an extremely good reputation. You, too, as their leader, have the right to become the leader of the alliance. However, I heard that you became a 9-star Ancient God not too long ago. You will not be able to stand up against Emperor Bai in terms of fighting power. Furthermore, you are far too young. This is why I chose to support Lord Ba Su. I seek your understanding, my lord. He-Chi nodded his head and smiled. It's all right. What you said was reasonable. Without absolute power, who dares to become the leader of the alliance? However, one's power is not determined by what people say, but through a real fight. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly and replied, Mr. Ba Su, I have long heard that you are the undisputedly strongest man among the special tribes. Are you willing to have a brawl with me, since we are both here today? Please go to read the latest chapters for free.